An imposing spellcaster summons a flock of magical beasts, demonstrating the rare and powerful occupation of a beast tamer who bends creatures to his will. However, a close-up of his shadowed, serious face suggests that taming beasts is not as simple as it seems. The scene shifts to an aerial view of Grayla, a peaceful town nestled near the border. Here, 12-year-old children gather to receive a life-defining job appraisal from the local priest. A 12-year-old boy named Locke stares in wide-eyed shock as he is officially assigned the beast tamer class. His childhood friends instantly surround him, expressing their awe and excitement over his cool new title. 12-year-old magic user EMI cheerfully marvels at the incredible rarity of his occupation. Locke smiles sheepishly, noting that the appraising priest didn't actually know anything about the class. 12-year-old Saintess Kara and 12-year-old gladiator Isaac quickly reassure Locke, proudly declaring their unwavering belief in his potential. Visibly moved by their profound support, Locke beams and warmly thanks his friends. Showing his unwavering camaraderie, Isaac playfully bumps his fist against Locke's chest. Brimming with fiery confidence, Isaac vows to become the strongest gladiator in the entire world. Matching his intense energy, EMI proudly declares her ambition to become the world's best magic user. Kara shyly but firmly resolves to become a saintess capable of healing any wound. Inspired by his companion's fierce ambitions, Locke promises to become the ultimate beast tamer. The four friends bring their fists together in a tight circle, swearing to work hard and forge an S-rank party. They raise their joined hands high into the air, cementing their lifelong pact to conquer the world together. Smiling brightly, Locke reflects that his specific occupation never truly mattered as long as they stayed united. He simply wanted to have fun and stand firmly by his friends' sides no matter what. To that noble end, Locke resolved to become the vital support his friends needed to achieve their grand dreams. 3 years later, heavy rain violently pours over the sprawling royal capital of Kronto. A lone, cloaked figure dashes through the stormy streets toward a glowing multi-story inn. Soaked and exhausted, 15-year-old Locke cracks the door open, panting in utter relief at finally being back. However, he freezes as he overhears a chilling proposition from inside to kick him out of the party. His teammates mockingly dismiss his beast tamer title, complaining that since he hasn't tamed a single monster, his only use is carrying baggage. Isaac harshly criticizes Locke, claiming he only does simple odd jobs that anyone else could easily handle. EMI attempts to defend Locke, gently reminding the hostile group that he has been actively trying to improve his situation. She hesitatingly points out that they are now a well-respected S-rank party, implying they can easily afford to keep him. Kara coldly cuts her off, insisting they absolutely cannot carry a weak, non-combatant teammate forever. EMI falls utterly silent, clearly torn between her childhood loyalty and the cold reality of their party's elite status. Isaac passionately argues that the hero has expressed interest in joining them, presenting an unmissable opportunity for their careers. Kara adds that aligning with the hero will accelerate their dreams and undoubtedly benefit their home village by catching the king's attention. EMI looks away conflicted, while Locke listens in devastated silence just outside the room. Isaac eagerly details their grand plan to meet the hero tomorrow before entering the fearsome dungeon of the Flames of Destruction. Brimming with arrogance, Isaac asserts that with the hero's strength, they will conquer the dungeon and finally say goodbye to Locke. EMI tries to voice one last objection but is immediately ignored by the ambitious duo. Changing the subject entirely, Isaac casually asks Kara if she actually plans to take a dress into the dangerous dungeon tomorrow. Kara laughs off the danger, stating she must bring it to prevent theft and assuming Locke won't mind carrying her extra baggage. Isaac ruthlessly ends the discussion, dismissing Emmy's concerns by suggesting she could just date Locke if she feels so deeply guilty. Standing alone in the shadows, Locke reaches out and quietly pushes the door open. Locke bursts into the hallway, desperately calling out for Isaac to wait. Footsteps echo as Locke insists he still has something important to say. Sweating profusely and clutching his belongings, Locke stares downward in tense silence. He admits that Isaac is right, acknowledging that he has never met a magical beast and that most beast tamers either spend their whole lives searching for one or pursue a different profession entirely. Locke reflects on a beast tamer's actual skills, noting they mainly consist of support magic and equipment enchantments designed to raise their allies' base strength. Despite his combat limitations, Locke tirelessly supported the party by cooking, carrying luggage, scouting, tanking damage, and even handling all cumbersome guild negotiations. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he struggles to articulate his immense unseen contributions. Sitting utterly alone in the dark hallway with his packed bags, Locke miserably realizes that his teammates simply do not understand his worth. The next day, a shining, armor-clad young man named Kid formally introduces himself as the hero, expressing his deep honor at working with an S-rank party from Greyla. Overjoyed by their new recruit, an awestruck teammate whispers to Isaac in absolute disbelief that the hero actually joined them. Isaac silently glances sideways, his expression hardening with a mixture of pride and calculation. As Isaac clicks his tongue in annoyance, Locke stands quietly nearby, heavily burdened by a massive backpack stuffed with the party's gear. Meanwhile, Kid smoothly flatters the female members, declaring himself incredibly blessed to meet such beautiful and combat-skilled ladies. Observing the charismatic newcomer, one of the girls notes his extreme politeness with a hint of hesitation. The lingering suspicion grows as they quietly wonder if Kid is laying the compliments on just a bit too thick. Still carrying the crushing weight of their luggage, Locke watches the unfolding interaction with weary, empty eyes. Suddenly dropping his charming facade, Kid violently snaps at Locke, calling him a servant and demanding he carefully handle items that cost more than his entire life's wages. Witnessing the hero's ugly true colors, the team immediately retracts their earlier praise. EMI quickly steps in to correct Kid, firmly stating that Locke is a party member and not their servant, prompting a dismissive response from the hero. Kid casually points out the absurd luggage, specifically questioning the inclusion of a dress since Locke is carrying everyone's burdens. Isaac sharply cuts the tension, insisting it is perfectly fine for Locke to act as their pack mule and urging the group to finally set off. Stalling their departure, an eager party member asks Kid to reveal more details about his impressive equipment. With a dramatic, metallic ring, Kid triumphantly unsheathes his massive weapon. He proudly brandishes the dragon-slaying blade, boasting that the king personally bestowed it upon him and claiming it possesses the raw power to defeat a dragon. While the others express appropriate awe at the famous, well-crafted blade, Locke squints closely and notices a critical flaw. Startled by his observation, Locke interrupts the boasting to point out a small, dangerous crack developing right on the hilt of the legendary weapon. Deeply insulted, Kid fiercely rebukes Locke, completely denying the crack's existence and ordering him to stop spouting such ridiculous nonsense. Isaac clicks his tongue and mutters an insult, completely dismissing Locke's genuine warning. Smirking cruelly, Isaac tells the hero to ignore the loser and eagerly suggests they head straight for the dungeon. Stepping up to his designated role, Isaac confidently swears he will be the impenetrable shield that protects the entire party from harm. EMI chimes in with fierce determination, promising that their combined magical might will definitely conquer the trials ahead. Kara solemnly completes the combat trinity, assuring the team that they can completely rely on her for flawless healing. The four elite combatants raise their weapons high in a unified, triumphant cheer, entirely excluding Locke from their circle. Standing physically and emotionally apart from the group, Locke watches his childhood friends rally without him. The image flashes back to their innocent youth, when the four original friends excitedly swore to stick together forever. The memory fades back to the harsh present, reflecting in Locke's devastatingly sad and resigned eyes. He quietly reflects on their long journey, knowing in his heart that he always gave his absolute best through every single up and down they faced. Clenching his fists, Locke mourns his simple, shattered dream of just wanting to support his friends as they chased their own grand ambitions. Looking at the fractured silhouettes of his former comrades, he bitterly realizes that he is no longer welcome to support them, even from the distant sidelines. A voice abruptly snaps him out of his reverie as the heavily armed party finally stands before the ominously gaping maw of the Dungeon of Flames of Destruction. Isaac furiously demands to know why Locke is walking so incredibly slowly through the cavern. Ignoring the harsh tone, Locke quietly channels his energy to activate his specialized monster radar. Combining this sensory skill with his map drastically lowers the probability of a dangerous encounter. He deliberately guides them carefully, knowing the fastest route through a dungeon is rarely safest. Growing increasingly impatient, Isaac aggressively snaps and asks if Locke even heard his urgent orders. Startled by the sudden outburst, Locke stammers that he simply cannot walk any faster. Refusing to listen, Isaac furiously commands him to stop making pitiful excuses and walk faster. Kara apologizes to Kid, insisting they only wish to reach the boss as soon as possible. Kid observes fewer monsters around, while Locke silently prays the creatures stay far away. The arrogant hero remarks that a lowly servant remains useful for basic scouting duties. Eager to shift focus, Isaac respectfully asks Kid if he has explored this dungeon before. Kid recounts almost losing his life here exploring with a self-proclaimed, highly skilled adventurer. The hero arrogantly declares he has refused to team up with useless trash ever since. Isaac agrees trash is the worst before abruptly ordering Locke to attack incoming monsters. Locke swiftly engages the sudden monster threat with a precise and decisive strike. Having cleared the immediate path, the burdened beast tamer exhales deeply and prepares for the next. Without gratitude, Isaac furiously screams at Locke for taking too long and failing to move faster. Trembling with rage, the gladiator begs Locke to bring them to the boss immediately. Isaac continues his relentless verbal assault, demanding why Locke simply refuses to understand their objective. Suddenly breaking the tense silence, Kid sharply calls out to Isaac. With utter disgust, the hero reveals Locke hasn't been leading them on the shortest route. Shocked by this revelation, the party turns and demands to know if it is true. Mi questions if Locke intentionally took detours, leaving the anxious beast tamer helplessly stammering. Jumping to conclusions, Isaac angrily accuses Locke of forcing detours as a petty form of revenge. Panic flashes across Locke's face as he frantically stutters and completely denies the horrific accusation. Before the desperate beast tamer can fully explain, a furious party member quickly steps forward. In a shocking display of betrayal, EMI fiercely slaps her childhood friend across the face. Locke's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as the painful shock registers across his stinging cheek. The young magic user glares down at him, her expression clouded by profound disappointment. Condescendingly treating him like a fool, EMI coldly reminds him that this is not a game. With tears threatening to fall, she states she can no longer defend his sabotaging actions. The crushing weight of the situation finally hits Locke, freezing him in horrified realization. His heart shatters upon accepting that even EMI views him exactly like the others do. A painful memory surfaces of Locke explaining his safe routing strategy to avoid dangerous monsters. Drowning in quiet despair, Locke desperately wonders when he managed to lose their absolute trust. Seizing control, Isaac proudly announces they will now take the absolute shortest route to the boss. Brimming with overconfidence, the gladiator foolishly claims they will easily cut down whatever stands in their way. As monsters quickly gather, EMI frantically warns Isaac that their slow pace is attracting swarms. Completely overwhelmed by aggressive beasts, Isaac swings wildly and curses them for wasting time. Watching the chaotic display, Locke tragically questions if he can still call them childhood friends. Smirking cruelly, Isaac decides that someone is definitely getting fired after this miserable expedition. Locke stutters quietly, completely unable to formulate a proper response to the harsh treatment. Panting heavily, the burdened beast tamer continues to push forward through the oppressive cavern. The exhausted party finally arrives before massive, imposing double doors that mark the end of the labyrinth. Staring up at the intimidating entrance, Locke solemnly notes that this is exactly where the dungeon boss resides. Eager to rest, Locke suggests taking a quick break, only to be met with immediate hostility. Locke tries to explain that unloading luggage would help, but Isaac furiously demands to know whose fault it is they are late. Stepping forward, EMI coldly reminds him that his poor routing not only made them late but actively endangered their lives. Isaac ruthlessly mocks the beast tamer as a complete idiot who cannot even read the tense mood of the room. Defeated and exhausted, Locke lowers his gaze and quietly accepts the harsh, ungrateful rebuke. Misinterpreting his quiet resignation, Isaac aggressively steps up and accuses Locke of using a condescending tone. Completely ignoring the tension, the hero smoothly addresses EMI and Kara to ask if they are ready to enter. The two girls nod in silent agreement, their expressions quickly hardening with intense combat readiness. Turning back to Locke, Isaac coldly states that he always hesitated to say this but will finally reveal the truth since Locke is so utterly useless. With a malicious sneer, Isaac officially declares that Locke will be permanently fired once they clear this dungeon. He arrogantly boasts that with Kid on their team, the elite party is destined to go even further without carrying dead weight. Locke stares back in stunned silence as the devastating reality of his immediate expulsion fully sets in. Swallowing his absolute heartbreak, Locke asks if EMI and the others agreed to this betrayal before quietly stating he understands. EMI slowly turns her face away, utterly unable to meet the deeply betrayed eyes of her childhood friend. Locke closes his eyes and fully accepts that his lifelong bonds have been completely shattered. Unbothered by the emotional destruction, Kid cheerfully suggests they finally head inside and conquer the boss. Riled up with dangerous overconfidence, the combatants strike heroic poses and declare themselves the absolute #1 party. The massive stone doors slowly grind open, revealing the dark and ominous chamber hidden within. Torches instantly flare to life along the cavernous walls, illuminating the massive, highly anticipated boss arena. Despite being told to watch from behind Kara, Locke resolves to cast support magic and enhance their equipment for one final time. He focuses his remaining energy, prepared to dutifully execute his role even after being completely discarded by his friends. A terrifying, monstrous shadow begins to materialize from the deep darkness of the sprawling chamber. The party immediately draws their weapons, their eyes widening slightly at the massive beast emerging before them. A colossal, shimmering silver wolf steps fully into the light, radiating an overwhelming aura of pure power. The majestic creature glares down at the foolish intruders, its massive fangs bared in a silent and deadly threat. Lowering his weapon slightly, Isaac confusedly identifies the massive, intimidating boss as a mere grey wolf. A party member notes its silver coat but arrogantly dismisses the threat, stating that even a lowly E-rank adventurer could easily defeat a standard grey wolf. Standing in the rear, Locke instantly recognizes the terrifying truth and correctly identifies the beast as a legendary Fenrir. The panicked beast tamer realizes that even elite S-rank adventurers struggle against such a legendary monster and frantically wonders why it is lurking here. Completely ignorant of the extreme danger, Isaac sighs in sheer disappointment at the supposed grey wolf while assuming it might just leave them alone. Foolishly eager for ultimate glory, Kid raises his cracked sword and shouts for the party to end the beast immediately. Realizing the impending slaughter, Locke screams at the top of his lungs for his former comrades to stop their reckless attack. The arrogant hero completely ignores the warning and charges blindly forward, raising his weapon to strike the motionless legendary beast. In a blinding flash of silver light, the Fenrir moves with godlike speed to intercept the foolish attacker. Kid freezes in utter shock, letting out a confused gasp as the monster's devastating counterattack abruptly begins. Staring in absolute disbelief, the attacker realizes that the powerful strike inflicted zero damage on the beast. The shattered weapon uselessly falls away as the initial assault completely fails. A sudden burst of intense energy echoes through the dark chamber as the monster reacts. The colossal beast fixes the foolish intruders with a wide, predatory glare. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Kara drops down and trembles uncontrollably while gasping in fear. A panicked teammate loudly curses upon realizing Kara has been completely paralyzed by a severe fear status ailment. Stripped of his courage, the cowardly hero orders an immediate retreat, declaring he absolutely cannot fight without his sword. Staring in sheer disbelief, a teammate furiously demands if he is serious since the battle hasn't even truly started yet. Justifying his cowardly escape, the hero argues that running away is their only viable option now that the growling beast is fully awake. Gritting his teeth in furious frustration, Isaac bitterly curses their horrible situation. The supposedly elite adventurers immediately turn their backs on the massive monster and sprint desperately toward the exit. Screaming in utter panic, the official command is broadcasted for all units to instantly retreat. The heavily burdened party scrambles wildly through the dark corridors to outrun the looming threat. Bitterly mocking the frantic escape, someone remarks that their incredible speed at running away makes them want to throw up. Flustered and defensive, the fleeing coward makes a pathetic excuse by claiming they just happened to be in the front. A cruel voice casually dismisses the cowardly display, ominously assuring the group that there are no worries. With a sinister sneer, the betrayer reveals they have found another convenient way to utilize an idiot like their lagging teammate. A sudden and violent shove sends the unsuspecting party member flying straight toward the pursuing danger. Tucking into a helpless fall, the betrayed adventurer tumbles directly into the monster's deadly path. Plunging into the shadows, the discarded ally is left entirely alone to face the terrifying wrath of the beast. A heavy groan escapes the betrayed adventurer as he struggles against the sudden, agonizing impact. Looming over the fallen youth, the cruel hero coldly declares he will be taking both the spare blade and the king's sword. Shocking Locke, the betrayer maliciously tells him to take the rest of the useless luggage with him on his one-way trip to hell. Turning his back on the doomed beast tamer, Kid smoothly asks Isaac if this brutal sacrifice finally makes him an official member of their elite party. Left completely defenseless on the cold stone floor, Locke stares up in silent horror as his former comrades abandon him to the beast. Isaac smirks with absolute satisfaction and readily confirms the hero's official initiation into their selfish ranks. Utterly abandoned in the darkened chamber, Locke frantically wonders if this nightmare is real and if he is truly about to die. A low, terrifying growl immediately shatters the silence as the legendary Fenrir completely steps out of the shadows. Trembling with raw terror, the helpless beast tamer gazes up at the colossal, shimmering predator towering directly over him. Meanwhile, Imai dashes desperately down the dungeon corridors, prioritizing her own survival over her childhood friend. Tears threatening to spill, the fleeing magic user mentally whispers a pathetic apology to the loyal boy she just betrayed. Breathing heavily, a terrified Kara sprints alongside the rest of the fleeing party without looking back. Showing her true shallow colors, the fleeing saintess selfishly laments the loss of her expensive dress rather than the life of her teammate. The rapid, echoing footsteps of the treacherous adventurers quickly fade into the distant darkness of the winding labyrinth. Left entirely alone in the suffocating silence of the boss room, Locke lowers his head in devastating resignation. A crushing wave of sorrow washes over the boy as he finally realizes just how deeply his supposed friends truly hated him. Closing his eyes to his grim fate, Locke murmurs that he actually does not mind dying in such a miserable, lonely way. His mind drifts back to a warm, sunlit memory where his friends brightly promised they would all grow stronger together. The agonizing flashback continues with EMI cheerfully declaring her absolute belief in Locke and playfully demanding he protect her. A phantom voice warmly thanks him for his unwavering support, insisting their grand team is only whole when he is by their side. The beautiful, hollow memories fade away, leaving the discarded beast tamer staring blankly at the cold reality of his impending doom. A self-deprecating chuckle escapes his lips as he hopelessly questions his own pathetic inability to feel righteous anger. Despite the agonizing betrayal tearing his heart apart, a soft and tragic smile forms on his battered face. He softly admits that even after being violently thrown to the vicious wolves, his gentle heart refuses to harden. Gazing peacefully at the legendary beast, Locke completely surrenders to his fate, absolutely refusing to bear any grudge against the childhood friends who left him to die. The legendary Fenrir looks down in sheer contempt, remarking on the profound cruelty of humans. It continues its dark observation, utterly disgusted that they would let one of their own perish just to save themselves. Stepping closer to the discarded boy, the massive beast promises a swift death devoid of any pain. Locke's eyes widen in absolute shock as the creature's unexpected words fully register in his mind. Finding a sudden ray of hope amidst his despair, Locke frantically asks if the monster can truly speak the human language. The colossal wolf immediately halts its deadly advance, tilting its large head slightly in genuine confusion. Leaning in incredibly close, the Fenrir asks the trembling boy if he can actually understand its spoken words. Locke quickly confirms that he can understand the beast, privately wondering if this miraculous comprehension is a hidden beast tamer skill. The shimmering silver wolf squints its glowing eyes, seemingly intrigued by the boy's unique and incredibly rare ability. Looming over his tiny frame, the Fenrir challenges Locke to a fight and notes it has plenty of free time to kill. Sweating nervously under the intense gaze, Locke stammers a quick refusal and politely begs the legendary monster to just let him go. Dropping its fearsome aura entirely, the giant wolf whines like a bored puppy and loudly complains that it just wants to play. Still terrified of the massive razor-sharp claws, Locke mentally notes that he definitely does not want to die during a rough play session. Thinking quickly on his feet, the young beast tamer begins frantically digging through his abandoned mountain of luggage. He triumphantly pulls a heavy metallic object from the massive bag, rapidly formulating a desperate plan to pacify the legendary predator. Grasping the heavy armor tightly, Locke decides to use Isaac's discarded breastplate as a makeshift throwing toy. The fearsome Fenrir instantly perks its ears up, its attention completely and utterly captivated by the shiny piece of metal. Panting heavily with wide eyes, the legendary beast suddenly resembles an eager, overgrown hound excitedly waiting for a game of fetch. Locke firmly hurls the heavy breastplate across the dark cavern while internally questioning what on earth he is doing. Moving like a brilliant silver blur, the massive Fenrir enthusiastically chases after the clattering piece of armor. Leaping gracefully through the air, the colossal wolf snatches the metallic breastplate right out of the sky with flawless precision. Panting happily as it drops the dented armor at his feet, the beast leaves Locke completely bewildered by the absurdly playful situation. Wagging its massive tail enthusiastically, the Fenrir admits it doesn't quite understand the game but finds the experience extremely fun. Locke forces a massive sigh of relief, incredibly thankful that his childhood experience with taking care of pet dogs is somehow saving his life. Gathering his remaining courage, Locke hesitantly asks the beast about its previous complaint regarding being trapped forever inside the dungeon. The wolf solemnly explains that a powerful magical barrier seals the floor's entrance, one so incredibly strong that even a legendary monster cannot break it. Looking down sadly like a grounded puppy, the Fenrir whimpers softly as Locke nods his head in sympathetic understanding. Sensing a truly unique and miraculous opportunity, Locke gently approaches the massive beast and begins to outline a daring proposition. Looking directly into the monster's glowing golden eyes, the brave boy asks if the Fenrir will join him on a grand adventure in exchange for its freedom. A low, rumbling chuckle slowly escapes the giant wolf's throat as it carefully processes the boy's incredibly bold invitation. Smiling widely at the sheer audacity, The beast praises the boy's courage and completely dismisses the offer as a very good joke. Locke blinks in sheer confusion just before the Fenrir cheerfully admits that it actually isn't against the idea at all. Shocked by the casual and sudden acceptance, Locke asks if it is serious, to which the proud beast fiercely declares that Fenrirs never lie. Suddenly, a mysterious, glowing system notification screen magically materializes in the air directly between the young boy and the legendary wolf. Staring blankly at the floating glowing text, Locke's jaw completely drops as he slowly realizes what is actually happening. The magical system prompt clearly states that the legendary Fenrir wants to become his friend and formally asks for his confirmation. Startled by a sudden ethereal sound, Locke grasps his head as a strange, echoing voice magically rings directly into his mind. He quickly recalls reading an old text about the Beast Tamer class, which mentioned hearing a mysterious voice right before undergoing a profound, life-altering change. Realizing this divine prompt is the legendary catalyst for his class evolution, Locke eagerly accepts the friendship request with his entire heart. A brilliant flash of magical light spectacularly engulfs the dark cavern as the ultimate taming contract is officially sealed between man and legendary beast. A mysterious system voice announces that the Fenrir is now his friend and grants access to a mini-monster garden. Overwhelmed by the echoing voices, Locke admits he barely understands the hidden mechanics of his rare beast tamer profession. Deciding to simply wait and see what happens next, Locke is suddenly startled by a loud and triumphant shout. The massive Fenrir throws its head back and laughs heartily, declaring its body is absolutely brimming with newfound power. Gathering his courage, the young boy formally introduces himself as Locke's sister and politely greets the legendary beast. Leaning down with a surprisingly gentle gaze, the colossal wolf warmly returns the greeting and acknowledges his new master. The mighty creature explains that calling it Fenrir feels entirely awkward since that is merely its legendary species name. Looking expectantly at the young beast tamer, the beast proudly demands that Locke bestow a proper name upon it. Caught completely off guard by the sudden request, Locke desperately racks his brain for a suitable and worthy title. The giant wolf inches closer with shining eyes, eagerly urging the boy to choose a truly cool and fitting moniker. Sweating under the intense pressure of naming a legendary predator, Locke awkwardly mumbles to himself in the dark cavern. He stares thoughtfully at the terrifying but playful beast while slowly piecing together a potential idea in his head. Finally making his deliberate decision, Locke tentatively suggests the simple and upbeat name Lucky to the massive silver wolf. The terrifying monster pauses entirely, carefully repeating the chosen name as if weighing its absolute coolness and supreme power. Breaking the tense silence, the beast nods with deep satisfaction and firmly declares that the name is incredibly cool. Overjoyed by his brand new identity, Lucky bounds energetically around the room while loudly proclaiming his absolute and utter happiness. Locke watches in bewildered amusement as the legendary apex predator happily bounces around the cavern like a playful pup. Mid-bounce, the ecstatic wolf abruptly stops and excitedly points out a mysterious treasure chest that has suddenly materialized. Locke chuckles in realization, understanding that taming the dungeon boss triggered the exact same reward as violently defeating it. Curiosity getting the better of him, the young beast tamer slowly approaches the ornate chest to uncover its secrets. With a heavy creak, the ancient lid pops open and a brilliant, glowing light spills entirely across the chamber. Peering inside the glowing box, Locke quickly discovers a delicate magical bracelet alongside an absolutely massive red collar. Thrilled by the sight of the flashy accessory, Lucky excitedly demands that Locke immediately equip him with the awesome collar. Chuckling at the beast's childish impatience, Locke steps forward and carefully fastens the heavy red collar around its neck. The newly collared Fenrir lets out a joyous cheer and affectionately licks Locke straight across his entirely bewildered face. Simultaneously, the magical system chimes loudly, confirming that the powerful mini-monster garden bracelet has been successfully equipped. The ethereal voice echoes in Locke's mind once more, granting him total freedom to enter and exit the magical garden. Staring blankly at the glowing artifact clamped tightly on his wrist, Locke completely questions the actual nature of this dimension. He slowly raises his arm to inspect the intricate bracelet, mesmerized by the softly glowing gemstone perfectly embedded within. Gazing deeply into the mystical jewel, he genuinely wonders aloud if this tiny stone actually contains the legendary sanctuary. Noticing his master's profound confusion, Lucky confidently steps forward and offers a direct demonstration of the magic bracelet's power. Without any warning, the colossal wolf gently presses its massive snout directly against the softly glowing jewel on Locke's wrist. In a flash of dazzling light, the legendary beast completely vanishes, leaving Locke to frantically shout out in sheer panic. To his absolute shock, Lucky's tiny face magically appears swimming inside the gemstone, cheerfully reassuring Locke that he is perfectly fine. Delighted by the bizarre spatial magic, the tiny wolf face eagerly urges his hesitant master to dive into the garden. Locke stares incredulously at his own wrist, completely dumbfounded by the absurd command to somehow enter a tiny piece of jewelry. Sighing deeply at the sheer madness of his new life, the brave boy nervously braces himself to attempt the impossible. Focusing his intent completely on the glowing artifact, Locke softly murmurs the firm command to enter the hidden magical realm. A blinding surge of energy instantly engulfs his entire body, aggressively pulling him directly into the swirling dimensional void. Opening his eyes, Locke lands gently in a sprawling, sunlit paradise completely filled with vibrant nature and endless blue skies. Stretching comfortably in the sunlit dimension, Lucky lets out a relaxed yawn and admits the peaceful atmosphere makes him want to take a nap. Taking in his new surroundings, Locke observes that while the magical garden doesn't seem incredibly spacious, it holds undeniable potential. He notes the perfect weather and temperature, suggesting they can easily use the small wooden hut as a convenient storehouse for their belongings. Yawning widely, Locke reflects that while some magical items grant access to dimensional storage, he has never seen one that also allows a familiar to enter. Breaking the tranquil silence, the colossal Fenrir turns to his new master and asks what their next course of action will be. Locke hums thoughtfully, assuming that the other elite S-rank adventurers have likely finished their own dungeon expeditions by now. Looking up at his massive companion with a gentle smile, the young beast tamer muses that it would be wonderful to gather other incredible monsters just like Lucky. Intrigued by the prospect of recruiting more monstrous allies, the legendary wolf grins enthusiastically and declares that the plan sounds like a lot of fun. Eager to expand their pack, Lucky confidently assures Locke that there are definitely other trapped beasts who desperately wish to escape their dark dungeons. Acknowledging the grand ambition, Locke agrees but firmly points out the immediate obstacle standing in their way. He gently reminds the excited Fenrir that before they can rescue anyone else, they must figure out how to escape this sealed dungeon floor. Returning swiftly to the gloomy cavern, the brave boy boldly climbs onto the broad, muscular back of the legendary silver wolf. Preparing to showcase his incredible speed, Lucky warns his new master to hold on tight as his powerful muscles tense for action. Gripping the thick silver fur securely, Locke expresses his deep gratitude for the beast's reliable assistance. Astonished by the sheer velocity, Locke marvels that a journey which previously took hours on foot is covered in mere moments atop a Fenrir. Calculating their rapid progress, the young beast tamer happily realizes they will soon reach the magical barrier and the staircase leading to freedom. Scanning his mental map, Locke quickly instructs his mount to veer towards the dark opening looming on the right. Skidding slightly to adjust his path, the giant wolf questions the D2 since the opening straight ahead is clearly the shortest route to their destination. Utilizing his specialized sensory skills, Locke explains that a massive swarm of monsters lies straight ahead and he prefers to avoid entirely pointless battles. Realizing the immense value of his master's strategic foresight, Lucky grins widely and admits he is incredibly glad to have a guy like Locke leading the way. Without any further hesitation, the legendary beast seamlessly shifts direction and plunges into the right-hand corridor. The powerful Fenrir continues tearing through the labyrinthine tunnels, effortlessly carrying the boy safely past the dungeon's hidden dangers. Suddenly spotting something important in the dim light, Locke frantically yells for the speeding beast to halt. Coming to an abrupt, dust-kicking stop, the colossal wolf peers over his shoulder and confusedly asks what caught the boy's attention. Sniffing the damp air, Lucky looks ahead and correctly identifies a large pile of freshly slain monster corpses blocking their path. Dismounting quickly, Locke explains that harvested monster materials fetch a high price in town and some can even be cooked into delicious meals. The mere mention of delicious food instantly makes the giant wolf drool as he eagerly declares his deep desire to try a monster feast. Focusing his magical intent upon the scattered corpses, Locke softly commands his inventory system to store the valuable materials. Watching the heavy carcasses vanish into thin air, Lucky howls in pure amazement and demands to know when Locke learned such an incredible trick. Smiling humbly, the young tamer reveals that while riding earlier, he simply had a strong intuitive feeling that spatial storage was entirely possible for him now. Looking thoughtfully at his hands, Locke marvels at the strange, newfound abilities awakening within him ever since forming the taming contract. Gesturing toward a remaining pile of monster remains, Locke encouragingly invites the massive beast to try the storage magic for himself. Brimming with eager confidence, the legendary Fenrir steps forward and firmly accepts the magical challenge. Channeling his immense power, Lucky shouts the command and aggressively slams his heavy paw directly onto a nearby bug corpse. Instead of magically vanishing, the fragile monster carapace violently shatters into an absolute mess under the sheer, unbridled force of the giant paw. Staring awkwardly at the totally flattened remains, the colossal wolf chuckles sheepishly and apologizes for using way too much strength. Adjusting his heavy-handed approach, Lucky promises to delicately use just the very tip of his sharp claws to avoid damaging the next batch. Tapping lightly against a fresh carcass, the giant wolf proudly repeats the storage command with much better focus. A bright flash of magical light instantly envelops the dead beast, proving that the legendary Fenrir has successfully mastered the spatial skill. Panting happily with a massive grin on his face, Lucky looks back at his master to celebrate their flawlessly executed team effort. Still whimpering slightly over his blunder, the massive wolf listens as Locke reminds him to carefully preserve the valuable monster materials. With the shiny loot finally secured, Locke declares that they should immediately get ready for their next move. Pointing forward, the young beast tamer shifts his complete focus to the actual obstacle currently blocking their escape. The massive beast cautiously presses against the invisible magical wall, making a soft squishing sound. Examining the unyielding wall of magic, Locke observes just how incredibly sturdy the dungeon's final defense truly is. Accepting defeat a bit too quickly, Lucky sighs heavily and dramatically assumes this is as far as his journey can go. The colossal wolf bids a theatrical farewell, sincerely thanking Locke for their incredibly fun but entirely short-lived adventure. Chuckling at the beast's dramatic despair, Locke gently pats the Fenrir and urges him not to give up just yet. Formulating a clever bypass, the young tamer instructs the legendary monster to temporarily retreat into the mini-monster garden. Realizing the brilliant loophole, Lucky grins widely as he finally understands exactly how they plan to bypass the unbreakable barrier. In a sudden flash of magical light, the colossal silver beast completely vanishes into the glowing gemstone on his master's wrist. Steeling his nerves for the ultimate test, Locke firmly whispers his resolve and boldly steps forward. He nervously hesitates for a split second, acutely aware that there is absolutely no guarantee he can safely pass through the barrier. Sweating profusely, Locke questions if this dimensional loophole will actually hold up against the dungeon's incredibly strong magic. To his absolute astonishment, the brave boy slips straight through the magical wall and makes it out with no problems. Standing safely on the other side, Locke immediately activates the glowing artifact to summon his massive companion back to reality. Materializing in a brilliant burst of light, an ecstatic Lucky praises Locke while cheering their phenomenal success. Bounding around like an overexcited puppy, the Fenrir loudly celebrates escaping into the outside world without a single hitch. Watching the legendary predator frolic so happily, Locke smiles and dryly notes how unexpectedly smooth the entire process was. Suddenly calming down, Lucky sits proudly and bows his massive head to express his profound and absolute gratitude. The beast admits he never imagined finding a way out of the dungeon and formally looks forward to their ongoing journey. Reaching out to gently stroke the silver fur, Locke warmly returns the sentiment and sincerely hopes they will continue to get along. Together, the newly forged duo steps entirely away from the suffocating darkness of the underground labyrinth. Brilliant sunlight immediately washes over them as they cross the final threshold into the sprawling, vibrant wilderness. Closing his eyes, the young beast tamer takes a deep and incredibly refreshing breath of the crisp outside air. Staring out over the breathtaking landscape, Locke quietly reflects on exactly how this miraculous sequence of events unfolded. The distant silhouette of the bustling human town beckons them forward from across the vast and grassy plains. Embracing his new beginning, Locke cheerfully declares they should head back to town now that he has officially befriended a Fenrir. The bustling streets rapidly erupt into loud murmurs as the townsfolk suddenly notice a terrifying new presence walking through their peaceful town. Locke strides calmly down the cobblestone road alongside his massive new companion, acutely feeling the intense stares of the gathering crowd. Surrounding onlookers point and whisper in fear, while the young beast tamer quietly admits to himself that this overwhelming reaction is entirely expected. Panic quickly spreads through the plaza as armed guards mistakenly assume a giant grey wolf is preparing to attack the Adventurers Guild. Waving his hands frantically to stop the charging guards, Locke desperately begs them to wait and explains that the creature is just his familiar. Despite his urgent pleas, the panicked defenders grip their weapons tightly and completely ignore the young boy's crucial warning. Sweating nervously under the mounting tension, Locke completely freezes as he frantically wonders how to defuse this rapidly escalating situation. A calm and entirely familiar voice suddenly cuts through the chaotic shouting with a light-hearted chuckle. Stepping confidently out of the heavy guild doors, guild receptionist Rika smiles warmly and asks what all the sudden commotion is about. Locke immediately calls out to her with a relieved sigh, prompting Rika to cheerfully welcome him back from his long expedition. Her cheerful expression shifts into slight confusion as she notes he was supposedly scheduled to explore the Dungeon of Flames of Destruction with his party today. Suddenly noticing the colossal beast standing right beside him, Rika gasps in utter shock at the sheer and terrifying size of the supposed dog. Locke awkwardly rubs the back of his head and quickly corrects the bewildered receptionist. Gesturing proudly to the massive silver beast, Locke introduces the legendary creature as his newly tamed familiar, Fenrir. Rika's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as she repeats the mythical name of the legendary apex predator. Quickly recovering from her profound shock, she clasps her hands together and warmly congratulates Locke on finally fulfilling his true potential as a beast tamer. The surrounding crowd instantly falls into a stunned silence, completely baffled that a seemingly weak beast tamer managed to tame such a legendary monster. The entire plaza remains completely paralyzed as the heavy realization of Locke's impossible achievement fully sets in. Entirely unfazed by the massive commotion, the giant Fenrir lets out a bored yawn while the onlookers continue to whisper in absolute awe. Smiling professionally once again, Rika politely invites Locke inside the guild to officially register his powerful new familiar. Locke nods gratefully and steps past the parted crowd, leading his massive silver companion straight into the grand guild hall. Sitting behind the official counter, Rika efficiently stamps a glowing document and cheerfully announces that the registration process is fully completed. Bowing his head respectfully, the young tamer sincerely thanks the receptionist for her swift and helpful assistance. Tilting her head in genuine curiosity, Rika casually asks exactly what happened to the other elite members of his renowned party. Locke blinks in slight surprise, immediately realizing that his treacherous former friends haven't actually returned to town yet. Shrugging off the extreme trauma, Locke calmly explains that he was brutally stabbed and entirely abandoned by the hero during their dungeon run. Rika leaps up from her chair in absolute horror, frantically checking the young boy to see if he sustained any fatal injuries from the ambush. Locke reassuringly waves off her concern, explaining that he survived simply because Kid's famous sword completely snapped in half upon impact. Letting out a massive, trembling sigh of relief, the deeply worried receptionist slumps slightly over her wooden desk. Her expression quickly darkens into a serious frown as she grimly notes that a terrifying old rumor about the hero must actually be entirely true. She explains that back when Kid was just rising to prominence, he challenged that exact same fiery dungeon alongside a highly skilled B-rank party. Lowering her voice ominously, Rika reveals that the expedition ended in absolute disaster, with only the hero and one other survivor managing to escape alive. She adds that vicious rumors immediately began circulating that the cowardly hero intentionally used his own loyal teammates as sacrificial decoys. Remembering his own brutal betrayal, Locke grimly agrees that such a cowardly and vile act is entirely within the hero's true character. Frowning deeply at the blatant injustice, Rika gently asks the young tamer exactly why the cruel hero decided to target him specifically. Looking away with a sad, self-deprecating smile, Locke softly admits he was likely chosen because he was always the least useful member of the party. Rika blinks in sheer confusion, completely baffled by the boy's absurdly low self-assessment of his own incredible skills. Leaning firmly across the counter, she vehemently corrects him and insists that Locke was always the absolute most essential pillar holding his party together. Locke's eyes widen in genuine shock as the receptionist completely shatters his long-held insecurities with her steadfast belief in his worth. Still struggling to accept her high praise, Locke awkwardly explains that he was fired because his foolish former friends truly believed anyone else could easily replace his countless contributions. Rika fiercely defends Locke, declaring that his vital presence was the exact reason his party reached S-rank and that dismissing his unique work is a massive misunderstanding. Locke stares in wide-eyed shock as the receptionist grimly reveals that because of this cruel betrayal, the Greyla party will face a harsh demotion below B rank. Still struggling to comprehend the severity, Locke argues that their individual combat prowess is formidable and doubts they could truly fall from their S-rank pedestal. Rika calmly acknowledges their strength but firmly reminds the boy that betraying a comrade violates strict guild rules that simply cannot be ignored. She further explains that failing to return from an S-rank dungeon could heavily indicate a fatal lack of true adventuring ability. Locke's eyes widen in sudden horror as he finally processes the chilling fact that his former party has not yet made it back. A heavy dread settles over the young tamer as he mutters that EMI and the others are still trapped inside the scorching dungeon with Kid. Gripped by a sudden, overwhelming sense of urgency, Locke abruptly turns toward the guild's massive exit doors. Rika urgently calls out his name and steps forward in a desperate attempt to halt his reckless departure. The concerned receptionist warns him that running back to help the very people who discarded him will only result in him being treated terribly once again. Locke pauses mid-step, his expression shadowed with conflicted emotions as he softly admits that her logical warning might be entirely correct. Despite the painful truth of her words, a stubborn and deeply compassionate resolve flickers to life in his eyes. With a sad but determined smile, Locke claims he simply wishes to return their abandoned luggage to them. Rika quietly studies the boy's unwavering expression, instantly recognizing the profound kindness that drives his foolish mission. Dropping her objections entirely, the receptionist sighs softly and admits that she finally understands his noble intentions. Nodding gratefully for her permission, Locke adjusts his heavy gear and immediately strides out of the bustling guild hall. Stepping back into the blinding sunlight, Locke stands silently beside his massive, patiently waiting familiar. Looking down at the determined boy, the legendary Fenrir calmly asks if he is truly departing on this dangerous rescue mission. Locke gives a firm, silent nod, fully committing his heart to the treacherous path ahead. The giant wolf studies his new master closely, silently judging the immense weight of his unyielding resolve. Meeting the beast's glowing golden eyes, Locke gently asks if the colossal wolf will be joining him on this journey. Before confirming his loyalty, Lucky adopts a deeply serious tone and states that he must deliver a harsh warning right now. The ancient predator grimly reminds Locke that since his selfish friends have already betrayed him once, they will surely do it again in the future. Lowering his gaze, Locke acknowledges the painful truth but firmly declares that this will be the absolute last time he ever helps them. Satisfied with the boy's clear boundaries, the massive beast lets out a deep, understanding huff. Watching from the guild's entrance, Rika smiles softly as she prepares to send the incredibly unusual duo off. The giant wolf promises not to go against Locke's final decision since the boy's mind is completely and undeniably made up. Rika cheerfully waves goodbye from the doorway, wishing them a safe journey and hoping to see them again soon. Locke nods confidently, silently thanking the kind receptionist for her unwavering support and guidance. Pointing toward the distant horizon, the young beast tamer calls out to his familiar and boldly orders them to move out. Meanwhile, deep within the scorching depths of the Dungeon of Flames of Destruction's fifth floor, absolute chaos reigns. A furious kid screams at his exhausted party, calling them morons for completely forgetting the route they originally took while navigating without a map. Isaac fiercely bites back, ordering the hero to shut up while angrily pointing out that Kid also failed to remember the way. A desperate party member quietly laments their dire situation, realizing too late that they always heavily relied on Locke to guide them safely. The crushing weight of their foolish betrayal finally settles over the battered and thoroughly exhausted adventurers. Deflecting the blame, Kid arrogantly mocks their sluggish movements and loudly questions if they are truly an S-rank party. Pushed to his absolute breaking point, Isaac furiously tells the hero to stop complaining since they have been fighting non-stop since the 10th floor. The enraged gladiator mocks Kid's heroic persona, viciously pointing out that the supposed legend cannot even properly maintain his own weapon. Insulted by the harsh truth, Kid clicks his tongue in deep annoyance and glares murderously at his rebellious temporary allies. Panting heavily, Isaac frantically wonders why they keep encountering endless hordes of monsters despite supposedly taking a much shorter route. Isaac frantically studies the dungeon map, recalling that the monsters were supposed to grow weaker as they descended into the lower levels. Cursing in sheer frustration, the panicked gladiator admits that the creatures actually seem to be getting significantly stronger. Panting heavily from the relentless combat, the exhausted party decides to take a desperately needed short break. The battered adventurers collapse into the rocky cavern, trying to catch their breath in the suffocating heat. Trying to rally their spirits, Imai insists they just need to survive until the 4th floor where the monsters will surely weaken. Turning to their new recruit, Isaac nervously asks if Kid's spare sword is still in reliable combat condition. Kid viciously snaps back, ordering the gladiator to worry about his own overused weapon instead of bothering him. Gripping his hilt tightly, Isaac slowly draws his blade from its scabbard to inspect the edge. The hero's eyes widen in sudden shock as he demands to know how Isaac's sword is still in such immaculate condition. Isaac proudly shows off the flawless blade, noting that despite being a cheap market weapon, it lacks a single nick or speck of rust. A horrifying realization washes over Kid as he urgently demands to inspect the girl's magical staves as well. Kara and Emi quickly present their pristine weapons to the frantic hero. Staring at the completely undamaged gear, Kid mutters in absolute disbelief as the truth finally clicks into place. Looking at his supposed elite teammates with utter disgust, the hero loudly curses himself for teaming up with a bunch of moronic fools. Enraged by the sudden insult, Isaac furiously yells at Kid and demands he repeat what he just muttered. Kid scoffs in sheer disbelief, openly mocking the party for being entirely oblivious to their own secret weapon. He ruthlessly shatters their pride by revealing they have heavily benefited from their discarded servant's divine protection all this time. The hero dryly remarks that Locke's hidden magical support is the only logical reason they achieved S rank in less than 3 years. A completely clueless teammate dramatically mishears the crucial revelation, blankly asking what Kid means by a magical basket. Isaac furiously defends their honor, aggressively insisting they rose through the ranks purely through their own tireless efforts. Completely ignoring the gladiator's wounded pride, Kid sharply corrects the idiot who misheard the term divine protection. He explains that it is a profound magical skill that passively raises a party's base abilities while entirely preventing weapon degradation. Kid coldly twists the knife, mocking them for completely relying on the boy's massive buffs without ever showing him a single ounce of gratitude. The crushing reality of their colossal mistake slowly begins to suffocate the exhausted adventurers. Showing absolutely no mercy, Kid bluntly summarizes the horrific truth of their current predicament. He ruthlessly states that without Locke's passive support, this supposedly elite squad is effectively as weak as a mediocre C-rank party. Isaac freezes completely in place as the hero's brutal assessment annihilates his entire worldview. Yemai and Kara stare forward in stunned silence, their eyes wide with dawning terror and absolute regret. A suffocating silence falls over the dark cavern as their glorious S-rank illusion shatters into a million pieces. Struggling to process the devastating truth, Isaac stutters weakly as his arrogant confidence completely evaporates. The shattered gladiator questions aloud if his prestigious S-rank status was genuinely entirely built upon Locke's hidden strength. A bitter memory surfaces of a former mentor praising Locke's incredible diligence while instructing Isaac to improve his own lacking skills. Isaac clenches his teeth, agonizing over the painful realization that he was always being overshadowed. Consumed by a crippling inferiority complex, he bitterly remembers how Locke quietly carried them from the background. Overwhelmed by his toxic pride, Isaac fiercely gnashes his teeth in sheer denial over the boy he just abandoned. Driven by blind arrogance, the furious gladiator violently refuses to accept that Locke was the sole reason they ever made it this far. Watching her friend spiral into madness, Imai softly calls out his name with deep and lingering concern. Kid clicks his tongue in deep annoyance, casually dismissing the raging gladiator as an incredibly troublesome liability. Quickly pivoting his attention to survival, the hero barks at Kara and demands to know how many more healing spells she can cast. Trembling under the intense pressure, the exhausted saintess nervously estimates she only has enough mana to heal each person once or twice. Turning his attention to the exhausted mage, the hero coldly demands to know her current combat status. Gripping her staff tightly, Yamai assures him that she can still fight reasonably well as long as she carefully conserves her remaining magic. Processing this critical information, Kid nods curtly and acknowledges her fragile readiness. The tense party stares down the dark corridor, bracing themselves for the imminent threat lurking ahead. Calculating their narrow escape route, the hero declares that they must break through a pack of 5 orange ants to reach the staircase leading to the 4th floor. He grimly warns that fighting head-on is a terrible idea since the insects will summon reinforcements to overwhelm their fatigued group. Pivoting his strategy, Kid barks a sharp order at Kara, demanding the healer cast one final restoration spell on each of them. Dictating the exact formation, he places Isaac at the vanguard to carve a path while the mage stays tightly behind him for magical cover. Finalizing the treacherous lineup, Kid positions Kara next and casually claims the rearguard position for himself. Bowing to his absolute authority, Kara obediently agrees and channels her remaining mana to cast the crucial healing spell. A brilliant and soothing light completely envelops the battered adventurers, rapidly mending their deepest wounds. Feeling his strength return, the hero tightly grips his sword and signals that it is finally time to move. Barking a ruthless command, Kid orders the vanguard to violently cut their way forward without ever looking back. The desperate party surges into the dark tunnel, moving as a single frantic unit to escape the creeping death. Suddenly stepping out of formation, Kid swings his blade in a vicious arc and ruthlessly slashes the unsuspecting healer from behind. A sudden, breathless gasp escapes Kara's lips as the agonizing shock of the violent betrayal aggressively tears through her body. Fresh blood splatters across the cold dungeon floor as the wounded saintess instantly loses all her remaining strength. Unable to support her own weight, Kara weakly collapses onto the hard stone while the rest of the party continues running. Looking down at his bleeding teammate with a cruel smirk, Kid mockingly thanks her for the healing before stating she is no longer needed. The treacherous hero coldly admits his true plan, expressing his profound gratitude that she will now serve as a convenient decoy for their escape. Bleeding out in the suffocating darkness, Kara stares after her fleeing friends and desperately denies the horrific reality of their betrayal. As the terrifying chittering of approaching monsters fills the cavern, she frantically begs her comrades not to abandon her. Tears stream down her terrified face as she cries out for any shred of help from the people she trusted with her life. A final, agonizing scream echoes through the dark tunnel as the vicious orange ants completely swarm their helpless prey. The scene shifts to the 4th floor of the scorching dungeon of flames of destruction. Isaac furiously screams at the hero, demanding to know why he ruthlessly cut Kara down. Kid coldly justifies his betrayal, claiming that sacrificing her was their only chance to survive. The hero cruelly assures them that their dark secret is safe since no one will ever uncover what truly happens deep inside a dungeon. Sweating with horror, Isaac mentally stammers that keeping a secret was never his main concern. Smirking maliciously, Kid reminds the horrified survivors that they are now his willing accomplices in this grisly murder. Isaac and EMI freeze in utter shock as the twisted reality of their complicity fully sets in. The hero ruthlessly points out that abandoning the loyal servant who carried them this far proves their inherently selfish nature. He boldly declares that their history of betrayal is more than enough evidence to paint them as guilty accomplices. Turning his back on the panicked group, Kid complains about teaming up with useless fools and vows never to work with them again. Enraged by the insults, Isaac fiercely charges forward and screams that the hero is nowhere near as strong as he claims. Their blades violently clash, but the exhausted gladiator is easily repelled and left cursing in absolute frustration. Panting heavily, Isaac struggles to catch his breath as his stamina rapidly depletes in the scorching cavern. Desperately swinging at a swarm of blue ants, Isaac realizes these particular monsters were never this difficult to handle before. His physical attacks bounce harmlessly off the creatures, leaving him frantic as he realizes the 4th floor monsters are entirely unaffected by his weakened strikes. The hero's mocking words echo in his mind, reminding him that he entirely relied on Locke's divine protection without ever showing an ounce of gratitude. Isaac curses bitterly as the crushing reality sets in that his true combat power is merely equal to a mediocre C-rank adventurer. A massive blue ant rears back its hideous head and unleashes a terrifying, ear-piercing shriek. EMI screams out in pure terror as the monstrous insect swarm rapidly closes in for the final kill. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of movement violently severs the monster's deadly limb before it can strike the mage. EMI stares with wide, trembling eyes as her unexpected savior finally steps into the dim cavern light. Isaac drops to his knees in utter disbelief, completely unable to comprehend the impossible sight standing directly before him. The shattered gladiator stammers weakly, desperately insisting that the discarded beast tamer was supposed to be dead. Staring down at his treacherous former friends, Locke coldly declares that he has miraculously returned from hell. Realizing his perfect escape plan is ruined, Kid fiercely clicks his tongue and curses under his breath. The legendary Fenrir steps forward with a menacing growl, eagerly asking Locke if they should slaughter the traitors since no one will ever know. Desperate for a true miracle, EMI tearfully begs Locke to delve deeper into the dungeon and save the fallen Kara. Startled by the sudden plea, Locke's eyes widen as he realizes the party's healer was somehow abandoned down on the 5th floor. A dark realization washes over the beast tamer as he asks if they cruelly sacrificed her just like they did to him. Isaac pathetically attempts to justify their cowardly betrayal, claiming they had absolutely no choice but to sacrifice her to ensure their own survival. Glaring with absolute disgust, Locke furiously condemns his former childhood friends as irredeemable scum. The giant wolf scoffs at their ridiculous audacity, completely disgusted that they dare ask for help after committing such vile betrayals. Shaking his massive head, the Fenrir notes with sheer disappointment that the traitors haven't reflected on their selfish actions at all. Locke remains completely silent, standing tall as he processes the profound depths of his former party's depravity. Turning his back on the pathetic survivors, Locke firmly calls out to his familiar and commands him to move out. The massive beast lets out a heavy sigh, deeply moved by his master's incredibly kind and fiercely forgiving heart. Sniffing the heavy luggage, Lucky identifies Kara's pungent perfume clinging to the expensive dress strapped to the rucksack. The legendary predator grumbles in mild annoyance as he pinpoints the exact magical scent needed for their rescue mission. Tapping his paws against the cold stone floor, the giant wolf confidently declares that he has caught the scent and is ready to track her down. The heroic duo rapidly descends deeper into the perilous labyrinth, racing against time to save the betrayed saintess from certain doom. Plunging rapidly into the dark and scorching depths, Locke and his powerful familiar begin their desperate rescue mission. the heroic duo violently crashes onto the ominous 5th floor of the dungeon. A hideous insect monster aggressively hisses from the deep shadows as it prepares a deadly ambush. Moving like a brilliant silver blur, the legendary Fenrir lunges forward to intercept the threat. With a devastating and effortless bite, the giant wolf brutally crushes the monster's hard carapace into pieces. A horrifying wave of skittering noises echoes through the cavern as countless monstrous insects begin to emerge from the walls. Panting heavily, Locke stares in absolute shock and notes the overwhelming number of enemies completely surrounding them. Realizing the grim truth, he deduces that the fresh scent of blood drew the massive swarm out of their hidden nests. Slashing through a lunging bug, Locke realizes that even with his powerful Fenrir, the sheer volume of monsters is staggering. Gripping his weapon tightly, the young beast tamer refuses to back down in the face of impossible odds. Man and beast fight as a perfectly synchronized unit, carving a brutal and bloody path through the endless insect horde. Swinging his blade with fierce determination, Locke feels a surge of true courage now that his loyal familiar is by his side. Breathing heavily in the sudden, eerie silence, Locke surveys the carnage and wonders if they finally cleared the swarm. The giant wolf praises his master, highly impressed by the incredible combat movements Locke displayed during the fierce battle. Locke humbly admits it is his first time fighting with such absolute freedom, confirming the beast's keen observation. Flashing a confident and proud smile, Locke boldly declares that they are now the absolute strongest party. Shifting his focus back to the grim mission, Locke states they urgently need to find the fallen Kara. Sniffing the damp air, Lucky points his massive snout toward the darkness and successfully locates the human's position. Locke's eyes widen in absolute horror as he cautiously steps forward and beholds a devastating sight. The young saintess lies entirely motionless on the cold stone floor, covered in severe wounds and completely unresponsive. Falling to his knees, Locke stares blankly at her battered form as all hope rapidly drains from his eyes. Trembling violently, the devastated boy slowly reaches out toward his childhood friend's lifeless body. Whispering her name in quiet agony, Locke's heart completely shatters at the gruesome reality of her demise. A warm memory beautifully surfaces of a smiling Kara proudly showing off a freshly brewed potion she had just crafted. In the bittersweet flashback, an amazed Locke praises her excellent recovery potion and notes that it will completely surprise the rest of the party. Beaming with bright joy, Kara sweetly thanks Locke and directly credits his helpful support for her incredible success. Returning to the bitter present, Locke chokes back a heavy sob and desperately apologizes for failing to reach her in time. Remembering her kind words, he deeply mourns the tragic loss of the gentle girl who always appreciated his unseen help. Hot tears stream endlessly down the beast tamer's face as the crushing weight of grief completely overwhelms him. Slamming his fist furiously against the hard stone floor, Locke violently curses the cruel fate that stole her life. His shoulders shake uncontrollably as he openly weeps over the broken, blooded body of his former comrade. Sobbing heavily into the darkness, Locke whispers that he was the one who should have always been deeply grateful for her. Suddenly, a faint and ragged coughing sound miraculously breaks through the boy's heavy, mournful sobs. A large, wet tongue abruptly slathers across Kara's pale face as Lucky enthusiastically licks her to check for signs of life. Startled awake by the giant wolf's aggressive affection, Kara lets out a confused yelp and weakly swats at the beast's snout. Locke stares in absolute disbelief as the incredibly alive saintess groggily blinks and asks why he is suddenly there. Still entirely dazed and covered in monster saliva, Kara mutters that she must obviously be dead and waiting in heaven. Believing she is speaking to a ghost, Kara tearfully apologizes for abandoning him and deeply regrets her cowardly past actions. Locke whispers her name in sheer, overwhelming relief, completely ignoring her ridiculous ghostly misunderstanding. Squinting up at the boy, Kara firmly states that there is a much bigger problem they have to face now that they are supposedly both dead. Waking up in a sheer panic, Kara sees the colossal Fenrir and immediately assumes they must somehow defeat the legendary gatekeeper of hell. She stares in absolute terror as the massive silver wolf looms ominously over her fragile, battered body. Overwhelmed by the beast's terrifying presence, the young saintess freezes completely in place as her mind rapidly short-circuits. Her eyes roll back as the sheer shock proves far too much for her exhausted body to handle. Locke sighs as Kara passes out from pure fear, while Lucky dryly corrects her by noting that Cerberus is the actual gatekeeper of hell. Shrugging off the comedic misunderstanding, Locke decides it is finally time for them to return to the human town. He apologetically asks his massive familiar if he can place the unconscious Kara on its broad back just this once. Lucky reluctantly agrees to carry the girl, firmly stating that he usually only lends his back to his true master. Locke warmly thanks his loyal companion while internally chuckling at the legendary predator's incredibly cute display of possessiveness. The duo abruptly stops their advance as a massive, ominous cavern entrance completely catches Locke's attention. A wave of horror washes over the beast tamer as he realizes they have stumbled directly into the orange ant's deadly nest. Ignoring the obvious danger entirely, Lucky drools enthusiastically at the prospect of devouring an entire batch of delicious monster eggs. The gluttonous Fenrir excitedly sprints down the dark tunnel while a panicked Locke desperately chases after him. Bursting into the hidden nesting chamber, the giant wolf cheers in pure delight at the sight of the glowing brood. Locke carefully inspects the glowing orbs, marveling at the bizarre and fascinating appearance of the unhatched insect eggs. Squinting closely at the scattered clutch, he suddenly notices something incredibly strange standing out from the rest. Pointing to a specific egg in the center, the beast tamer observes that it looks entirely different from the rest of the cluster. A grim realization sets in as Locke notices that someone intentionally smashed all the other surrounding eggs to pieces. A sudden, sharp cracking sound violently echoes through the quiet chamber as the sole surviving egg begins to fracture. Locke and Lucky watch in tense silence as brilliant, magical light aggressively pours out from the widening fissures. Locke stutters in absolute shock as 6 tiny figures miraculously emerge from the shattered glowing shell. He stares in sheer disbelief at the newly hatched monsters, completely unprepared for their distinctly humanoid appearance. The tiny, adorable ant girls immediately look up at Locke and joyfully scream for their papa. Completely bewildered by sudden parenthood, Locke stammers in total confusion as the toddler swarm tackles him with eager hugs. Lucky smirks mischievously and accuses his master of deliberately delaying their trip just to find some lovely ladies outside of town. Locke frantically denies the absurd accusation, completely baffled by the giant wolf's absolutely ridiculous logic. The magical system voice suddenly chimes in, formally asking if Locke wishes to befriend the young orange ants. Hearing the ethereal prompt directly in his mind, the beast tamer realizes his unique skill is miraculously activating once again. A heavy wave of guilt washes over him as he remembers violently slaughtering the mature orange ants just moments ago. Refusing to leave the innocent toddlers to die alone, Locke bravely accepts the system's prompt and officially agrees to befriend them. A brilliant burst of magical energy instantly envelops the cavern as the powerful taming contract successfully engages. The ethereal voice officially confirms that the 6 young orange ants are now permanently bonded to him as familiars. Staring at the glittery transformation, Locke marvels out loud at the incredibly rare phenomenon of monsters possessing humanoid forms. To ensure their absolute safety, the system immediately begins transferring the fragile newborns directly into the mini-monster garden. The tiny ant girls dissolve into floating particles of light and safely vanish inside the glowing gemstone on his wrist. Eager to check on his new children, Locke asks Lucky to closely guard the unconscious Kara while he briefly visits the garden. Focusing his intent entirely on the magical artifact, the young beast tamer prepares to initiate the dimensional transfer. A blinding flash of light completely swallows his body as he verbally commands the bracelet to transport him away. Arriving in the peaceful dimension, Locke is instantly greeted by a system menu offering 6 massive environmental upgrades as a reward for his new tames. Staring blankly at the floating options, Locke sighs in sheer disbelief as yet another absurdly powerful feature unlocks before his eyes. Assessing the floating upgrade menu, Locke deduces that expanding the spatial realm will also enlarge the vegetable field. He quickly decides to tap the panel to improve the river, pond, hut, and fruit tree. Reaching out with quiet determination, the young beast tamer firmly taps his selections onto the glowing magical interface. A sudden surge of brilliant magical energy instantly erupts from the very ground beneath his feet. The blinding light rapidly sweeps outward, completely engulfing the serene landscape in its powerful glow. Mountains and streams magically shift and stretch as the entire dimensional space violently expands before his eyes. Gazing across the newly expanded paradise, Locke marvels aloud at just how massive the garden has truly become. His quiet awe is abruptly interrupted when a strange rustling sound completely catches his attention. Looking closely, he spots the newly hatched humanoid ant girls busily organizing a massive pile of monster loot. Recognizing the tiny toddlers, Locke approaches them and asks what they are doing while one cheerfully greets him as Papa. The energetic children proudly explain that they are systematically sorting all the valuable materials from the monsters he previously defeated. Astonished by their unexpected efficiency, Locke praises their amazing work as they confidently declare sorting to be their absolute specialty. Gently patting one of the eager toddlers on the head, Locke confirms she is a good girl while internally stressing that he definitely isn't her father. Basking in her master's warm affection, the tiny ant girl blushes brightly and giggles in pure joy. A soft smile creeps across Locke's face as he quietly admits to himself that being called Papa actually feels kind of nice. Squinting at the affectionate toddler, he notices her unique tiara and wonders if she represents a special, higher breed among the orange ants. The sudden realization of his grim rescue mission hits him, violently snapping him out of his relaxed state. Leaving the loot in their capable hands, Locke bids the cheerful toddlers farewell as he quickly prepares to return to the dungeon. In a flash of shimmering light, the beast tamer teleports back to the dark cavern where his giant familiar eagerly greets him. The colossal Fenrir immediately whimpers in distress, dramatically announcing that terrible trouble has occurred. A cold spike of sheer panic pierces Locke's heart as he frantically asks if something horrific happened to the unconscious Kara. Whining like a deprived puppy, Lucky tearfully complains that all the delicious eggs hatched and he can no longer eat any of them. Staring blankly at the legendary predator's incredibly petty grievance, Locke dryly sympathizes with the ruined meal. Chuckling at the absurd situation that completely relieved his anxiety, Locke promises to buy the wolf a delicious treat later, leaving Lucky howling in absolute delight. A loud exclamation violently shatters the tense atmosphere of the area. Someone desperately screams out, demanding that the aggressors just let him go. A nervous bystander frantically argues that the conflict is strictly about the party and they want no part of it. Another vehemently insists they must get involved because their friends are directly in danger. The speaker hesitates, explaining that Locke explicitly instructed them to wait until his return. Locke suddenly arrives on the scene, prompting a relieved greeting before he questions the chaotic mood. Startled by his sudden appearance, the speaker stammers and struggles to articulate the ongoing argument. They urgently reveal that Kid and Isaac have been blatantly denying every single claim Locke previously made. Spotting their former pack mule, the traitors express immense relief at Locke's timely arrival. The traitorous friends pathetically beg Locke to clear up the guild's supposedly strange accusations against them. Stepping forward, Locke coldly asks if they are referring to their pathetic struggle on the 4th floor despite being S-rank. He immediately escalates the tension by asking if they mean the moment they slashed Kara to use her as bait on the 5th floor. Pausing dramatically, the beast tamer pretends to search his memory for yet another heinous crime. Locke brutally reminds them of the exact moment they stabbed him in the back to escape the Fenrir. Isaac completely loses his temper, violently cursing Locke and screaming that he is spouting absolute nonsense. Stepping forward with a calm facade, Kid coldly instructs the furious gladiator to settle down. The hero smoothly accuses Locke of fabricating bitter lies simply because he was rightfully fired from their elite party. Locke silently marvels at the hero's arrogant pride as Kid haughtily demands hard evidence for these wild claims. Staring him down with a dangerously calm expression, Locke quietly repeats the word evidence. Smirking with absolute confidence, Kid declares that making baseless accusations against an elite party is a grave offense. Leaning heavily on his title, the corrupt hero threatens to report this insolence directly to the king. Kid glares intimidatingly around the room, attempting to force the entire guild into terrified submission. He aggressively demands confirmation, fully expecting his royal authority to completely silence his accusers. Unfazed by the posturing, Locke casually agrees that the hero's logic is perfectly understandable. Raising a single hand, the beast tamer asks for a brief second as he reaches into his belongings. Isaac flinches back in sudden confusion as Locke slowly pulls an object from his pack. Locke dramatically reveals the cleanly snapped upper half of Kid's supposedly legendary dragon-slaying blade. Presenting the shattered steel, Locke coldly states that the blade perfectly matches the stab wounds on his armor. The arrogant hero completely freezes in absolute horror as his undeniable guilt is finally laid bare. Panicking wildly, Kid frantically accuses Locke of stabbing himself just to fabricate the damning evidence. Desperate for any backup, the cornered hero violently turns and yells for Isaac to support his pathetic lie. Sweating profusely, Isaac stares in stunned silence and completely fails to form a coherent defense. Realizing the situation is utterly hopeless, the gladiator curses under his breath in sheer defeat. Ignoring their panicked meltdown, Locke casually interrupts to indicate that he is not finished yet. He drops the final bombshell, ruthlessly demanding to know how they intend to explain Kara's fate. Lemai stammers in utter shock, her mind completely failing to process the mention of the girl they abandoned. The mage gasps and completely breaks down as the fully rescued Kara finally steps into view. Rushing forward, EMI tearfully apologizes for cowardly refusing to reach out and help her friend. Sobbing uncontrollably, the treacherous mage begs her betrayed companion for absolute forgiveness. Unmoved by the pathetic display, Kara stares back in absolute and devastating silence. The accused traitor furiously dismisses Locke's claims, coldly declaring that the woman died simply because she lacked the power to fight back. Locke glares menacingly at his former comrade, dangerously repeating the excuse that her death had nothing to do with them. Cutting straight to the truth, the beast tamer directly accuses them of literally stabbing her in the back to save themselves. Kid smirks with arrogant confidence, demanding evidence while cruelly pointing out that you cannot get proof from a corpse. Letting out a heavy sigh, Locke drops his shoulders and murmurs his absolute exhaustion at dealing with this sheer audacity. Turning entirely away from the hero, Locke leans over a shrouded figure and casually tells the unconscious Kara to wake up. The young beast tamer lightly shakes her shoulder, jokingly asking if this dramatic confrontation isn't incredibly cool. Losing his patience, Locke shakes the girl much harder and loudly orders her to wake up already. Kara instantly shoots upright in a sheer panic, trembling violently as she screams that Locke is terrifying. Still completely dazed from her ordeal, the battered saintess rubs her head and awkwardly murmurs a polite good morning. EMI bursts into loud tears of sheer relief at seeing her alive, while Kara continues to hysterically scream about almost being killed. Locke politely apologizes for interrupting their emotional reunion, gently instructing Kara to look directly across the room. Following his gaze, Kara's eyes widen in absolute horror as she spots the treacherous hero standing nearby. Erupting in unbridled fury, the saintess screams at Kid, calling him a demonic murderer for cutting her down and using her as bait. Sweat pours down Kid's face as he violently curses under his breath, watching his perfect alibi instantly crumble. The surrounding guild erupts into disgusted murmurs as the shocked crowd questions how a supposed hero could commit such a messed-up act. Frantically waving his hands, Kid completely loses his cool and stammers as he desperately tries to deny the damning accusations. Locke stares coldly at the crumbling hero, calmly declaring that the living victims themselves are all the evidence they will ever need. Cornered and entirely exposed, Kid grits his teeth in absolute fury as the crushing reality of his downfall sets in. Stepping forward with official authority, Rika brutally lists the hero's crimes, citing attempted murder, betrayal, and unprovoked attacks on allies. The guild receptionist firmly declares that they must strip him of his prestigious hero title at the absolute very least. Completely unfazed by the dramatic justice, Locke politely thanks Rika for her cooperation and turns around to leave the bustling guild. Desperate to stop his departure, Isaac frantically screams out the beast tamer's name. Locke pauses mid-step, looking over his shoulder as the panicked gladiator begs for his attention. Utterly humiliated and stripped of his pride, Isaac collapses onto his knees right in the middle of the crowded guild hall. Shaking violently, the disgraced warrior grips the wooden floorboards as cold sweat completely drenches his face. Isaac pathetically begs for forgiveness, cowardly claiming he had no choice but to follow Kid while begging Locke to fix his ruined reputation. Clinging desperately to his shattered ego, the gladiator screams that he still wants to remain an elite S-rank adventurer. Staring down at the pathetic display without a shred of pity, Locke quietly calls out the gladiator's name. The beast tamer coldly cuts through the miserable apologies, directly accusing Isaac of knowing about Kid's murderous plan beforehand. Isaac flinches violently, wildly shaking his head and shouting that he has absolutely no idea what Locke is talking about. Refusing to let him escape, Locke perfectly recites the moment Isaac eagerly asked for official party membership right after the vicious betrayal. Locke narrows his eyes with absolute disdain, stating this undeniable fact proves Isaac was fully complicit in trying to kill him all along. Pushed completely into a corner, Isaac screams out of frantic denial, violently rejecting the horrific truth of his own actions. Leaping to his feet in sheer desperation, Isaac furiously boasts about how much he supposedly took care of the useless beast tamer. Blinded by total delusion, the gladiator fiercely screams that he was the sole reason Locke ever reached S-rank status. Rika smoothly interrupts the pathetic tantrum, politely stepping forward to inform Isaac that he has completely misunderstood reality. The receptionist drops a massive reality check, firmly stating that the party only ever reached S-rank strictly because Locke was present to carry them. She ruthlessly shatters the gladiator's remaining pride by revealing his true ability is C-rank at best, naming Locke as the sole S-rank talent. Locke blinks in mild surprise at the incredibly high praise, while Rika cheerfully confirms her devastatingly accurate assessment with a bright smile. Rika smoothly explains that if Locke were to team up with a lowly E-rank adventurer, they would likely achieve the exact same S-rank results. Enraged by the absolute disrespect, Isaac violently slams his hands down and screams at the receptionist to stop playing games. Refusing to accept their massive demotion to B-rank, the furious gladiator accuses Rika of spouting utter nonsense. Driven to the edge by his shattered pride, Isaac aggressively demands a one-on-one duel with Locke to prove his true strength. The desperate warrior strikes a twisted bargain, promising to accept the demotion if he loses but demanding the entire case be dropped if he secures a victory. Caught entirely off guard by the sudden challenge, Locke hesitates until Rika steps in with a reassuring smile. Realizing he hasn't fought alongside a party in quite some time, the beast tamer confidently accepts the gladiator's brutal challenge. Rika officially frames the duel as a formal guild request, offering Locke special rewards if he successfully demonstrates his training abilities alongside an E-rank partner. Locke reflects on the unique situation, noting that this will essentially be his very first official mission since going solo. Bowing his head in gratitude, Locke formally accepts the temporary party arrangement and prepares to showcase his true worth. Pivoting her sharp gaze back to the fuming gladiator, the guild receptionist formally addresses Isaac's side of the upcoming battle. She casually dictates the terms of the trial, declaring that Isaac, EMI, and Kara must all challenge the dungeon together as a three-person squad. Pointing a strict finger at the hero, Rika explicitly bans Kid from participating due to his pending investigation for attempted murder. Kid scoffs at the severe restriction, arrogantly brushing off the dark rumors surrounding his past dungeon expeditions. The hero laughs menacingly, boldly claiming that the guild possesses zero hard evidence for crimes committed so many years ago. A sudden, commanding voice cuts through the tense guild hall, firmly volunteering to provide the necessary testimony. Kid violently flinches, his arrogant smirk instantly vanishing as pure dread washes over his face. A scarred veteran steps out from the crowd, revealing himself as a former member of the legendary A-rank party known as the Jet Black Spear. The scarred adventurer glares daggers at the sweating hero, asking if he forgot their tragic past while Kid frantically denies knowing him. The veteran furiously recounts their doomed expedition in the Dungeon of Extinction, confirming that his own friends were also used as sacrificial bait. A horrific memory flashes before the veteran's eyes, showing a desperate friend screaming for help as the hero cruelly abandoned them. Clenching his fists in agony, the survivor explains how he desperately tried to warn the city upon his solitary return. He bitterly notes that the public entirely dismissed a nameless adventurer's pleas in favor of a beloved hero with deep capital connections. Falling to his knees, the broken man tearfully apologizes to Locke, deeply regretting his inability to expose the monster sooner. Utterly cornered by the undeniable testimony, Kid stammers weakly as the entire guild glares at him with pure hatred. Rika steps forward with absolute authority, coldly declaring that no amount of political connections will save the hero from this overwhelming evidence. Dropping his heroic facade entirely, Kid sneers in disgust and loudly curses himself for ever joining such a pathetic, small fry party. Enraged by the sudden insult, Isaac fiercely turns on his former idol and screams that Kid is nothing but a damnable fraud. Brushing off the gladiator's wrath, Kid arrogantly declares that he has absolutely zero interest in associating with a fake S-rank squad anyway. The cornered criminal slowly reaches into his gear, a dark and desperate plan visibly forming in his eyes. Feigning complete ignorance, Kid violently complains about being apprehended by the guild for ancient crimes he claims to have forgotten. Lucky aggressively barks at the cornered hero, prompting a panicked bystander to scream for the madness to stop. Kicking wildly at the snarling Fenrir, the furious hero orders the damned dog to shut the hell up and back off. Radiating pure, desperate malice, Kid fiercely vows that he absolutely refuses to go down in a pathetic guild hall. Moving with terrifying speed, the desperate criminal abruptly lunges forward and violently grabs the defenseless EMI. Jerking the terrified mage against his chest, Kid tightly grips his weapon to her throat and uses her as a human shield. Reaching out with a trembling hand, Isaac frantically begs the deranged hero to stop so they can somehow salvage their ruined lives. Kid violently screams at the gladiator to get out of his way while the weeping EMI chokes out a desperate plea for mercy. Dragging his hostage backward toward the exit, the disgraced hero roars that he never even wanted to be part of this wretched guild. Raising his hands in a placating gesture, Locke urgently promises to comply with the demands as long as the madman releases EMI immediately. Pressing his weapon against his trembling hostage, Kid viciously orders the entire crowd to move out of his way if they want EMI to live. The terrified onlookers completely freeze as the desperate criminal slowly backs toward the guild's exit with his captive. Sensing the perfect opportunity to intervene, the giant Fenrir violently tenses his powerful muscles and prepares to strike. Shoving the hostage aside to cover his escape, the cowardly hero taunts them to avoid becoming monster food before bidding them a mocking farewell. EMI tumbles helplessly through the air as her treacherous captor makes a desperate dash for the open doors. Isaac frantically screams Emmy's name while reaching out in sheer panic as she plummets toward the hard stone floor. A brilliant silver blur suddenly erupts across the guild hall as the legendary beast intercepts the falling mage with unbelievable speed. The panicked party members rush over to eagerly check if EMI is okay, finding her safely caught while a massive tail wags happily nearby. Wagging his tail with absolute delight, Lucky proudly stands directly over the completely flattened and defeated body of the treacherous hero. The giant wolf looks up at Locke with shining eyes, excitedly boasting that he can easily accomplish anything if he truly puts his mind to it. Cheering triumphantly, the legendary predator proudly explains that he carefully held back his immense strength to ensure the fragile human didn't instantly explode under his heavy paws. Locke sighs in relief and warmly thanks his familiar as they successfully manage to restrain the disgraced hero without causing a fatal mess. The defeated and humiliated kid is roughly hauled away by the guild guards as bystanders shout curses at the disgraced hero. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, the tension in the guild hall begins to slowly dissipate. Turning his attention to his loyal familiar, Locke warmly thanks Lucky for his perfectly timed intervention. The giant silver wolf happily wags his tail, playfully assuring his master that it was absolutely no problem. Shifting his focus back to his former teammates, Locke approaches them with a completely unbothered expression. He drops their heavy bags onto the floor, firmly declaring that he has officially finished delivering their luggage. Frustrated by the humiliating situation, Isaac aggressively clicks his tongue while refusing to meet the beast tamer's eyes. The defeated gladiator glares silently at the floor, entirely overwhelmed by his violently bruised ego. Stepping out from behind the sulking warrior, a deeply remorseful Imai softly calls out her childhood friend's name. Tears well up in the young mage's eyes as she genuinely apologizes for everything they violently put him through. Locke remains perfectly still, listening quietly to her incredibly long overdue confession of guilt. Before EMI can completely finish, Isaac sharply interrupts and angrily orders her to stop crying. Masking his sheer desperation with arrogance, the gladiator loudly boasts that he already knew they were completely outmatched. He graciously offers to put Locke back into the elite party, acting as though this massive concession should be more than enough to fix everything. Hearing the utterly delusional offer, Locke lets out a heavy and completely exhausted sigh. The beast tamer flatly rejects the proposition, firmly stating that he will never party with them ever again. Isaac flinches backward, completely and utterly shocked that his supposed act of mercy was rejected so effortlessly. Stepping firmly to Locke's side, Kara coldly agrees with the beast tamer's definitive decision. The resurrected saintess proudly declares that Locke will be joining her instead since he was the one who was unjustly betrayed. Isaac stares at the healer in absolute bewilderment, struggling to comprehend exactly how he is suddenly losing another essential teammate. Glaring at her former friend with pure disgust, Kara reminds the gladiator that he cowardly abandoned her to die and swears she will never party with such a vile person. Panicking as his entire elite squad completely crumbles, Isaac desperately begins blaming EMI for their disastrous downfall. EMI fiercely shouts back, reminding the hypocritical gladiator that he was the one who constantly called Locke entirely useless. Realizing the absolute futility of their bitter infighting, the exhausted mage finally begs Isaac to just stop arguing. Looking down in absolute shame, EMI openly admits that they all secretly knew Locke was carrying them but were simply too arrogant to acknowledge the undeniable truth. The weeping mage takes full responsibility for their catastrophic downfall, confessing that their current misery is entirely their own fault. Unable to refute her painful honesty, Isaac bitterly clicks his tongue and looks away in sheer defeat. Watching his childhood friend cry, Locke softly murmurs Emmy's name with a hint of lingering sadness. A heavy, suffocating silence descends upon the fractured group as the weight of their permanent separation fully sets in. Awkwardly breaking the heavy tension, Rika tentatively suggests that they finally move on to discussing the terms of the official challenge. Locke quickly apologizes for keeping the guild waiting, politely assuring the receptionist that his past trauma is no longer a touchy subject. Nodding professionally, Rika retrieves the official paperwork and prepares to go over the contest details one more time. She explicitly warns the competitors that the requested items will heavily range from C rank to B rank in overall difficulty. Instantly regaining his unearned arrogance, Isaac scoffs at the low rank and fiercely accuses the guild of vastly underestimating his supposed S-class abilities. The foolish gladiator crosses his arms and loudly guarantees that there is absolutely no way he will ever lose this simple scavenger hunt. Locke calmly reviews the official quest board, silently memorizing the exact magical materials required for absolute victory. The extensive list demands a rainbow-colored dragonfly, fresh green emeralds, orango eggs, and flying dragon claws to be successfully gathered within a single week. Reading anxiously over his shoulder, EMI nervously points out one specific condition and asks Isaac if he is truly prepared to handle it. Misinterpreting her caution, Isaac immediately turns to mock Locke, accusing the beast tamer of chickening out before the contest even officially begins. Unfazed by the cheap taunt, Locke points directly at the stipulation requiring them to prove the difference in power, noting that he graciously gave them a final chance to back down. Isaac aggressively slams his hand on the counter, demanding to know what is wrong with the ridiculous guild request. Rika smiles sweetly and taunts the gladiator, asking if his supposed S-Class party is already planning to run away. Gritting his teeth in sheer frustration, Isaac violently glares at the receptionist while completely unable to formulate a comeback. EMI watches the tense exchange with widening eyes, slowly realizing the true nature behind the guild's selected challenge. The young mage mentally notes that since they dash straight to S-Class within this exact branch, the guild completely possesses all their completed quest data. She realizes the guild deliberately weaponized their specific phobias, perfectly targeting Kara's hatred of orengos, Emi's fear of insect demons, and Isaac's paralyzing dread of green frogs. EMI concludes that this brutal challenge is an official warning from the guild, signaling their absolute zero tolerance for rule-breaking adventurers. Refusing to back down, Isaac furiously tells EMI to shut up and declares they will complete the task while Rika cheerfully anticipates their struggle. The humiliated and terrified S-Class trio violently marches out of the guild hall to face their ultimate nightmare. Turning her attention back to the beast tamer, Rika politely offers to introduce Locke to the E-Class adventurer waiting nearby. Locke nods in agreement and gently instructs Lucky to enjoy his stay in the guild hall since this meeting might take a while. Leading the way, Rika casually asks Locke if he has any absolute deal-breakers or personal hatreds regarding forming a new party. The young tamer admits he despises being betrayed and strongly dislikes people who completely refuse to follow directions. Looking slightly worried about his new temporary partner, Locke asks the receptionist if it is truly fine for her to unilaterally decide these party arrangements. Winking playfully, Rika proudly reveals that despite her cute appearance, she is actually the deputy director's assistant and wields considerable authority. Locke flashes a thumbs up in understanding, completely impressed by the receptionist's surprisingly high-ranking status. As he follows her down the corridor, Locke suddenly realizes that Rika has been the exact same guild receptionist for the past 3 years. He internally notes that while her cute appearance hasn't aged a single day, her high rank implies she is actually quite old. Catching his intense stare, Rika asks what is wrong, prompting a startled Locke to frantically wave his hands and deny thinking anything suspicious. Desperately changing the subject, Locke claims he is just wondering what kind of person this mysterious E-Class adventurer actually is. Rika assures him that the recruit definitely won't betray them, noting that the adventurer is currently in a rather unusual situation. Locke repeats the phrase with deep confusion, completely unsure of what an unusual situation entails. Stopping before the training grounds, the receptionist ominously admits her own skepticism and shockingly requests Locke to give the recruit a good beating. Sweating profusely, Locke mentally repeats the violent request while slowly pushing open the heavy wooden doors to the arena. The heavy doors swing wide open, revealing a sprawling and brightly lit combat training facility. A lone, hooded figure stands entirely motionless in the center of the vast dirt arena. The mysterious adventurer slowly turns to face the newcomers, their features hidden entirely beneath a dark cloak. With a swift motion, the figure pulls back the heavy hood to reveal strikingly sharp features and long, pointed ears. Stepping forward into the light, Rika formally introduces the E-Class adventurer as an elf named Shannon. Locke stares in absolute surprise, completely stunned to discover that his new partner is actually a mythical elf. His eyes immediately lock onto a thick, metallic band clamped tightly around the young elf's slender neck. The beast tamer's expression darkens with concern as he correctly identifies the cruel device as a slave collar. Rika solemnly confirms that Shannon is both a slave and an adventurer, explaining that the guild took her in for a very specific reason. Turning to the receptionist, Locke demands to know exactly what this disturbing arrangement means. Rika drops a chilling bombshell, revealing that all 5 of Shannon's previous masters died under highly suspicious circumstances. She grimly lists the bizarre causes of death, which include natural causes, poisoning, falling off a cliff, and a random demon attack. Because her final master had a direct connection to the guild, Shannon officially became an affiliated asset despite her cursed track record. Locke stares at the quiet elf, internally deducing that such a massive string of lethal accidents cannot simply be bad luck. Glaring coldly at the beast tamer, Shannon speaks up and darkly declares herself to be the Grim Reaper. The cursed elf bluntly orders Locke to refuse this guild request entirely if he actually values his own life. Locke calmly replies that this guild request is strictly a temporary arrangement. Wasting no time, the cursed elf drops into a deadly combat stance and readies her blade. Shannon suddenly lunges forward with terrifying speed to strike the young tamer. Halting her blade inches away, she coldly warns the weak boy to stay entirely away from her cursed life. Locke stands his ground perfectly still, completely unfazed by her sudden burst of lethal aggression. Effortlessly dodging her next swift movement, Locke calmly asks what would happen if he refused to leave. Frustrated by his absurd stubbornness, the elf furiously questions why he simply refuses to understand the danger. Glaring intensely, Shannon demands to know if he genuinely wants to die that badly. Her harsh and deadly facade slowly begins to crack as the overwhelming weight of her trauma surfaces. Tears well in her eyes as she tearfully admits she has entirely given up on life after being reduced to a mere slave. With her voice trembling violently, she insists that he does not have to be a part of her miserable existence. The broken elf cries out in pure agony, screaming that she is absolutely sick of watching people die around her. Locke watches her intense emotional breakdown with a calm, empathetic, and unwavering gaze. Fully understanding her deeply hidden kindness, the beast tamer lowers his defensive stance. Stepping closer to the trembling girl, Locke completely and intentionally drops his guard. He smiles warmly and concludes that there will be absolutely no problem as long as he proves he is stronger than her. Pausing mid-step, his expression softens considerably with genuine and profound compassion. Locke firmly declares that he absolutely cannot abandon someone as incredibly kind-hearted as she is. Flustered and highly defensive, Shannon aggressively tells him to shut up while furiously denying his warm praise. Desperate to push him away, she aggressively readies her deadly blade for a genuine fight. Locke instantly drops into a highly focused combat stance to meet her lethal challenge. Confirming her unwavering resolve, he solemnly asks if she has absolutely no intention of stopping this fight. Shannon glares back with fierce and unyielding determination burning brightly in her eyes. Bracing himself for the incoming assault, Locke prepares for the inevitable and violent clash. The beast tamer confidently promises to make her completely understand his true, overwhelming strength. Shannon launches herself forward, unleashing a lightning-fast and deadly flurry of sword strikes. Locke skillfully dodges every single rapid slash with effortless, flowing precision. Gritting her teeth in deep frustration, the elf aggressively pushes her relentless assault to the absolute limit. Analyzing her fierce movements, Locke notes that her natural elven agility grants her truly incredible speed. He recognizes the sheer discipline behind her strikes, realizing she must have practiced swinging that blade tens of thousands of times. Shannon pivots sharply, aiming a devastating and lightning-fast horizontal slash directly at his torso. Effortlessly evading the heavy attack, Locke calmly observes that perfectly clean muscle movements are entirely predictable. Stepping flawlessly inside her guard, Locke lightly taps her shoulder and confidently declares their bout is over. Shannon's eyes widen in sheer, absolute shock as she realizes how easily he completely bypassed her flawless defenses. Refusing to accept sudden defeat, the desperate elf spins around to launch another wild and heavy attack. Screaming that she will never lose, Shannon violently throws a fierce, perfectly aimed high kick. Easily blocking the heavy strike, Locke mentally praises her incredibly solid and well-practiced martial arts foundation. He bluntly warns her that her current technique simply isn't enough before softly apologizing for the incoming pain. Moving with absolute, blinding speed, Locke delivers a precise and physically disabling counterstrike. Shannon groans in sudden pain and collapses helplessly to the dirt floor as the intense sparring match finally concludes. Shannon refuses to accept defeat, firmly declaring that they are officially done here. She tearfully explains that acknowledging her loss means he will eventually die just like all the others. Locke insists he will not die easily, prompting the desperate elf to furiously scream that he definitely will. Trembling with trauma, she cries out that all her previous masters made that exact same promise right before perishing. Driven by sheer panic, the cursed elf tightly grips her weapon and readies another desperate strike. Fueled by her dark past, Shannon violently charges forward while screaming that she absolutely cannot afford to lose. Locke watches her frantic assault unfold, softly whispering her name with a calm and deeply empathetic expression. He firmly plants his feet in the dirt, completely refusing to back down from the cursed girl's relentless onslaught. Deciding to prove his overwhelming power, Locke confidently declares he will show her exactly why he will survive. He casually warns her not to die of sheer surprise as a powerful magical aura suddenly erupts around him. Channeling his immense taming magic, Locke loudly summons his legendary Fenrir directly to the battlefield. A blinding pillar of light violently shatters the arena floor as the colossal monster begins to materialize. Shannon shrieks in absolute terror as a massive, imposing shadow entirely eclipses the training grounds. The gigantic beast lands with a devastating thud, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Towering over the tiny elf, the majestic silver wolf unleashes a terrifying and dominant aura. Shannon collapses to her knees in pure disbelief, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of the mythical predator. The giant beast casually asks if he was summoned while the stunned elf struggles to comprehend that a Fenrir is his actual familiar. Locke cheerfully thanks Lucky while the bewildered elf stares up in sheer awe, desperately wondering who this impossible boy truly is. A young boy happily calls out for his older sister to wait for him. Shannon turns with a fond smile, playfully teasing her little brother for stubbornly following her again. She reflects on her peaceful childhood, noting she had a precious younger brother named Seth who was 5 years her junior. Born and raised in the tranquil homeland of the elves, Shannon believed their quiet lives would last forever until everything suddenly changed. Without warning, little Seth completely vanished within the dense, sprawling woods known as the Forest of Affection. Her father urgently instructed her to stay behind and guard the house while the adults organized a massive search party. Despite her parents' strict orders, the agonizing thought of her precious brother remaining in deadly peril consumed her entirely. Unable to simply sit still in agonizing suspense, Shannon bolted straight into the wilderness to find him herself. Sprinting frantically through the thick foliage, she desperately screamed Seth's name into the empty forest. Realizing he was nowhere in the outer woods, a chilling thought struck her as she looked toward the deeper, forbidden zones. Pushing past the heavy brush, Shannon ventured further into the dark and shadowy depths of the ancient woods. Looming eerily through the misty trees stood the legendary, long-abandoned House of the Mage. She recalled that human mags and elves once swore eternal friendship in this very forest where they used to play. Deep within this strictly off-limits zone rested a mysterious mansion where a reclusive mage supposedly resided. Gazing up at the pristine architecture, she marveled that the grand estate remained completely untouched by the ravages of hundreds of years. Deducing that Seth wasn't anywhere else in the forest, Shannon nervously concluded he had to be trapped inside the eerie mansion. Mustering every ounce of her courage, she slowly approached the towering double doors of the silent estate. Pushing the heavy wooden doors open, she stepped cautiously into the vast, shadow-filled entrance hall. Walking through the empty corridors, she felt deeply unsettled by the absolute lack of dust in a supposedly abandoned home. Pausing in the hallway, Shannon stared in profound confusion at the bizarrely immaculate environment surrounding her. A faint, joyful giggling suddenly echoed from deeper within the mansion, instantly snapping her to high alert. Recognizing the familiar laughter, Shannon frantically yelled for her brother and sprinted directly toward the sound. Bursting through a set of ornate doors, she finally located her missing sibling inside a dimly lit chamber. Little Seth lay completely unconscious on the cold floor, surrounded by an eerie, pulsing magical aura. Shannon immediately dropped to her knees, staring in sheer horror at her brother's entirely unresponsive body. Reaching out with trembling hands, she desperately cried his name while gently pulling his limp form into her arms. Checking his vitals, she panicked upon realizing his pulse and breathing were dangerously erratic, urging her to get him home immediately. Lifting Seth securely onto her back, Shannon quickly turned around to flee the cursed room. A sinister, shadowy presence suddenly materialized directly behind the fleeing siblings, radiating pure malice. Glancing back in utter terror, Shannon choked on her words as she beheld a terrifying, formless monster. A massive wave of dark magical energy violently slammed the heavy chamber door shut right in front of her face. Gripping the handle in absolute panic, she frantically rattled the locked door, completely unable to force it open. An otherworldly, echoing voice suddenly slithered into her mind, sadistically asking her to make a horrific choice. The sinister entity demanded to know which one of the two trapped siblings would be allowed to survive. Trembling with absolute terror, Shannon selflessly begged the demonic entity to spare her little brother's life. The terrifying shadow completely engulfed the young elf, violently plunging her entire vision into total darkness. A massive surge of dark magic shattered her senses as she fully succumbed to the monstrous entity's overwhelming power. Shannon's memory abruptly goes entirely blank right after her agonizing, helpless collapse to the floor. Blinking against the soft morning light, the bewildered elf slowly regained consciousness safely in her own comfortable bed. Looking around the peaceful house, she was utterly stunned to see Seth smiling happily as if the entire horrific nightmare never even happened. Staring out the window in absolute dread, Shannon desperately wonders if her traumatic experience was merely a terrible dream. She quickly realizes the grim reality is far from a nightmare as a heavy sadness completely washes over her. Following that fateful day, deeply unsettling and strange occurrences rapidly begin to plague her peaceful life. Innocent creatures in her immediate surroundings suddenly start to drop dead without any logical explanation. The sinister curse escalates with terrifying speed, claiming the lives of progressively larger animals as time goes on. Horrifying piles of lifeless creatures continue to accumulate around the village borders. The final, devastating straw comes when her family's beloved horse abruptly collapses and dies. She desperately tries to warn her parents, but they completely dismiss her frantic fears as a child's overactive imagination. Gripped by sheer terror, the young elf fully accepts that the deadly curse clinging to her is an undeniable threat. Terrified that her own family will be the next victims, Shannon quietly abandons her village in the dead of night. Stepping out of her sheltered home, she quickly discovers that the outside world is unimaginably cruel and unforgiving. Before she can even comprehend her bleak new reality, the naive elf is brutally captured and reduced to a mere slave. Despite her miserable circumstances, she remembers a gentle piece of advice urging her to study and learn about the world. Her very first master proves to be incredibly kind, gently teaching her the basic concepts of currency and survival. He patiently guides the clueless elf, offering her a vital glimmer of hope in a painfully dark reality. Tragically, just 6 months later, her gentle master peacefully passes away in his sleep. Deep down, Shannon knows her dark curse is responsible, even as she desperately tries to deny the horrific truth. Her nightmare worsens when her second master succumbs to a sudden illness, and her third violently falls off a cliff within a week. The cursed streak ruthlessly claims her fourth master via poison and her fifth in a brutal monster attack. Realizing that absolutely everyone she touches is doomed, she eventually becomes widely feared across the land as the Grim Reaper. Weeping heavily into her hands, the broken elf agonizes over the innocent lives her dark presence has violently snuffed out. Hopelessly waiting to be locked away in prison to isolate herself, she is suddenly taken in by the Adventurers Guild. Instead of locking her away, the Pragmatic Guild decides to utilize her unique status as an E-rank adventurer. Reckless adventurers frequently approach the quiet elf, eagerly attempting to recruit the new member into their ranks. Preferring absolute isolation, she always reveals her terrifying cursed history just to scare the recruiters away. When words completely fail, she violently drives them off using sheer brute force to protect them from her deadly aura. Battered and thoroughly terrified, the rejected adventurers flee while screaming that they want absolutely nothing to do with the Reaper. Left completely alone once again, Shannon stands completely numb in the heavy, suffocating silence. Her cycle of violent isolation continues unchallenged until a very specific, stubborn young man abruptly appears. Stepping into her lonely world with a warm smile, Locke Sistel politely introduces himself to the cursed elf. Falling back into her defensive habits, Shannon immediately draws her blade and attempts to violently reject his recruitment. Instead of fleeing in absolute terror, the unwavering beast tamer stands his ground and takes her lethal warnings entirely seriously. Despite being unfairly banished from an elite S-class party, Locke proves to be incredibly strong and deeply kind-hearted. Overwhelmed by his profound compassion, the desperate elf tightens her grip on her sword to force him away. She furiously screams at the boy, demanding to know why he refuses to understand that staying near her guarantees his death. Unfazed by her frantic warning, Locke confidently declares he will physically show her exactly why he will survive. Channeling his immense magical power, Locke boldly summons his legendary Fenrir directly onto the battlefield. A blinding pillar of light violently erupts as the colossal silver wolf materializes right before her eyes. Shannon collapses to her knees, staring in absolute, paralyzed disbelief at the mythical apex predator. Still reeling from the sheer shock, she marvels at the impossible reality of Locke possessing the tremendous ability to tame a legendary Fenrir. Voices from her dark past violently echo in Shannon's mind, cursing her as the Grim Reaper and demanding her immediate death. Believing her death would solve everything, she reflects on how desperately she simply wanted to prevent further tragedy. The cursed elf suddenly realizes this morbid desire was a lie born from constantly suppressing her own true feelings. Trembling under the weight of her revelation, Shannon finally admits to herself that she still desperately wants to live. Gazing at the unwavering beast tamer, she feels a profound sense of hope and decides it might actually be safe to rely on him. Overwhelmed by this massive emotional release, Shannon's vision suddenly blurs as she completely loses consciousness. Locke urgently calls out her name, rushing forward to catch the fainting elf before she hits the ground. Checking her condition, Locke determines she is completely fine and simply exhausted from the intense emotional strain. He looks down at her peaceful sleeping face, silently observing the dramatic shift in her demeanor. The young tamer notes that she looks completely serene, as if a massive and suffocating weight has finally been lifted from her chest. Gently supporting her fragile frame, Locke decides to let the exhausted girl rest for a little while. He carefully places her in a comfortable position on a nearby bench to safely recover her strength. The massive Fenrir quietly approaches from the shadows, softly calling out his master's name. Lucky whimpers apologetically, anxiously wondering if howling with all his might to intimidate the elf was a terrible idea. Locke warmly reassures his loyal familiar, thanking the giant wolf for effectively helping to resolve the tense situation. The legendary predator erupts into happy cheers, profoundly relieved that he isn't actually in trouble. Locke suddenly spots a large bird dangling from Lucky's jaws and curiously asks what he plans to do with the creature. The strange avian monster hangs completely limp in the Fenrir's mouth, letting out a pathetic little squawk. Lucky proudly explains that the fragile bird simply fainted and fell straight out of the sky when he unleashed his terrifying howl. Without warning, a familiar magical interface suddenly materializes right in front of the beast tamer's eyes. The system chimes cheerfully, announcing that the sky bird wishes to become his friend and awaiting his official confirmation. Locke stares at the floating prompt in sheer disbelief, marveling at how ridiculously easy this taming process continues to be. Deciding that having more friends could only be fun, Locke cheerfully accepts the contract as a bright magical light flashes. The system confirms the beast's transport to the monster garden while Locke casually accepts his rapidly growing menagerie. Locke strictly scolds his drooling familiar, firmly reminding the gluttonous wolf that they absolutely do not eat their new friends. A soft, hesitant voice suddenly breaks the quiet atmosphere of the training ground. Shannon slowly opens her eyes and sits up, fully regaining consciousness after her deep and much-needed rest. Locke immediately turns his attention back to the elf, gently asking if she is finally feeling better. The elf stares down at her hands, her expression unreadable as she fully processes the profound changes in her heart. Bowing her head deeply, Shannon frantically apologizes for violently attacking him earlier. Locke dismisses her apology with incredible grace, understanding she was only trying to protect him, which prompts her profound gratitude. Shannon stammers nervously, struggling to find the exact right words as a warm blush creeps across her face. Mustering every ounce of her courage, she humbly admits her inexperience and asks if she can officially join his party. Locke beams with absolute delight, completely thrilled that the stubborn and traumatized elf has finally accepted his help. Extending a warm and welcoming hand, he officially greets her as his newest and highly valued party member. Shannon stares at his offered hand, utterly overwhelmed by the pure, unconditional acceptance she has so desperately craved. With happy tears welling in her eyes, she eagerly grasps his hand and firmly embraces her new beginning. A colossal shadow stealthily looms up directly behind the emotional and completely unsuspecting elf. The giant Fenrir aggressively nuzzles against Shannon to greet her, startling the poor girl entirely out of her wits. Locke frantically scolds the overenthusiastic wolf as Shannon freezes in sheer, absolute panic beneath the legendary predator's massive snout. Overcoming her initial fear, Shannon marvels at the massive size of the Fenrir's paw as she gently rubs it. Giggling warmly, the elf cheerfully greets Lucky while a voice playfully boasts about their ongoing development. Shannon politely introduces herself with a bright smile, completely oblivious to Locke nervously sweating over a sudden grim realization. Shifting the mood entirely, the giant wolf turns to Locke and grimly states that physical contact has confirmed his dark suspicions. Shannon freezes in absolute terror as the mythical beast bluntly reveals that a remarkably powerful curse plagues her body. Locke narrows his eyes with absolute focus, solemnly repeating the dreaded word as the heavy truth settles over the group. The Fenrir explains that this particularly nasty hex is designed to violently drain the vital life force from anyone nearby. Adding to the sheer horror, the legendary predator warns that this parasitic magic will eventually consume the young elf's life as well. Locke clenches his fists as he realizes this dark magic is the sole reason for the elf's tragic and deadly history. Refusing to accept this cruel fate, the young tamer stares down his familiar and desperately asks if the curse can be broken. Lucky dismisses the idea immediately, claiming that such delicate magical unweaving is entirely unsuited for a destructive beast like him. The giant wolf flips the script, confidently declaring that his seemingly inexperienced master possesses the true power to shatter the hex. Sweating nervously, Locke waves his hands and completely denies having any specialized knowledge regarding complex curse removal. Ignoring his master's protests, The colossal beast suddenly leans forward and casually asks to borrow Locke's head for a moment. Locke frantically flails his arms in pure panic as the legendary Fenrir aggressively chomps down on the boy's entire head. A brilliant surge of magical energy instantly floods the arena as pure, ancient knowledge forcefully transfers into the tamer's mind. Gasping in sheer awe, Locke marvels as the exact magical blueprints required to unweave the dark spell violently overwrite his ignorance. Processing the massive influx of data, the beast tamer correctly deduces that the lethal curse acts as the exact inverse of a divine protection. Beaming with absolute delight, Locke eagerly praises his familiar's incredible versatility while the giant wolf smirks with overwhelming pride. Basking in the high praise, Lucky nods confidently and urges his master to immediately test his newly acquired magical skills. Just as Locke prepares to cast the counterspell, a sudden and commanding voice strictly orders the young tamer to stop. Turning toward the unexpected interruption, Locke's eyes widen as he instantly recognizes the heavily armored guild chief approaching them. The imposing leader stops before them, coldly declaring his absolute authority to forbid the removal of the elf's deadly curse. Completely blindsided by the sudden betrayal of logic, Locke stares blankly at the guild chief and softly mutters in pure confusion. Locke angrily demands to know what the guild chief means by forbidding him from breaking Shannon's deadly curse. Guild Chief Titus calmly explains that Shannon is currently property of the guild and serves as official personnel. Titus strictly points out that guild regulations explicitly forbid amateurs from performing volatile spellbreaking on their staff. Locke frantically argues that there is absolutely no time for rules since the curse will soon claim the young elf's life. Titus stares down the young tamer, noting that Locke is acting surprisingly out of character and losing his usual composure. The chief warns that letting raw emotions completely dictate his actions will only make him end up just like the foolish Isaac. Stung by the harsh but accurate comparison, Locke lowers his head and quietly apologizes for his sudden outburst. Titus softens his expression, gently suggesting that Locke is simply exhausted after dealing with so many chaotic events today. Letting out a heavy sigh, the drained beast tamer humbly admits that he might actually be a little tired. Processing the chief's specific wording, Locke suddenly pauses as a clever realization sparks in his mind. The boy looks up with renewed determination, asking if removing the curse would be entirely legal if Shannon was no longer guild staff. Titus smirks with profound amusement, deeply impressed by how quickly Locke managed to cool his head and find the loophole. The seasoned guild chief lets out a hearty, booming laugh that completely shatters the tense atmosphere of the training ground. Flashing a sharp and serious gaze, Titus decides to drop the formalities entirely and get straight to the real point. He bluntly asks the stunned beast tamer if he is willing to officially purchase Shannon directly from the guild. Locke and Shannon both gasp in sheer surprise as the unexpected proposition completely catches them off guard. Titus confirms that buying her freedom would strip her of her staff status, perfectly allowing Locke to break the deadly curse without violating guild laws. The chief crosses his arms and stares at the boy, patiently waiting for Locke to process the life-changing offer. Locke hesitates, scratching his cheek as he nervously admits he doesn't quite know how to respond to such a massive decision. A brief, contemplative silence settles over the group as Titus prepares to explain his true underlying motives. The guild chief asks Locke a philosophical question, challenging the boy to define the true overarching purpose of the Adventurers Guild. Locke thinks for a moment before suggesting that the guild primarily exists to help adventurers make a decent living. Titus nods slightly, acknowledging the practical truth in Locke's answer while preparing to reveal his own deeper philosophy. Placing a hand over his heart, the imposing leader proudly declares that his ultimate goal is to actually make adventurers happy. Locke stares up at the chief in quiet awe, deeply moved by the man's surprisingly compassionate and noble vision. Titus confesses that under normal circumstances, a traitor like Isaac would face immediate expulsion or a permanent lifelong ban. The seasoned leader sadly admits that simply throwing the treacherous party out onto the streets wouldn't actually fix their deeply flawed characters. Acknowledging his own naivety, Titus explains that he designed their punishment specifically to force them to take a hard, fresh look at themselves. Locke listens in absolute silence, finally understanding the profound wisdom and hidden mercy behind the guild's seemingly petty scavenger hunt. Turning his full attention back to Locke, Titus expresses his deep gratitude for the boy who tirelessly supported those ungrateful fools through all their hardships. The imposing guild chief smiles warmly, sincerely stating that he simply wants the selfless beast tamer to finally find his own happiness. Locke's eyes widen as the sheer weight of the chief's unconditional kindness completely washes over him. Gesturing toward the quiet elf, Titus notes that despite suffering through unimaginable hardships, Shannon remains an incredibly sweet girl who deeply cares for others. He gently points out that Locke and Shannon share a striking similarity in how they always put others before themselves. Titus confidently predicts that their shared history of painful sacrifices will ultimately make them perfect, deeply understanding partners. Shrugging his heavy shoulders, the chief casually adds that he certainly won't force Locke into accepting the arrangement if he refuses. However, Titus earnestly admits he would be genuinely overjoyed if Locke could save the cursed elf while allowing Shannon to support him in return. Overwhelmed by the completely unexpected validation, Locke grips his chest as tears of profound relief begin to well up in his eyes. He reflects on how he always believed his silent, agonizing struggles went entirely unnoticed by the rest of the world. A warm, grateful smile breaks across Locke's face as he realizes there were actually kind people watching over him the entire time. Standing quietly before the group, Locke waits patiently for the young elf to gather her shattered courage. Turning to the trembling girl, Locke gently asks Shannon what she truly wants to do with her future. Lowering her gaze in deep shame, Shannon sorrowfully admits that a mere slave lacks the luxury to make personal decisions. Clenching her fists with a sudden spark of newfound determination, the elf looks up and softly whispers a defiant counter. Overcoming her lingering trauma, Shannon earnestly declares that she wants to accompany him as long as it won't bring harm to his party. Hearing her incredibly brave choice, a bright and deeply reassuring smile instantly spreads across the beast tamer's face. Turning confidently toward the imposing guild chief, Locke officially agrees to take full responsibility for Shannon. Nodding in absolute and silent approval, Titus smiles warmly at the young boy's noble and selfless decision. When Locke nervously asks about the massive slave purchase price, Titus casually dismisses his mounting financial concerns. The chief smoothly reveals that the purchase fee coincidentally matches the exact reward payout for their upcoming scavenger hunt. Sweating nervously at the blatantly orchestrated setup, Locke dryly notes the supposed coincidence with a highly strained chuckle. Shifting his focus entirely back to the immediate threat, Locke firmly states that they must immediately shatter the deadly curse. Stepping deliberately toward the nervous elf, the focused beast tamer readies his newly acquired magical knowledge. Extending his glowing hand outward, Locke loudly announces the official start of the perilous spellbreaking ritual. Bracing herself for the unknown magic, Shannon squeezes her eyes tightly shut and bravely accepts his dangerous help. Brilliant, ancient magical runes instantly materialize in the thin air and violently swirl around the focused tamer. Reaching fearlessly through the chaotic magical energy, Locke presses his hand firmly against the epicenter of the dark hex. Narrowing his eyes with absolute, unwavering concentration, the boy channels a massive surge of purifying power into her chest. A terrifying, demonic shadow abruptly erupts from the elf's body as Locke identifies the physically manifested curse. Radiating pure and suffocating malice, the formless dark entity aggressively lashes out to defend its stolen host. Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pressure, Locke realizes the sinister curse is actively trying to infect his own body. Refusing to yield an inch, Locke violently forces his magic deeper and unleashes a blinding shockwave of pure energy. The dark, demonic manifestation shrieks in absolute agony as it violently shatters into countless harmless fragments. Stripped entirely of its dark power, the heavy iron slave collar cleanly snaps in half and drops uselessly to the stone floor. Wiping the heavy sweat from his brow, Locke lets out a deep sigh of profound relief as the dangerous ritual successfully concludes. Feeling the suffocating weight finally vanish, Shannon tearfully praises Locke for pulling off the impossible. Deflecting the high praise, Locke warmly thanks his giant familiar for directly providing the crucial magical knowledge. Staring in profound awe, the guild chief marvels that Locke actually shattered the legendary curse of a founder Magin. Blinking in sheer confusion, Locke demands to know if the chief secretly knew about the horrific Magin origins all along. Titus admits he lacks deep knowledge of the curse, explaining he only heard scattered reports of similar demonic encounters. The chief grimly recounts an ancient rumor claiming the old world was once entirely ruled by a Magin's terrifying summoning magic. Swallowing hard, Locke nervously repeats the terrifying concept of a demonic entity actively wielding advanced summoning magic. The exasperated tamer begs Titus to share such critical information earlier while the chief simply laughs off the extreme danger. Bowing deeply with a heart full of absolute gratitude, Shannon formally thanks Locke and eagerly anticipates their new partnership. Returning her bright and infectious enthusiasm, Locke flashes a warm, highly confident smile at his newest companion. Watching the touching scene naturally unfold, Titus crosses his massive arms and nods in deep, satisfied approval. Shifting gears back to the challenge, the chief loudly orders them to gather the required materials and completely crush Isaac's party. Hearing the dreaded name of his former friend, A serious and heavily focused glint instantly returns to Locke's eyes. Nodding with absolute and unwavering resolve, the beast tamer firmly accepts the guild chief's final, demanding challenge. Turning back to his loyal familiar and his newly freed companion, Locke confidently suggests they begin their immediate quest preparations. The scene magically transitions to a mysterious and beautifully lush landscape nestled safely within the dimensional bracelet. Gazing around the vibrant surroundings, Shannon confusedly wonders aloud where exactly they have just arrived. Locke calmly explains that they are currently standing inside his magical bracelet, which houses a fully functioning mini-garden. Staring wide-eyed at the impossible landscape, Shannon marvels at what an incredibly amazing item the artifact truly is. The young elf looks around in pure awe, softly admitting she never knew such a wonderful world could exist inside a simple accessory. Her wondrous exploration is suddenly interrupted as a swift movement high above catches her keen elven eyes. Noticing her sudden distraction, Locke asks what is wrong right as Shannon spots a creature soaring through the sky. Pointing upward with genuine excitement, Shannon shouts that there is a majestic sky bird flying overhead. Locke casually nods, calmly confirming that the massive avian is simply the monster he befriended earlier at the training grounds. Staring blankly at the young tamer, Shannon hesitantly asks if he even realizes the true, absurd rarity of his new familiar. She urgently explains that sky birds are incredibly elusive creatures, almost never seen by humans due to how high they naturally fly. Comparing the elusive bird to his legendary Fenrir, Shannon emphatically declares that Locke is a completely abnormal person. Sweating nervously at her blunt and highly accurate assessment, Locke internally sighs and awkwardly accepts his new status as a walking anomaly. The giant Fenrir suddenly whimpers loudly, aggressively begging his master to finally feed him. Rubbing his own growling stomach, Locke eagerly agrees to cook them a massive meal since he is also feeling quite hungry. Looking around the empty garden, Locke wonders where the orange ants vanished to since he explicitly asked them to gather animal meat. Shannon casually reveals that the diligent ants built an entire dungeon in the cabin's basement, leaving Locke entirely bewildered. Locke approaches the simple wooden cabin, completely shocked to discover a massive, ominous dungeon entrance dug directly underneath the floorboards. Staring down into the dark, freshly excavated tunnel, the beast tamer mutters in sheer disbelief as he wonders how they managed this so quickly. A tiny, cheerful voice suddenly echoes from the dark depths of the sprawling basement. Locke jumps in surprise as one of the adorable humanoid ant girls pops out of the tunnel and joyfully welcomes her papa home. Shannon stares in absolute confusion, questioning why an orange ant has a humanoid body and why it is affectionately calling Locke its father. Locke frantically denies everything, sweating profusely as Shannon skeptically points out that the little girl looks absolutely nothing like a monstrous insect. Realizing Lucky is silently mocking him with a knowing smirk, Locke furiously screams his familiar's name while the elf assumes he has highly questionable tastes. Waving his hands in a sheer panic, Locke desperately attempts to explain that he just happened to be present exactly when their monster eggs hatched. Giving him a pitying smile, Shannon promises to keep his weird fetishes a secret while Locke furiously yells that she is completely misunderstanding the bizarre situation. The giant wolf giggles mischievously at his master's suffering, prompting another enraged yell from the highly flustered beast tamer. Locke continues to frantically scream that this is a massive misunderstanding while Shannon calmly tries to diffuse his escalating panic. Pouting playfully, Shannon complains that it is completely unfair for Locke and Lucky to have secret conversations without sharing the joke with her. Pausing his frantic defense, Locke asks if she can actually understand the Fenrir, to which Shannon simply shakes her head no. Locke points out that she understood the ant girl perfectly, and Shannon innocently justifies it by claiming the ant is obviously just a human. Completely dumbfounded by her bizarre logic, Locke internally screams as he tries to process how she could possibly mistake an insect monster for a human girl. The little ant girl wearing a tiara cheerfully chimes in, explaining that she possesses a unique magical skill specifically meant for conversing with humans. She proudly puffs out her chest, revealing that she is fundamentally different from regular ants because she was born to lead her family. The tiny queen explains that her royal status grants her the innate ability to negotiate with and directly command entirely different species. She reveals her skill is called interspecies language and casually asks if Shannon would like a copied version of it, leaving Locke entirely baffled. Before anyone can properly react, the ant girl cheerfully announces that the magical skill transfer is already completely finished. The giant Fenrir tests the newly copied skill by speaking directly to the elf, and Shannon gasps in shock as she fully comprehends his deep voice. Shannon happily thanks the proud little ant girl while Locke stares blankly into space, quietly lamenting how absurdly unpredictable his life has become. Watching the girls happily bond, Locke finally realizes that the tiara-wearing ant is a highly special variant, completely explaining why she alone could speak to him. The tiny ant girl eagerly asks if she and her sisters will be given official names. Thinking for a moment, Locke gently asks how the name Potra sounds. Beaming with absolute joy, Potra throws her hands up and cheers about finally receiving a beautiful name. Smiling warmly, the young tamer decides he should probably give the rest of the swarm names as well. The remaining 5 ant girls gather around with bright and highly expectant eyes. Locke suddenly freezes, scratching his head as a heavy wave of awkward hesitation washes over him. Sweating nervously, he bluntly admits that they all look completely identical to his human eyes. The tiny girls tilt their heads in pure confusion, wondering how he cannot clearly see their supposed differences. Giving up on creativity entirely, Locke lazily dubs them Orange A, B, C, D, and E. Heavy tears begin to well up in the deeply disappointed toddler's eyes. Without warning, the tiny swarm erupts into massive cheers of absolute and chaotic delight. Staring blankly at the celebrating toddlers, Locke genuinely wonders if they actually liked those terrible generic names. He promises himself to give them proper names once their individual personalities fully develop over time. Shifting his focus, the beast tamer asks Potra to explain the mysterious underground dungeon they rapidly constructed. The proud little queen gestures to a freezing chamber specifically designed for safely storing raw meat. She skips over to the next area, happily presenting a well-ventilated drying room meant for preserving monster fur. Finally, she reveals a massive stockpile of highly valuable demon rocks they unearthed during the excavation process. Locke stares in sheer awe, completely blown away by their impossible ability to build such an incredible facility so quickly. Shannon smiles warmly and praises Potra's swarm for their remarkably efficient and diligent craftsmanship. The elf casually notes that the impressive underground structure strongly resembles a natural ant nest. Eager to celebrate their massive success, Locke loudly declares that it is finally time to start cooking the fresh meat. The entire group cheers wildly at the exciting prospect of a massive and delicious feast. Mentally preparing for the heavy meal, Locke lists off grills, frying pans, knives, and various essential seasonings. A heavy sigh escapes the tamer's lips as he suddenly remembers they lack every single piece of required cookware. When Shannon asks about the menu, Locke decides on simple fried chicken since they are currently incredibly short on time. He explains the easy recipe, hyping up the dish by mentioning how perfectly it pairs with fresh, crisp cabbage. In a brief flashback, Locke politely asks a local merchant if he has any cabbages available for sale. The apologetic shopkeeper shakes his head, explaining that the vegetable has been completely out of stock lately. Locke hangs his head in sheer defeat, actively mourning the devastating loss of his perfect side dish. Hearing the tragic news, Shannon pouts heavily and laments missing out on the delicious cabbage pairing. A sinister voice suddenly shatters the peaceful atmosphere, mocking the group for foolishly playing around. A menacing figure boldly steps out from the shadows, radiating absolute arrogance and sheer hostility. Locke narrows his eyes with fierce determination as he immediately recognizes Isaac's deeply punchable smirk. Isaac smugly offers to let Locke back into the party if he simply drops to his knees and begs. The tense atmosphere thickens as the two opposing sides forcefully face off in the crowded hall. Shannon steps forward to shield her new master, sharply questioning what the arrogant gladiator wants. Isaac glares down at the tiny elf, aggressively demanding to know who the hell she is. Locke gently touches Shannon's shoulder, calmly instructing her to just leave the pathetic traitors alone. Turning his cold gaze back to Isaac, Locke firmly states that he has absolutely nothing to do with him anymore. Isaac grinds his teeth in deep frustration, muttering under his breath as Locke's blatant rejection stings his massive ego. Refusing to take the hint, the enraged gladiator violently lunges forward to initiate a physical attack. He throws a brutal and highly aggressive punch aimed straight at the unsuspecting beast tamer's face. Shannon intercepts the deadly strike with blinding speed, flawlessly blocking the massive fist with her bare hands. The fierce elf glares daggers at the gladiator, furiously demanding to know exactly what he thinks he is doing. Isaac flinches backward, genuinely startled by the sheer physical power radiating from the tiny girl. Recovering his unearned arrogance, Isaac scoffs and accuses Locke of using underhanded guild tactics since his new partner is clearly just a lowly E-class adventurer. He cruelly taunts Shannon, claiming that working with a useless piece of garbage like Locke means she will never be able to use him properly. Shannon lowers her stance as a highly dangerous aura radiates from her body, coldly questioning his blatant insult. Enraged by the sheer disrespect, the fierce elf aggressively demands that Isaac take his cruel words back immediately. She violently defends her new partner, screaming that Locke is a human being and not just an object to be used. Locke watches her fierce defense in absolute silence, deeply moved by her immediate and unwavering loyalty. Isaac smirks dismissively at the threat, casually comparing the fiery E-class elf to a weak and loudly barking dog. A familiar, highly condescending voice suddenly calls out from behind the gladiator, immediately drawing Locke's attention. Kara steps forward with a judgmental stare, sharply asking if this ragged elf is truly his new teammate. Locke confidently nods his head, officially introducing Shannon as his brand new E-class partner. The resurrected saintess blatantly looks the quiet elf up and down, heavily scrutinizing her overall appearance. Kara's eyes critically scan Shannon's severely worn and incredibly basic adventurer gear. The modest elf shifts uncomfortably under the intense, heavily judgmental glare of the elite healer. Kara bluntly insults Shannon's outfit, callously declaring that her cheap clothes are incredibly lame. Feigning absolute superiority, Kara condescendingly advises the elf to pay much more attention to her wardrobe if she intends to travel with Locke. Locke immediately fires back to defend his partner, telling Kara to mind her own business since fancy clothes do absolutely nothing to increase true strength. The spoiled healer visibly flinches, genuinely stung by Locke's immediate and incredibly harsh defense of the ragged elf. Crossing her arms defensively, Kara loudly complains that she never expected Locke to specifically choose a female partner. Locke quickly attempts to clarify the massive misunderstanding, explaining that pairing up with Shannon was entirely the guild's decision rather than his own choice. Stepping out from the back of the group, EMI softly introduces herself and politely apologizes for her teammates' incredibly rude behavior. The highly remorseful mage turns her sorrowful gaze directly toward her betrayed childhood friend. EMI deeply bows her head to genuinely apologize for all their past sins, fully acknowledging that a simple sorry will never be enough to earn his forgiveness. She quietly admits that she has spent countless hours agonizing over how terribly they treated him. Assuming he would quit adventuring entirely, EMI explains that she desperately wanted this final contest to truly gauge her own independent strength. The mage solemnly vows that once this guild challenge is finally over, she will figure out exactly what to do with the rest of her ruined life. Locke listens quietly to her heartfelt confession, respectfully acknowledging her highly sincere resolve. The heavy tension between the former childhood friends finally begins to settle into a profound mutual understanding. The solemn moment is abruptly shattered as a loud, highly aggressive voice demands that they immediately move their butts out of the way. Offering a polite farewell, Locke calmly wishes his former teammates good luck on their journey. Scoffing at the remark, the rival party arrogantly confirms that they will do exactly that before turning away. The tension finally begins to dissipate as the two groups separate. Breaking the silence, Shannon gently calls out to Locke and suggests that they should get moving as well. Turning to his companion, Locke warmly reassures Shannon that everything is completely all right. Steeling his resolve, he acknowledges the high stakes and declares that they simply cannot afford to lose. A moment of quiet realization washes over the group as they contemplate the challenge ahead. Prioritizing their next move, Bork suggests that they head back to base for the meantime to prepare. Suddenly, a loud thud echoes through the area as an unexpected accident occurs. Thick white smoke billows out in every direction, completely obscuring their vision. Sighing at the mess, Locke lightly scolds a flour-covered Lucky for playing with the cooking supplies. Peering through the dense fog, Lucky earnestly protests that he was only trying to help and wasn't playing at all. The dusty cloud triggers a loud, violent sneeze that echoes through the clearing. Unable to contain themselves, the group bursts into uncontrollable laughter at the sheer absurdity of the situation. Soon, the cheerful sound of sizzling oil fills the air as they settle down to cook their meal. Tapping the finished dish, Locke finally announces that the cooking is complete. With a proud flourish, he presents his culinary masterpiece, declaring it to be Locke's Deluxe Edition fried chicken. The group marvels at the golden feast and eagerly takes their first massive bites. A younger member happily praises Papa's delicious cooking while Locke gently reminds them to eat slowly since the food is piping hot. Turning his attention outward, he makes sure to warn Shannon to be careful with the hot meal as well. With her cheeks stuffed full of food, Shannon gleefully agrees that the meal is absolutely delicious. The group falls into a comfortable silence, savoring every single bite of their hard-earned feast. Warm smiles spread across their faces as they continue to enjoy the phenomenal dish. With the meal settling, Locke calls for their attention and prepares to outline their upcoming strategy. He explains that the Fresh Verdure dungeon is normally a multi-day carriage ride away, turning the request into a week-long ordeal. However, he points out that by cutting straight through harsh terrain like forests and swamps, they can reach it in under half a day. Judging by the heavy baggage their rivals were carrying, Locke confidently predicts the other team will be forced to take the standard carriage route. Weighing their massive advantage, he declares they simply cannot lose unless they stumble into serious trouble in the woods. He thoughtfully adds that even if the rival group attempts a shortcut, their journey won't be nearly as smooth as they expect. Realizing his brilliance, Shannon points out that Locke had cleverly deduced all of this just from observing their rivals earlier. Having thoroughly filled their bellies and finalized their winning plan, the group stands ready for action. Exuding confidence, Locke enthusiastically announces their immediate departure. Wasting no time, the party sets off into the wilderness at a blistering pace. Sitting atop the massive beast, Locke politely apologizes to the giant Fenrir for hitching a ride. Brushing off the apology, the majestic Fenrir casually assures him that it is perfectly fine. The group steadily navigates through the dense, unforgiving forest without a moment of hesitation. Scanning the quiet woods, Locke marvels at how the wild monsters refuse to attack, praising the Fenrir's incredibly intimidating presence. They continue their swift advance deeper into the treacherous wilderness. Suddenly, a mysterious, echoing cry cuts through the quiet woods, forcing the group to a sudden halt. Instantly on high alert, they deduce that someone nearby is being violently attacked by a monster. Seeking a momentary retreat, Locke politely instructs Lucky to step back for a second. A sudden, distressed cry echoes through the tense air as the situation rapidly escalates. The frantic noise continues to build, signaling the immediate arrival of an unknown threat. A startled shout rings out as a massive figure violently drops into the clearing. Screaming in pure shock, Shannon stares wide-eyed at the bizarre, hulking intruder suddenly standing before them. Locke quickly analyzes the towering enemy, realizing with a jolt that it isn't a simple stone statue but a fearsome gargoyle. The terrified group recoils as the gargoyle aggressively prepares to lunge forward. Letting out a deafening roar, the monster unleashes a devastating surprise assault upon the party. Shock ripples through the group as they realize the beast is conjuring incredibly powerful wind magic. Boasting with arrogant laughter, the gargoyle mocks their absolute foolishness for daring to challenge its elemental mastery. A massive surge of magical energy begins to violently swirl around the confident creature. Refusing to back down, the party swiftly counters with an overwhelming blast of magical power. All washes over the group as Locke proudly praises Lucky's incredible strength in the face of danger. However, the triumphant mood suddenly falters as the resulting magical energy begins to spiral dangerously out of control. Panic instantly sets in as Locke frantically yells at his companion to halt the rapidly expanding vortex. Desperately waving his arms, Locke warns that unleashing such a massive spell will inevitably obliterate the nearby royal capital of Kront. Looking down in absolute shame, a tearful Lucky softly apologizes for completely losing control of the terrifying spell. Screaming in utter horror, the group realizes that the catastrophic magic can no longer be contained. Gritting his teeth against the chaotic winds, Locke desperately scrambles to formulate a survival plan. Realizing there is zero time to hesitate, Locke throws himself directly into the path of destruction as Shannon screams his name. Gathering every ounce of his remaining energy, the brave tamer rapidly channels a desperate incantation to intercept the blast. A blinding flash of protective magic violently erupts from his firmly outstretched hands. Knowing he cannot fully cancel the attack, Locke brilliantly focuses his power on a single point to safely distribute the devastating shockwave. The two immense magical forces violently collide in midair, creating a deafening blast. A terrifying struggle ensues as Locke physically pushes back against the overwhelming storm. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Locke channels absolutely everything he has into maintaining the fragile barrier. The sheer, crushing pressure of the colliding spells violently threatens to tear the surrounding landscape apart. Struggling under the immense weight of the blast, Locke furiously grits his teeth as his magical defenses begin to crack. Feeling his physical strength rapidly draining, Locke desperately calls upon the very last reserves of his magical power. Roaring with absolute defiance, he fiercely begs his defenses to hold out just a little bit longer. A monumental explosion absolutely shatters the sky as the overwhelming spell finally detonates. Brilliant beams of lingering light violently scatter across the thoroughly devastated clearing. Panting heavily through the thick smoke, a battered Locke weakly wonders if they actually managed to survive the blast in time. Exhausted and dizzy, Lucky sways unsteadily on his feet in the immediate aftermath of his own chaotic spell. Completely drained of all his energy, Locke finally collapses heavily to the ruined ground. A heavy, ringing silence falls over the scorched battlefield as the blinding dust slowly begins to settle. Peeking through her tightly shut eyes, a trembling Shannon slowly opens them to assess the catastrophic damage. Rushing over in a sheer panic, Shannon frantically checks on Locke, who weakly confirms that everyone managed to escape unharmed. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, Shannon drops her weary shoulders and quietly thanks the heavens for their survival. The brief moment of peace shatters instantly as Shannon gasps in sheer horror, pointing directly at Locke's severely injured arm. Assessing his injured arm, Locke notes that a healing potion could easily tend to this level of damage. Tipping the vial back, he quickly downs the restorative liquid in large, echoing gulps. Shannon watches in sheer amazement as the wound heals instantly, while Locke notes that he specially made this powerful potion himself. Tears streaming down his face, a devastated Lucky profusely apologizes to Locke for messing up once again. The small creature trembles in overwhelming guilt over the sheer chaos his uncontrollable spell caused. Gently calling out his companion's name, Locke reaches forward with a comforting and forgiving hand. Startled by the warm gesture, Lucky looks up in surprise as his tamer sincerely thanks him. Smiling softly, Locke assures the crying beast that he truly appreciates the protective thought behind the disastrous spell. Deeply moved by his tamer's boundless compassion, Lucky stares back with pure, tearful adoration. Acknowledging that the creature's magical power is undeniably disaster class, Locke promises they will learn to control it and fight together from now on. Letting out a joyful cry, Lucky tightly embraces his kind tamer in a heartwarming display of pure affection. Bubbling with newfound determination, the tiny magical beast fiercely vows to practice hard and do his absolute best. Shifting his focus back to the immediate aftermath, Locke turns his attention to a sudden, startling sound nearby. A terrified figure cowers in fear before them, prompting Locke to figure out what they should do next with this newly discovered missing child. Shrugging off the absurdity of the situation, Locke remarks that he hardly expects a lecture from a gargoyle. Shifting the focus, he gently questions why the fearsome creature is crying in such a desolate place. Sniffling pitifully, the towering monster simply admits that it is overwhelmed with sadness. The gargoyle tearfully confesses that it was recently fired from the infamous Demon Lord's army. Surprised by the bizarre revelation, Locke muses aloud that even terrifying monsters can face unemployment. Lamenting its weak magic, the gargoyle explains it was crafted from leftover materials and relegated to cleaning the castle for an entire century. After a recent change in military leadership, the new commanders cruelly dismissed the creature for being useless in combat. Wandering aimlessly through the dense woods at a total loss, the disgraced monster eventually stumbled upon a nearby village. Unfortunately, the terrified villagers immediately attacked the creature, forcing it to flee back into the wilderness. Attempting to comfort the beast, Locke reasonably points out that ordinary people generally harbor deep prejudice against demons. Acknowledging the harsh truth, the gargoyle notes that spending 100 years doing nothing but cleaning left it completely unprepared for human interaction. The crushing realization of being an unfinished reject, combined with the pure hatred of humanity, left the creature drowning in sorrow. Trembling with existential dread, the weeping monster questions the very purpose of its miserable existence. Listening patiently to the heartbreaking tale, Locke offers a sympathetic hum of understanding. He strokes his chin in thought, recalling rumors that gargoyles are supposedly the elite troops of the Demon Lord and require immense magical power to forge. Frowning slightly, Locke admits it is incredibly difficult to imagine such a legendary beast being cobbled together from mere scraps. Bringing the conversation back to the present, he asks the lost creature what it plans to do moving forward. Pausing its tears, the gargoyle stares blankly ahead, completely unsure of its next steps in life. Letting out a fond sigh, Locke smiles gently at the helplessly sobbing giant. Without a second thought, the kind-hearted beast tamer warmly invites the gargoyle to join their traveling party. Stunned by the generous offer, the monster stammers in disbelief, asking if they truly want a weak, cleaning-obsessed companion. Brushing off the concern, Locke praises the gargoyle's incredible dedication to cleaning for a century, assuring it that raw combat strength does not matter to him. Overjoyed by the absolute acceptance, the gargoyle bows deeply and enthusiastically begs to join their ranks. A glowing system prompt suddenly materializes in front of Locke, asking if he wishes to befriend the gargoyle. Squinting at the mysterious holographic text, Locke lets out a confused hum of curiosity. His eyes lock onto the bizarre sealed tag attached to his new companion's status window. When questioned about any hidden powers, the flustered gargoyle apologizes, knowing only that it was created by the previous Demon Lord. Dropping the complicated subject for now, Locke nods in quiet acceptance of the lingering mystery. Smiling brightly, Locke officially welcomes Gargoyle-kun to the team, prompting an immensely proud salute from the eager monster. A brilliant light envelops the creature as the system confirms the gargoyle has been transformed into a sacred beast and transferred to Arden. A new notification immediately pops up, offering Locke the chance to expand his magical garden thanks to his growing roster of holy beasts. Analyzing the available options on the floating screen, Locke decides to focus on expanding the main cabin this time around. With a satisfied sigh, he confirms his selection, and the system smoothly chimes to announce the successful expansion. Turning his attention back to their surroundings, Locke recalls the gargoyle mentioning a nearby settlement in the forest. His train of thought derails as a strange, out-of-place sight suddenly catches his keen eye. Kneeling down to inspect the bizarre anomaly, Locke stares in sheer disbelief at a neat row of thriving cabbages. Bewildered by the discovery, he wonders aloud how a perfectly cultivated cabbage patch could possibly exist in the middle of a dense wilderness. Shaking off the confusion, Locke decides it is getting too late to investigate further and announces that the party will camp there for the night. The weary group finally settles down to enjoy a peaceful rest under the quiet, starry night sky. Gazing into the darkness, Locke solemnly realizes that this strange location must be the very same village the gargoyle had spoken of earlier. Scanning the towering mountains ahead, the party continues their journey. Reaching their destination, Locke quietly reads the weathered sign for Chushino village. A strange noise suddenly catches his attention, prompting him to pause and listen closely. Loud, rhythmic snoring echoes through the desolate area as someone sleeps deeply nearby. Stepping closer to the slumbering figure, Shannon gently tries to excuse herself and get their attention. The mysterious villager continues to sleep soundly, completely oblivious to the group's presence. Shaking the man lightly, Shannon offers a cheerful greeting as the sleeping figure finally begins to stir. Leaning in close, she warmly urges the drowsy stranger to wake up. Blinking open his eyes, the bewildered villager immediately assumes he is looking at a beautiful angel. Resigning himself to his supposed fate, the man mutters that it must finally be his time to pass on. Pouting his lips for a dramatic kiss, he boldly declares he has no regrets as long as this cute girl takes him to the afterlife. Disgusted by the sudden advance, Shannon shrieks and violently smacks the delusional man away. Snapping completely awake, the terrified villager scrambles backward and frantically accuses the group of being bandits. Locke calmly clarifies that they are simply adventurers heading toward the nearby caves who heard about the settlement. The man's panic instantly subsides as he processes their true identities with wide-eyed wonder. Thrilled by their arrival, the villager enthusiastically urges them to go meet the village chief immediately for advice. Confused by the abrupt shift in tone, the party cautiously makes their way into the heart of the settlement. Locke mutters to himself, genuinely puzzled as to what kind of advice this struggling village could possibly need. Quiet whispers immediately ripple through the gathering crowd as the battered locals cautiously observe the newcomers. Scanning the emaciated villagers, Locke silently notes the grim reality of their starvation despite the region's lack of historical famines. An elderly man soon steps forward, warmly expressing his deep gratitude for the travelers' timely arrival. Bowing politely with a soft rustle of his robes, the elder introduces himself as Onigami, the village chief. Locke respectfully returns the greeting, introducing himself, Shannon, and the massive holy beast Lucky to the village leader. Glancing sideways at the man from earlier, Locke dryly remarks on his sudden and complete recovery. The proud villager stubbornly boasts that he easily neutralized a stone statue, claiming his supreme skills kept him alert even while dreaming. An older villager fiercely snaps back, mocking the man's failing eyesight by clarifying the statue was actually moving. Outraged by the insult, the boisterous man angrily bickers with the elder, completely ignoring their important guests. Interrupting the petty squabble, Locke forcefully steers the conversation back to the villager's urgent request for help. Instantly deflating, the embarrassed villager bows his head and sheepishly apologizes for getting carried away. Clearing his throat to restore order, Chief Onigami prepares to explain the grave situation. The chief reveals that about a year ago, a menacing horde of goblins relocated to the nearby Green Garden Swamp. He solemnly explains that the vicious monsters ruthlessly raided their already struggling fields, stealing whatever little food they had left. Lowering his eyes in sorrow, Onigami admits that a brave group of young men tried to fight back, only to be brutally defeated. Desperation practically dripping from his voice, the elderly chief humbly begs the capable adventurers for their assistance. Narrowing his eyes, Locke thoughtfully repeats the name of the familiar monstrous threat. He mentally notes that goblins possess dangerous cunning, making them an incredibly nasty threat once their numbers swell. Onigami laments that both the state and the guild ignored their pleas because the impoverished village could not afford the mandatory request fees. Processing the grim reality of the situation, Locke quietly acknowledges the chief's tragic explanation. Despite his empathy, Locke internally struggles with the harsh truth that he cannot sustain his own livelihood strictly through unpaid charity work. He firmly rationalizes that simply handing them a free rescue will not solve the root problem, as the villagers must eventually learn to survive and protect themselves moving forward. A tense silence falls over the village square as Locke considers their desperate plea. Breaking the quiet, Locke calmly announces that he has a proposal. He asks the chief to show him a local map and point out the exact location of the goblin horde. Unrolling the worn parchment, the chief eagerly presents the map to the travelers. Tracing the routes with his finger, Locke silently absorbs the geographical layout before nodding in understanding. He outlines a bold strategy to handle the monsters, leaving the chief gasping in sheer disbelief at the possibility of salvation. Adding to the good news, Locke assures the starving villagers that the thriving cabbage patch they saw earlier will sustain them for now. Overwhelmed with immense relief, the wary locals cheer and express their deepest gratitude. However, Locke firmly warns them that relying on handouts will only trap them in an endless cycle of starvation. To prevent future tragedies, the young beast tamer offers to personally help develop their struggling village. In exchange for his transformative services, he boldly requests a 20% cut of their future revenue once they become profitable. Sweating nervously, the chief admits that such a massive percentage is not something he can approve alone. Locke sighs quietly, slightly bothered by the hesitation but understanding their poverty-stricken reality. Adjusting his terms, Locke graciously lowers his demand to 10%, provided the entire village cooperates with his ongoing tasks. He assures them this cut will only apply to pure profit, carefully calculated after all labor and material costs are subtracted. Sweetening the deal, Locke promises to thin out the goblin threat and secure their food supply regardless of the villagers' direct combat assistance. A wave of hushed murmurs instantly ripples through the gathered crowd as they weigh the unprecedented offer. Whispers of hope and skepticism clash as the villagers debate their future. Observing them, Locke mentally pinpoints the villagers' core issue, noting their terrible geographical position blocking major traffic. He assesses that their lack of specialized exports and poorly maintained fields have utterly crippled their ability to earn foreign currency. Though he could easily do the work for free, Locke firmly believes the villagers must develop their own resolve to survive. Bowing respectfully, the chief requests a brief moment to properly consult with his people, a delay Locke easily accepts. Stepping away, Shannon curiously asks Locke what he expects the outcome to be. Confident in his logic, Locke notes that the village stands to benefit immensely and doubts they would ever refuse. He calmly asks to be notified when a consensus is reached, deciding to prepare his magical garden in the meantime. Sometime later, the chief returns with a heavy sigh and apologizes for keeping them waiting. He confesses that opinions remain sharply divided, as many villagers simply lack the confidence to improve their own lives. Seeking absolute clarity, the chief nervously verifies if Locke is truly willing to accept compensation entirely contingent on their success. Locke confirms with unshakable confidence, reiterating his promise to annihilate the goblins and secure their food if they agree to cooperate. He firmly guarantees that the non-combatant villagers will not face any physical danger during the operation. Hearing this ironclad assurance, the surrounding locals begin murmuring that they will never find a better deal. Suddenly, an angry voice cuts through the crowd, bluntly declaring that the offer is completely unbelievable. A bruised and battered young man hobbles forward, fiercely arguing that Locke's suspiciously generous terms must be a trap. Furious at the disrespect, the chief steps forward and harshly scolds the young man, calling him Warren. Clenching his teeth through visible agony, Warren bitterly claims he could easily slaughter the goblins himself if not for his crippled leg. The young man curses his own helpless state, tears of pure frustration brimming in his eyes. Locke silently studies the aggressive youth, instantly deducing that Warren is one of the brave locals injured in the previous goblin raid. Without uttering a word of judgment, Locke reaches into his bag and rustles through his supplies. Stepping toward the defensive young man, the beast tamer holds out a small, glowing vial. Locke casually offers Warren his uniquely arranged healing potion, ready to prove his absolute sincerity. Furiously rejecting the offer, Warren stubbornly declares that he will never drink the mysterious liquid. Unfazed by the hostility, Locke calmly suggests letting Shannon drink it first to definitively prove its safety. Thrilled by the prospect, Shannon eagerly volunteers to taste Locke's specially made concoction. With her heart pounding in sheer anticipation, she magically transforms into her human shape with a soft puff. Grabbing the glass vial, she immediately tips it back and takes a massive gulp. A radiant aura of light bursts around her as she screams in delight over the absolutely delicious flavor. She happily notes that unlike normally sour potions, This soothing brew instantly makes her entire body feel incredibly light. Watching her ecstatic reaction, Lucky bounds over and enthusiastically begs his tamer for a taste. Smiling warmly at his eager companion, Locke happily agrees to share the magical drink. Erupting into a brilliant glow, Lucky roars out in pure culinary bliss at the phenomenal taste. The massive beast joyfully bounces around the clearing, praising the remarkably refreshing and incredibly soothing effects. Locke observes his companion's energetic reactions with a quiet, highly satisfied smirk. Turning his attention back to his skeptic, Locke gently urges Warren to finally try the proven potion for himself. Scoffing that the others are merely acting, Warren reluctantly snatches the vial and violently chugs it. He is instantly struck by a heavenly shockwave of flavor, screaming out in utter deliciousness. Staring at the empty bottle in sheer disbelief, he marvels that it completely lacks the dank, rotten stench of typical potions. Savoring the lingering aftertaste, he realizes the vibrant liquid tastes exactly like freshly squeezed apple juice. He dramatically compares the flawlessly balanced sweet and sour profile to the nostalgic, refreshing memory of his first love. Suddenly, a powerful surge of restorative magical energy courses rapidly through his broken body. Warren completely panics in pure joy as he realizes his excruciating pain has vanished and he can finally move his legs again. Falling helplessly to his knees, he tearfully praises the impossible medical miracle he just experienced firsthand. Capitalizing on the absolute awe, Locke promises to freely heal the rest of the injured villagers if they formally agree to assist his current quest. Desperate to save his suffering people, Warren lunges forward to grip Locke's hands and fiercely begs for the life-saving treatments. Introducing himself as the chief's assistant, Warren formally apologizes for his earlier doubts and aggressively pledges their total cooperation. Witnessing the miraculous physical recovery firsthand, the surrounding villagers finally drop their heavy skepticism and murmurs of doubt. Chief Onigami watches the heartwarming scene unfold, nodding with a deeply relieved and gentle smile. Stepping forward with newfound authority, the chief addresses the crowd and firmly asks if anyone still dares to oppose the alliance. The gathered locals immediately murmur their unanimous agreement, their weathered faces glowing with bright, undeniable hope. Smirking confidently at his total diplomatic victory, Locke officially declares their mutually beneficial deal sealed. As Shannon cheers wildly for a celebratory meal, a grim reminder looms that they only have 6 days left to complete the official guild request. Taking a cautious bite, a villager begins to chew the mysterious food. The flavor rapidly processes on his tongue, widening his eyes in pure shock. Erupting with sudden joy, he screams that the meal is absolutely delicious. Another villager marvels at the incredible taste, admitting he previously thought cabbages were only good for horse feed. Smiling warmly, Locke explains that today's menu features cabbage soup, though the vegetable is equally delicious raw or stir-fried. He reveals that he secretly mixed a little recovery potion into the dish, instantly restoring the health of the sickly villagers. Shifting his focus to the upcoming tasks, Locke gently calls out to Shannon and asks for her assistance. He firmly instructs her to take orange ants A and B to protect the vulnerable villagers while they collect building materials. Surprised by the heavy responsibility, Shannon nervously asks if he is truly sure about leaving such an important task to her. Locke reassures her with absolute confidence, stating she is more than capable of handling the local monsters without much trouble. He playfully adds that her tiny orange companions are surprisingly self-sufficient in a fight. Bursting with newfound determination, Shannon happily accepts the mission and fiercely promises to do her absolute best. Outlining the grand strategy, Locke explains that building a direct road to Kronto will attract traveling merchants and permanently solve their supply shortages. Pausing his explanation, the beast tamer notes that they have one crucial step to complete before construction can start. A sudden, brilliant flash of magical light spectacularly engulfs the weary elders of the village. Gasping in sheer bewilderment, an old man marvels as his frail body suddenly feels incredibly light and powerful. Locke calmly explains he cast a temporary strengthening magic on them, ensuring they can move around much more easily during the project. Flexing their magically renewed muscles, the ecstatic elders cheerfully declare they feel like they are back in their physical prime. Sweating nervously at their vigorous movements, Locke frantically warns them not to go too rough lest they accidentally break their brittle bones. Watching in total awe, Shannon enthusiastically praises Locke's incredible ability to cast group strengthening magic so flawlessly. Locke humbly brushes off the praise, promising to teach Shannon the spell later since she can easily master it with a little practice. Stealing his resolve, the young tamer pivots his attention directly toward the massive labor project ahead. Thrusting his fist into the air, he loudly commands his team to begin building the new road. The monstrous familiars immediately spring into action, violently smashing boulders and clearing the rugged terrain. Moving with terrifying efficiency, Gargoyle-kun rapidly sweeps away the heavy stone debris to flatten the path. The massive ant familiars effortlessly haul enormous chunks of earth across the busy construction zone. After an intense period of hyper-efficient labor, Locke finally calls for everyone to stop and take a well-deserved break. Panting lightly, the group pauses to admire the incredible progress they have achieved in record time. Praising Potra and Gargoyle-kun for finishing the stone pavement, Locke optimistically predicts the entire road might be completed by tomorrow. He gratefully credits Lucky's magic for handling the core construction, planning to aggressively peddle their goods once the path is fully cleared. Taking a quiet moment to observe his resting companions, a deeply affectionate smile crosses his face. Overwhelmed with immense gratitude, he silently reflects that his loyal familiars are far more than he could ever ask for. Later that evening, a peaceful darkness settles over the newly expanded monster garden. Inside the cozy cabin, Locke diligently scribbles out the next day's plans under the warm glow of a desk lantern. Sneaking up quietly behind him, Shannon softly asks why he is still awake working so late. Glancing up from his scattered notes, Locke calmly acknowledges her sudden presence. He explains he is simply finalizing tomorrow's strategy, thanking her for checking in but gently urging her to get some sleep. Acknowledging her incredibly hard work today, he warmly insists that she desperately needs a good night's rest. Shaking her head stubbornly, Shannon fiercely declares she cannot possibly sleep while her master continues to toil away. Deeply flustered by the overly formal title, Locke sheepishly begs her to stop calling him master. Locke gently reassures his companion, clearly stating that he doesn't consider her his slave at all. A quiet moment of understanding passes between them as his deeply comforting words finally sink in. Gazing at him with pure admiration, she softly calls him a truly kind and gentle person. Blushing deeply, she emotionally declares how incredibly happy she is to have met him. Locke smiles warmly at her heartfelt confession, clearly touched by her overwhelming sincerity. Returning the exact same sentiment, he sincerely thanks her and admits he is just as happy their paths crossed. The two share a tender, heartwarming silence as their undeniable bond deepens in the quiet cabin. Shifting gears to business, Locke plans to have the villagers harvest cabbages tomorrow before selling the goods at the capital. Knowing there is a massive cabbage shortage in the city, he confidently predicts their stock will sell out rapidly. Glancing thoughtfully away, he clarifies he definitely hasn't forgotten their official guild quest amidst the village chores. Brimming with determination, he confidently asserts they will win while noting that the method of their victory is equally vital. His thoughts briefly drift to his past, wondering how his former comrade Titus would handle this exact situation. Exhaustion finally overtakes Shannon as she drifts off into a deep, peaceful sleep. Tossing slightly, she murmurs Locke's name in her dreams while unconsciously praising his amazing abilities. Locke quietly cleans up their living space while she slumbers softly in the background. Looking down at his sleeping friend, Locke whispers a gentle thank you for all of her hard work. Stepping outside into the cool night air, the young tamer gazes out across the dark wilderness. A shadowy figure approaches from behind, casually noting that Locke is still wide awake at this late hour. Getting straight to business, the newcomer asks what specific prey they are hunting tonight. Locke reveals they are hunting rainbow dragonflies, explaining the swift insects are much easier to catch under the cover of darkness. Pausing slightly, the mysterious companion questions what they should do about the lingering goblin threat. Locke calmly assures him the goblins won't dare attack as long as they remain fiercely guarded inside the village. He pragmatically adds that even if they ignore the horde, other ambitious adventurers will eventually arrive to subjugate the monsters. The companion tilts his head slightly, silently processing Locke's laid-back but highly calculated strategy. Shrugging off his minor concerns, the figure simply agrees to trust Locke's reliable judgment. With their nocturnal plan completely finalized, Locke gestures forward and signals for them to move out. The two silently vanish into the rustling brush, officially embarking on their midnight hunt. Deep in the shadowy wilderness, a tense silence violently blankets the moonlit terrain. The hunting party steadily navigates the rugged landscape in search of their incredibly elusive targets. Their hyper-focused search continues as they expertly track the glowing creatures through the dark woods. Time passes swiftly as the long night finally begins to fade into a gentle, illuminating dawn. Back at the cabin, the rhythmic clanging of pots and a simmering fire happily announce the start of a brand new day. Waking up from his rest, Locke rubs his tired eyes and groggily notes that it is already bright outside. The cheerful humming and bustling sounds coming directly from the kitchen steadily draw his attention. Assuming it is Shannon hard at work, Locke quietly prepares to go out and greet her. A warm smile crosses his face as he deeply appreciates her waking up so early to lovingly cook for them. Stepping into the kitchen area, he casually offers his thanks and asks if she needs any help with the breakfast preparations. A booming, monstrous voice cheerfully greets Locke, politely asking him to wait just a couple of minutes for the food to finish. Locke's eyes widen in absolute horror as the bizarre reality of the domestic scene instantly registers. Staring at the massive, apron-wearing gargoyle happily cooking at the stove, Locke hysterically screams that this is entirely wrong. Startled awake, Locke finds a massive, shadowy figure leaning over him to ask if he just had a nightmare. Locke quickly reassures Gargoyle-kun that he is completely fine while casually asking if there is anything he can help with. The towering monster proudly declares that he used to prepare all the meals at the Demon Lord's castle, confidently telling Locke to leave the cooking entirely to him. Impressed by his new companion's unexpected culinary background, Locke smiles warmly and praises the gargoyle's impressive skills. Walking outside into the crisp morning air, Locke pleasantly greets Shannon as she approaches with her wooden training sword. Bowing her head deeply, a flustered Shannon immediately apologizes for accidentally falling asleep the previous night. Locke warmly smiles and gently pats her head, assuring her that she has absolutely nothing to worry about. Noticing her tightly gripped wooden sword, Locke casually asks if she is heading out early to practice her swordsmanship. Shannon enthusiastically confirms she is going for some slashing practice, explaining that Gargoyle-kun completely took over her usual breakfast duties. Watching the massive, fearsome beast cheerfully cooking in a cute apron, Locke sweat drops and admits that the bizarre sight still feels incredibly off. Shifting her focus back to her tamer, Shannon worriedly asks if Locke is exhausted from his secret late-night activities. She pointedly mentions that he went out entirely on his own last night to hunt for the elusive rainbow dragonflies. Surprised that she actually knew, Locke wonders aloud if she was asleep while clarifying that Lucky accompanied him on the dark hunt. Puffing out her cheeks in pure frustration, Shannon aggressively insists that she simply wanted to be useful and help him out on the mission. Touched by her earnest dedication, Locke sincerely thanks her and promises that they will catch the dragonflies together next time. Leaning in close with wide, hopeful eyes, Shannon holds up her pinky finger and asks him to formally promise her. Smiling softly at her endearing gesture, Locke happily intertwines his pinky with hers to seal their earnest deal. Their tender moment is abruptly interrupted as Gargoyle-kun cheerfully bellows that breakfast is finally ready. By the afternoon of the second day, Shannon enthusiastically confirms their solid plan to sell the cabbages in the market before delivering the dragonfly wings to the guild. Locke agrees with the strategy, stating he wants to scout the current market price for cabbages as the grateful villagers wish them a safe journey. Riding in a fast-moving carriage down the newly cleared road, Locke confidently notes they made excellent time and can easily sell their goods today. Looking toward a brighter future, he mentally formulates a grand plan to revitalize the deserted farmland with cabbage crops while teaching the locals how to hunt dragonflies to permanently solve their food shortages. Starting the day with high spirits, the group eagerly vows to do their absolute best. Rapid movement fills the air as someone aggressively practices their swings. Spotting an unfamiliar creature, Locke warmly questions when a friendly little chick arrived in the mini garden. Correcting him immediately, the young girl affectionately calls him Papa and firmly states that it is not a normal chick. Shock washes over Locke as he realizes the tiny bird is actually their majestic skybird. Utterly bewildered, he points out that the skybird used to be significantly larger than this tiny form. Shannon explains that while sorting through monster materials, they stumbled upon a strange and rare item. She reveals that the skybird somehow managed to eat the glowing item and instantly transformed into its current pint-sized state. Processing the bizarre explanation, Locke mutters in quiet resignation at the absurd turn of events. He immediately begins pondering if there is any possible way to reverse the magical transformation. Unbothered by its condition, the tiny skybird happily tweets and shines with innocent energy. Deciding to let it go for now, Locke shrugs and admits that the situation is ultimately fine. He logically concludes that since the bird's life isn't in any danger, it will eventually revert to its normal size. The group's cheerful mood suddenly shifts as a gloomy atmosphere descends upon the area. Wrinkling his nose, Locke begins aggressively sniffing the surrounding air in sheer confusion. Tracking the mysterious scent, he wonders aloud what could possibly be causing such a terrible stench. Sniffing closer to the source, Locke finally zeroes in on the exact origin of the foul odor. Pointing an accusing finger, he firmly declares that Lucky is the undeniable source of the terrible smell. Playing innocent, the massive beast awkwardly avoids eye contact and claims he can't smell a thing. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, Locke bluntly demands to know exactly when Lucky last took a bath. Sweating nervously, the giant Fenrir hesitates before weakly guessing that he bathed just yesterday. Instantly catching the lie, Locke points out that they were together all day yesterday and no bath ever happened. Trapped by the ironclad logic, Lucky desperately backpedals and suggests it might have been the day before yesterday. Staring down his fiercely unhygienic companion, Locke calls out his name in a dangerous and warning tone. Panicking entirely, the massive beast begins to sweat as he realizes he cannot escape the impending scrub. Barking defensively, Lucky stubbornly insists that he properly licks himself clean and is perfectly fine without water. Sighing in total exasperation, Locke throws his hands up and mutters that they have absolutely no other choice. Thrusting his hand forward, the tamer officially declares the commencement of an all-out operation to capture and bathe Lucky. The familiars instantly rally to the cause, cheering excitedly as they accept the hilarious new mission. Gargoyle Kuan chuckles darkly, finding the sudden and high-stakes game of tag incredibly interesting. Refusing to go down without a fight, Lucky confidently warns them that catching a Fenrir won't be easy as he violently leaps away. Responding instantly, Locke channels a brilliant burst of magical energy across the entire hunting party. Blinding light washes over the eager familiars as the powerful buff fully activates. Locke firmly announces that he has cast temporary support magic on everyone except Lucky to massively boost their strength and speed. Feeling the sudden surge of overwhelming power, Shannon and the familiars happily thank their brilliant tamer. Laughing arrogantly, the fleeing Fenrir boasts that mere support magic cannot bridge the massive gap between their natural abilities. Stepping up to the massive challenge, Potra fiercely declares that she will be the first one to strike. A dramatic clash of expectations hangs heavy in the air as the Orange and Queen prepares to face down the legendary Fenrir. Exploding forward with blinding speed, Potra rapidly initiates the high-speed pursuit. Glancing back with a highly smug grin, Lucky openly mocks her naive attempt to catch him all on her own. Panting heavily, Potra struggles to catch her breath after initiating the grueling assault. Scoffing at her efforts, Lucky confidently reminds the exhausted ant that her attacks alone will never be enough to take him down. Refusing to surrender, Potra suddenly issues a loud, commanding battle cry to everyone hiding nearby. Responding instantly to her signal, a swarm of massive orange ants violently drops from the sky. Looking up in sheer bewilderment, the giant Fenrir realizes entirely too late that he has walked directly into a coordinated ambush. One of the massive ants swoops down rapidly, initiating a fierce and highly calculated tactical strike. The swarm brutally grapples the legendary beast, utilizing their combined weight to violently crash him into the ground. Groaning in sheer frustration, Lucky struggles helplessly against the overwhelming number of heavy insectoid attackers pinning him down. Cheering wildly at their flawless teamwork, Shannon and Potra celebrate their monumental victory over the massive beast. Smiling warmly, Locke enthusiastically praises Potra for brilliantly faking a solo attack to completely shatter Lucky's guard. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Locke steps forward and firmly orders his trapped familiar to behave and finally get washed. Snorting arrogantly, Lucky flatly refuses the command and begins to forcefully channel his immense magical aura. A devastating shockwave of pure magical energy violently erupts outward from the pinned beast. Screaming in terror, the entire swarm of orange ants is ruthlessly blasted away by the sheer concussive force. Shaking off the dust, Lucky boastfully admits their ambush was clever but ultimately lacked the raw magical power required to hold him down. Weeping over her sudden and humiliating defeat, Potra wails loudly about the Fenrir's terrifying, unfair strength. Analyzing the failed capture attempt, Locke quietly murmurs in understanding as he recalibrates his strategy. Smashing his stone fists together, Gargoyle steps up to the front line and boldly declares himself as the next challenger. A dramatic standoff instantly forms between the proud sacred beast and the former demon lord elite relegated to doing chores. Glaring down at the towering stone monster, Lucky mockingly questions if the gargoyle seriously believes he can secure a win. Smirking confidently, Gargoyle relishes the fact that he is being so severely underestimated by his furry opponent. He fiercely boasts that his century of combat knowledge paired with Locke's potent support magic completely overshadows his natural physical weakness. Lunging forward with explosive force, the stone giant screams that Lucky will deeply regret looking down on him. Roaring a thunderous battle cry, Gargoyle launches a devastating, all-or-nothing frontal assault against the massive wolf. With a single, humiliatingly casual slap, Lucky instantly swats the screaming gargoyle away to secure another effortless victory. Brushing off the pathetic attempt, the utterly unbothered Fenrir arrogantly demands to know who dares challenge him next. Stepping quietly into the clearing, Shannon respectfully requests permission to test her own skills in a brutal spar against him. The tension violently spikes as the blessed elf steps up to face down the terrifying dog-like monstrosity. Intrigued by her sudden bravery, Lucky highly encourages the fierce elf to come at him with absolutely everything she has. Unsheathing her gleaming blade with a sharp metallic ring, Shannon firmly acknowledges his dangerous invitation. Explosively launching herself off the ground, she initiates a terrifyingly fast and highly aggressive lethal strike. Effortlessly dodging her initial rush, Lucky laughs arrogantly and mocks that she will never even manage to graze his fur at this pathetic speed. Scoffing under her breath, Shannon narrows her eyes and drastically shifts her combat stance mid-air. Unleashing a blinding flurry of rapid-fire slashes, she violently attempts to overwhelm his incredible evasion. Dancing gracefully around the deadly barrage, Lucky smugly notes her skills are decent but ultimately too sloppy to ever land a solid hit. Glaring with absolute murderous intent, Shannon fiercely retorts that she is perfectly aware of her own combat shortcomings. Suddenly vanishing from his line of sight, she executes a flawless, impossibly sharp maneuver to instantly close the remaining distance. Shock violently ripples across Lucky's face as he realizes her striking accuracy has inexplicably skyrocketed in a fraction of a second. A devastating impact echoes through the clearing as she brutally bypasses his ironclad defenses. Utterly stunned by the lightning-fast retaliation, the paralyzed Fenrir barely has time to wonder exactly when she pulled off the impossible maneuver. A heavy, lingering tension blankets the clearing following the intense skirmish. Stepping forward with total authority, Locke firmly orders his massive familiar to be a good boy and finally get in the bath. The giant beast freezes in place, clearly anticipating an incoming trap. Suddenly, a blindingly fast blur of motion violently cuts through the air. Shannon seamlessly appears behind him with her blade pressed securely against his neck, coldly warning him that he will lose his head if he twitches. Trapped in her lethal hold, the legendary Fenrir sweats profusely as he realizes he has been completely outmaneuvered. Dropping his proud, aggressive stance, a thoroughly defeated Lucky sighs heavily and officially surrenders to his captors. Locke smiles warmly at his companion, praising her flawless execution and noting that her daily training is clearly paying off. Blushing deeply with immense pride, the fierce elf happily thanks her tamer for the high praise. Shifting his immediate focus back to the captive beast, Locke cracks his knuckles in deep anticipation. With a highly determined glint in his eye, he dramatically declares that it is finally time for the main course. A hilarious, high-stakes standoff officially begins between the playful Fenrir and the relentless tamer who absolutely demands a bath. Shedding his casual demeanor, Lucky violently channels his energy and roars for Locke to bring his full strength. Locke aggressively braces himself as raw magical power heavily sparks between the two fierce combatants. Just before the monumental clash, a sudden, bizarre anomaly forces both of them to halt their attacks. Pausing mid-stance, a highly confused Lucky sniffs the air as an incredibly sweet fragrance drifts across the battlefield. The giant wolf's eyes snap wide open in sheer shock as the mysterious source of the aroma rapidly approaches. Fluttering happily above the tense warriors, the tiny skybird cheerfully chirps while emitting the bizarre scent. Staring up at the miniature avian in total bewilderment, Locke instantly recognizes his transformed familiar. Hit by the overwhelming magical fragrance, Lucky's massive body begins to sway unsteadily as his consciousness rapidly fades. Succumbing entirely to the potent airborne spell, the legendary beast completely collapses into a deep, heavy slumber. Inspecting the immediate area, Locke realizes the tiny bird must have secretly consumed a powerful sleeping flower to produce such a devastating knockout effect. Cheering wildly in absolute victory, Locke happily thanks the little avian for effortlessly subduing their overwhelmingly slippery target. Wasting zero time, the enthusiastic tamer quickly rallies his entire team to furiously scrub the sleeping monster together. Meanwhile, far away near the foreboding New Leaf dungeon, a completely different party trudges forward in utter misery. Riding inside a cramped wooden carriage, a highly agitated Isaac aggressively screams about the agonizingly long travel time. The worn wheels of their transport violently rattle and bounce against the rough, unforgiving dirt path. Exhausted by his endless whining, an annoyed teammate brutally commands the angry gladiator to shut his mouth. Insulted by the sharp reprimand, Isaac forcefully grits his teeth in pure, unadulterated fury. Violently cursing Locke's name, the enraged warrior fiercely vows to make his former companion bitterly regret his supposed betrayal. Snapping back harshly, EMI demands complete silence while brutally reminding Isaac that they were the ones who actually betrayed Locke first. The cold, undeniable truth violently strikes the gladiator, temporarily leaving him stunned in the moving carriage. Refusing to accept reality, he arrogantly dismisses his former teammate as nothing more than a pathetic, useless luggage carrier. Banging his heavy fist in absolute frustration, Isaac wildly boasts that his frontline combat skills alone elevated them to their prestigious S-rank status. However, a highly traumatic memory forcefully echoes in his mind, reminding him that a superior official explicitly downgraded their true combat value to mere C rank. Clenching his fists until his knuckles completely turn white, Isaac furiously declares that he will never accept such a humiliating demotion. Driven by pure, blinding spite, he aggressively screams out a desperate vow to win and forcefully prove his worth to everyone. Sitting directly opposite to his explosive temper tantrum, Kara lets out a heavy, utterly exhausted sigh. Completely unbothered by his heroic rant, she bluntly informs the fracturing party that she absolutely refuses to help collect the dangerous Orengo eggs. Adding to the rapidly mounting despair, EMI sheepishly apologizes while admitting she is entirely incapable of hunting the elusive rainbow dragonflies. Discussing their ongoing mission, Kara sharply reminds the group that they don't need to gather everything since hunting wyverns is their primary goal. Glaring at her teammate, Kara finally voices her lingering frustration and bluntly demands to know why he is acting so completely full of himself. Scoffing aggressively, Isaac immediately fires back that he absolutely refuses to take that kind of criticism from her. Kara furiously lists his terrible leadership qualities, criticizing him for blindly accepting vague requests and dragging them into the party without any prior discussion. Making her stance crystal clear, she firmly declares that she and EMI are only helping out of necessity and will permanently leave the party once the mission ends. Unfazed by the massive threat of their departure, Isaac coldly tells her to do whatever she wants. Asserting his total dominance over the fractured group, he strictly commands that he will be the sole person giving orders for the remainder of the quest. A heavy, awkward silence fills the violently rattling carriage as the tense team endures the rest of their highly uncomfortable journey. The worn transport finally grinds to a halt as the driver formally announces that they have safely reached their destination. Stepping out of the carriage, Isaac casually flips a small coin to the driver and arrogantly tells him to keep the change. Inspecting the incredibly meager payment, the frustrated driver immediately protests that the single coin isn't nearly enough to cover the fare. The disgruntled driver forcefully argues that he went out of his way to bring them dangerously close to the dungeon and demands proper compensation for his valuable time. Seething with pure anger, Isaac violently slams a larger payment into the man's hands and snarls a rhetorical question to shut him up. Cursing bitterly under his breath as the carriage happily rattles away, the gladiator deeply resents the sudden and humiliating extortion. Clenching his heavy fists in absolute fury, Isaac screams into the void that everyone around him is treating him like a complete fool. Forcing himself to manually calm down, he bitterly dismisses the mounting insults and forcefully refocuses his recently shattered pride. Looming ominously before the fractured party, the massive, wind-swept entrance to the New Leaf dungeon silently waits to swallow them whole. With only 4 days remaining until the strict guild deadline, Isaac aggressively orders his reluctant teammates to march forward. The deeply troubled adventurers tread heavily into the dark, foreboding cavern to face whatever monstrous dangers lie waiting ahead. Meanwhile, in a vastly happier place, Locke and his loyal familiars spend a joyful, stress-free moment completely showering Lucky with affectionate pets. Isaac pushes through the thick foliage, firmly ordering his team that they are only aiming for the wyverns deep inside the dungeon. The heavy underbrush continues to rustle loudly as the party advances deeper into the ominous cavern. Glancing back at his silent teammates, he strictly instructs them that they will only bother collecting the other required items on their way back if they actually have time. Suddenly, a screeching Orengo drops from the dark canopy to violently ambush the passing adventurers. Reacting with lethal speed, Isaac brutally bisects the hostile monster in a single, devastating swing. Annoyed by his party's lingering silence, he clicks his tongue and aggressively demands that they at least give him a proper response. Pausing his confident march, a sudden, unsettling realization forcefully disrupts his arrogant momentum. Looking around the suspiciously quiet environment, he mutters to himself that the current situation is actually incredibly weird. He realizes with a deep frown that the usually abundant rainbow dragonflies and green frogs are completely nowhere to be seen. Slicing through another screeching Orengo, he bitterly notes that while the birds are present, their precious eggs are entirely missing. Absolute frustration boils over as he violently questions how on earth they are supposed to collect the contest items if the dungeon is completely barren. A sudden, sharp movement in the peripheral shadows instantly snaps him out of his furious rant. Paranoia deeply sets in as he angrily theorizes that the incompetent guild must have posted the request without bothering to verify the dungeon's true state. Scowling fiercely at the empty cavern, he happily concludes that if his theory is true, then the lack of items is completely the guild's fault. Smiling with twisted vindication, he loudly vows to aggressively pursue this administrative error the moment they safely return to town. Before he can celebrate his logic, a heavy rustle from the nearby bushes violently forces him into a tense, defensive stance. A grotesque, grinning monster steps directly out of the darkness, issuing a chilling growl as it locks its sights on the party. Isaac stares at the vile creature in sheer disbelief, instantly recognizing the terrifying threat as a goblin. Unleashing a furious horizontal slash, he brutally cuts down the screaming monster while raging at its unexpected presence. Cursing the irresponsible guild personnel, he bitterly complains that absolutely no one warned them about a deadly goblin infestation. The surrounding foliage begins to violently shake as multiple unseen threats rapidly converge on their compromised position. A massive, heavily armored goblin knight suddenly drops into the clearing with a terrifying, high-pitched squeak. Gritting his teeth against the mounting pressure, Isaac realizes with pure horror that even high-leveled goblin variants are openly appearing. Surrounded by the relentless rustling of the advancing horde, he correctly deduces that this entire dungeon zone has been fully converted into a goblin nest. He violently stares down the imposing goblin knight, sweating heavily as the terrifying reality of the high-leveled threat finally sets in. The massive monster ruthlessly swings its heavy blade, instantly forcing the gladiator into a desperate, bone-rattling block. Despair violently grips his mind as he completely comprehends that the dungeon is utterly overrun by the malicious horde. A terrifying swarm of lesser goblins emerges from the shadows, squeaking and raising their crude weapons to completely surround the isolated party. Isaac furiously locks blades with the towering knight, violently struggling to hold his ground against its overwhelming physical might. The crushing, relentless weight of the monster's brutal assault begins to slowly overpower the desperate gladiator. A haunting memory suddenly echoes in his mind, brutally reminding him that without Locke's divine protection, his party is completely worthless C-rank trash. Agonizing physical strain visibly contorts his face as the goblin's heavy weapon inches dangerously closer to slicing his neck. Screaming in pure, unadulterated defiance, he violently rejects the mental insult and desperately attempts to heave the massive blade away. Gritting his teeth until they nearly shatter, he furiously declares that there is absolutely no way he will ever lose to such pathetic small fry. Suddenly, Mi chants a fiery incantation from the backline and launches a devastating fire spear directly at the monstrous knight. The blazing magical projectile ruthlessly impales the beast, resulting in a massive, fiery explosion that instantly obliterates the heavy threat. Lowering her glowing staff, Mi calmly checks on Isaac and asks if he is okay after the terrifyingly close call. Sweating profusely but utterly refusing to abandon his fragile ego, Isaac stubbornly claims he could have easily defeated the monster entirely by himself. Unimpressed by his arrogant boasting, Mi coldly points out that he seemed to be violently struggling through a relatively tough battle. Before he can formulate an angry retort, another ominous rustle from the pitch-black darkness sharply signals that their nightmare is far from over. A weapon clicks as a character shifts focus back to the surrounding goblin threat. Cursing under his breath, Isaac aggressively engages the remaining monsters with pure frustration. Heedless of his heavy exhaustion, he continues to violently slash his way through the enemy ranks. Panting heavily, Kara cautiously asks if the bloody battle has finally ended. Wiping away his sweat, Isaac confidently confirms that the Goblin Knight was their leader and the area should now be completely secure. A soft, restorative magical glow suddenly envelops the battered warriors. The soothing magic rapidly washes over the team, completely erasing their wounds and burning exhaustion. Fully recovered, Isaac arrogantly orders the team to hunt down the wyverns so they can finally return to the guild. Still shaken from the terrifying ambush, the girls reluctantly agree to push forward. The fractured party treks deeper into the dark, treacherous depths of the rocky cavern. They soon spot a large flock of screeching wyverns perched ominously on the distant stalagmites. Observing the massive swarm, Mi nervously notes that they are heavily outnumbered by the winged beasts. Formulating a quick plan, Isaac instructs Mi to pierce the wyvern's wings with magic while he charges in to draw their attention. Pointing his blade forward, he decides they should first target two isolated wyverns near the edge of the group. Gripping her magical staff tightly, Mi confirms her understanding of the aggressive strategy. Exploding from cover, Isaac recklessly charges toward the massive beasts to intentionally provoke them. Enraged by the sudden intrusion, the nearest wyvern unleashes a deafening, hostile roar. The winged monstrosity immediately lunges forward, violently attempting to tear the gladiator apart. Evading the deadly strike, Isaac violently shouts for his mage to execute her ranged attack. Channeling her fiery mana, Yamai fiercely launches a blazing fire arrow straight into the dark sky. The blazing projectile ruthlessly pierces the creature's wing, forcing it to scream in agony as its flight is abruptly cancelled. The crippled beast plummets from the air and crashes heavily onto the unforgiving stone floor. Seizing the perfect tactical opening, Isaac violently drives his weapon downward for the lethal kill. His heavy blade brutally severs the monster's life force in a massive, devastating strike. The slain wyvern completely collapses, hitting the ground with a dull, lifeless thud. Smirking triumphantly at his easy kill, Isaac confidently orders the team to move on to their next target. Without warning, the deafening flap of wings is violently followed by a terrified scream from EMI. A third, entirely unseen wyvern violently ambushes the backline, catching the arrogant gladiator completely off guard. The massive beast viciously strikes out, sending Kara tumbling as she shrieks in absolute terror. Panicking entirely, EMI desperately dashes toward her injured friend to quickly assess the terrifying damage. Clutching her freshly bleeding wound, Kara groans in immense physical agony. Furious and terrified, EMI screams at Isaac for failing to protect the sidelines, bitterly reminding him that Locke always managed to keep them completely safe. Enraged by the humiliating comparison, Isaac furiously deflects the blame by screaming that he had no idea another monster was hiding nearby. He coldly dismisses their vulnerable state, aggressively shouting that a designated escort like Kara should easily be capable of defending herself. Utterly disgusted by his pathetic excuses, EMI spits back that his toxic reasoning is completely ridiculous. Refusing to tolerate his lethal incompetence any longer, Kara forcefully grabs EMI and declares they will absolutely die if they stay with this idiot. Panic quickly bleeds into his voice as Isaac desperately screams for them to shut up and not abandon him. Staring at him with pure, unadulterated contempt, Kara firmly states that she can no longer tag along with his suicidal leadership. Turning their backs on the arrogant gladiator, the two girls quickly retreat toward the dungeon entrance to save their own lives. Left entirely alone in the treacherous darkness, a deeply terrified Isaac pathetically screams Kara's name into the empty void. Fleeing into the shadows, Kara desperately urges EMI to abandon their broken party and switch to Locke's side where things will definitely be better. Clenching his fist in the suffocating darkness, Isaac bitterly realizes that his teammates have completely abandoned him too. A heavy, terrifying silence completely swallows the gladiator as the crushing weight of absolute isolation shatters his fragile ego. Haunting voices ruthlessly echo in his mind, endlessly praising Locke's brilliant leadership while mocking his own pathetic failures. The agonizing memories continue to aggressively spiral as phantom critics violently express their utter disappointment in his abilities. Shadows physically warp around the broken warrior as the sheer volume of humiliating comparisons pushes his fractured psyche to the absolute breaking point. Locke's name aggressively repeats in his head like a maddening curse, amplifying his furious realization that absolutely everyone favors his rival. Driven completely mad by overwhelming resentment, a twisted and terrifyingly dark resolve finally settles into his glowing eyes. Embracing his pure spite, Isaac violently vows that if he cannot succeed, he will forcefully ensure that everyone fails the entire quest. Drawing upon his absolute darkest emotions, the enraged gladiator channels a massive, volatile surge of devastating energy into his trembling weapon. Screaming Locke's name with unadulterated hatred, Isaac furiously declares that he will never let his hated rival secure a victory. The terrifying buildup of wildly unstable magical power instantly alerts the surrounding area to the catastrophic situation rapidly unfolding. Unleashing his ultimate destructive strike, the deranged warrior violently screams out the name of his catastrophic Grand Cross technique. A blinding shockwave of pure, devastating energy violently erupts from his weapon and rips mercilessly through the solid dungeon floor. The catastrophic blast instantly expands outward, utterly annihilating the surrounding cavern structures in a deafening roar of absolute destruction. Massive pillars of jagged stone violently shatter as thick, choking dust completely engulfs the entire ruined battlefield. Miles away from the violent epicenter, a colossal pillar of black smoke ominously rises far above the distant tree line. A thunderous boom violently shakes the distant horizon, instantly catching the sharp attention of Locke and his peaceful village team. Staring wide-eyed at the terrifying explosion, an anxious companion fearfully points out the massive disturbance to their vigilant tamer. Narrowing his eyes at the rising ash, Locke grimly confirms that the catastrophic blast definitely originated from Isaac's doomed party. Wasting absolutely zero time, Locke firmly asks Shannon to accompany him to the blast zone, prompting her immediate and enthusiastic agreement. Taking total control of the sudden crisis, Locke commands the rest of his loyal familiars to diligently continue their critical village work. Turning to his legendary mount, Locke places his absolute trust in Lucky, who confidently barks his immediate readiness for the rescue mission. The rescue team aggressively surges forward, riding the massive Fenrir at blinding speed straight toward the terrifying column of smoke. Arriving directly at the devastated dungeon entrance, Locke notes the immense, choking smoke violently billowing out from the ruined cavern. Peering through the dense, toxic fog, Locke immediately spots a heavily battered figure violently coughing amidst the absolute wreckage. Stumbling weakly through the suffocating debris, the broken gladiator continues to violently hack up the thick, swirling ash. Hearing the sudden approach, Isaac slowly forces his bloodshot eyes upward to glare directly at his incoming rival. Standing tall above the kneeling ruins, Locke coldly calls out the disgraced warrior's name with absolute, unwavering authority. Spitting blood from his bruised lips, Isaac maliciously sneers that it serves Locke right since all the wyverns and quest materials have been obliterated. Laughing like a total maniac, the deranged gladiator violently boasts that absolutely everything required for the guild quest has been reduced to dust. Coughing through a twisted smile, Isaac aggressively gloats that Locke's party is now completely incapable of finishing the vital competition. Staring down in pure, unadulterated disgust, Locke softly admits he never imagined his former teammate would stoop to such pathetic sabotage. Panicking over the ruined quest, Shannon frantically suggests they immediately return to the royal capital to simply purchase the required materials. She aggressively argues that while buying external materials might be slightly unfair, securing a total victory is vastly more important than playing by the rules. Firmly rejecting the easy way out, Locke calmly orders them to investigate the rubble first since there might still be surviving wyverns trapped inside. Scoffing at Locke's naive optimism, Isaac aggressively tells them to search all they want as he turns his back to shamelessly retreat. Limping cowardly away from the massive disaster, the disgraced gladiator maliciously sneers that he looks forward to their inevitable next encounter. Locke remains perfectly silent, glaring daggers directly into the back of his pathetic, retreating former comrade. Ignoring the fleeing traitor completely, Locke fiercely steps forward into the suffocating smoke to brave the terrifying depths of the ruined dungeon. Stepping into the shadowed depths, Locke silently surveyed the ruined dungeon floor. Glancing at the massive corpse, Locke deduced that the monstrous creature was a goblin knight. He confidently stated that taking down the formidable boss meant the village was finally safe. Processing the surrounding destruction, Locke murmured in quiet understanding as he surveyed the aftermath. A sudden realization forced him to look much closer at the scattered remnants of the devastating blast. Thick, choking smoke continued to billow violently from the completely shattered stone walls. Locke grimly noted that absolutely everything in the immediate vicinity had completely disintegrated into dust. Acknowledging the sheer explosive force, Locke mused that Isaac actually possessed high magic power and was vastly better suited as a magic user. Shannon sadly pointed out that the tattered scales and claws were entirely destroyed and completely useless for their guild delivery. Resigning himself to the catastrophic loss, Locke sighed heavily and suggested they simply head back to base. Suddenly, a cheerful voice echoed through the dark ruins as a highly unexpected discovery was made. Bursting with pride, Potra happily presented her grand find to the completely bewildered group. Staring in absolute shock, Locke realized the pristine wyvern eggs had miraculously survived the blast entirely unharmed behind some heavy rocks. Drooling slightly, Shannon innocently wondered aloud if the incredibly rare monster eggs were yummy. Cheering in absolute triumph, Locke instructed his team to carefully transport the precious cargo straight back to their mini-garden. Returning to the village later, the locals cheered wildly upon hearing that the terrifying goblins were completely defeated. Shannon thoughtfully asked if they still needed to hunt the lingering goblins hiding deep within the swamp of the New Leaf. Smiling warmly, Locke reassured his anxious companion that handling the current threat was completely fine. He smoothly explained that their old map used an outdated name, meaning the swamp was actually the exact same location as the dungeon they just violently cleared. Biding their time while Isaac's team struggled, Locke spent the next day eagerly teaching the villagers how to grow cabbage and capture rainbow dragonflies. When the final day of their departure officially arrived, the group gathered near the newly constructed village perimeter. Staring up in absolute awe, a villager completely marveled at the massive, fortress-like gate now physically protecting their home. Shannon cheered wildly, confidently declaring that the heavily fortified walls would easily repel any future monster attacks. Stepping forward with profound respect, the elderly village chief gently called out to Locke. Bowing his head deeply, the grateful man offered his most sincere and heartfelt thanks to the heroic tamer. He firmly promised that the entire village would strictly follow Locke's teachings to further develop and aggressively prosper. A young villager chimed in with a bright smile, extending a massive thank you to Potra and the rest of the hard-working familiars. Laughing uproariously, the chief proudly declared they would permanently rename their home to Chushino Cabbage Village to properly honor their brand-new specialty crop. Waving affectionately, the deeply grateful locals warmly begged the legendary adventurers to come visit them again soon. The sturdy carriage rattled smoothly down the dirt path as they officially left the revitalized settlement far behind. Staring out toward the open horizon, Locke's expression hardened with absolute, unwavering determination. He mentally prepared himself, fully knowing that the final confrontation with his treacherous former party was all that remained. Seen off by their joyful new friends, Locke aggressively commanded his team to head straight for the royal capital Kronto. Navigating through the bustling, noisy market, Locke searches for his specific destination. A familiar voice suddenly cuts through the heavy crowd, eagerly calling him over. Locke spots his hard-working ally at a food stall and warmly calls out Warren's name. Approaching the busy merchant, Locke eagerly asks how the local sales have been going. Warren happily reports that the cabbages are selling like hotcakes exactly as predicted, crediting their success to handing out tasty samples of cabbage rolls and soup. Gesturing toward the busy street, Warren points out an additional factor driving their incredible profits. He excitedly explains that enthusiastic customers are more than willing to buy their new specialty crop at the fully requested price. Grateful for the massive earnings, Warren happily hands Locke his promised share of the impressive profits. Pleased with the amazing results, Locke instructs the villager to use the remaining funds to purchase a demon cow for the village's ongoing development. Bowing in deep gratitude, Warren sincerely thanks the tamer and declares that the village owes everything to him. With the funds secured and the village thriving, Locke confidently notes that all of his necessary preparations are finally complete. Turning his gaze toward a massive building, he prepares to handle the very last item on his urgent agenda. He steps directly in front of the towering Adventurers Guild to officially finalize the high-stakes competition. Pushing open the heavy wooden doors, Locke steps confidently into the bustling guild hall. A deeply arrogant voice instantly calls out a casual greeting to the newly arrived tamer. Lounging against the counter with a highly smug grin, Isaac openly mocks Locke for arriving so late to their final showdown. Locke remains perfectly silent, glaring coldly at his treacherous former teammate. A heavy, suffocating tension violently fills the guild hall as the two bitter rivals finally lock eyes. Breaking the silence, the gladiator sneers that he honestly assumed Locke ran away after completely failing to gather the required competition materials. Unfazed by the pathetic taunt, Locke calmly replies that he would never abandon a direct challenge. Chuckling darkly, Isaac violently mocks the tamer for supposedly showing up entirely empty-handed just to secure a humiliating loss. Ignoring the aggressive insults, Locke firmly demands that Isaac submit his collected materials so they can finally settle this dispute. Scoffing at Locke's unwavering confidence, the gladiator mutters that his rival is desperately pretending to be tough. Stepping in to officially judge the match, the guild receptionist announces that she will now carefully inspect the delivered goods. Brimming with absolute arrogance, Isaac steps back to relentlessly gloat over his supposed impending victory. He aggressively commands Locke to drop to his knees and completely apologize for ever daring to challenge him. Staring right through the arrogant warrior, Locke coldly informs him that an apology will absolutely never happen. The receptionist formally announces that Isaac's Grayla party successfully delivered the dragonfly wings, orango eggs, and emeralds. Shifting her attention back to her official ledger, she prepares to make the final, devastating ruling. To everyone's absolute shock, the guild official loudly declares Locke as the undisputed winner of the high-stakes match. Isaac violently jolts backward, screaming in pure disbelief as his entire arrogant reality shatters. The receptionist calmly explains that Locke had already delivered a massive, game-winning haul of wyvern materials, wings, eggs, and emeralds beforehand. Panicking entirely, Isaac aggressively argues that Locke reached the dungeon long after his party, making the massive early delivery completely impossible. Lunging forward in unadulterated fury, Isaac violently grabs Locke's collar and accuses him of using dirty tricks with the corrupt guild. Letting out a deeply exhausted sigh, Locke stares blankly into the raging gladiator's desperate, bloodshot eyes. With a swift and brutal slap, Locke violently knocks the gladiator's hand away and firmly denies the pathetic accusation. Turning the tables entirely, Locke coldly suggests that Isaac should have hunted the materials himself instead of secretly buying them from a local store. Sweating profusely, Isaac desperately stammers that he personally defeated the monsters and violently denies the damning allegation. Locke absolutely destroys his rival's pathetic lie by pointing out that the delivered materials clearly bear the official seal of Tsushino Village. Struck completely speechless by the undeniable evidence of his own cheating, the disgraced gladiator freezes in absolute terror. Staring down his former party, Locke reveals he predicted their failure to gather the necessary materials after bumping into them at the dungeon entrance. Recalling the encounter, Isaac remembers how Shannon's staged words tricked them into returning to the royal capital to buy supplies. Exposing their flawed logic, Locke explains they assumed he lacked the items and tried to sabotage him by buying the entire city's supply. Smiling triumphantly, Locke reveals they already had plenty of materials, so he simply had the store owner sell his own excess stock to Isaac at an inflated price. Mocking his former comrade, Locke states that Isaac wouldn't have wasted so much money if he hadn't been completely blinded by greed. Furious and confused, Isaac angrily demands to know how Locke managed to reach the dungeon before them. Tension thickens in the air as Isaac glares desperately at the beast tamer, waiting for an answer. Unfazed by the outburst, Locke calmly asks if his former teammates actually bothered to study the map carefully. Pointing out their ignorance, he explains there is a much faster, albeit far more dangerous, straight-line route from the royal capital to the Fresh Verdure dungeon. Grinding his teeth in absolute frustration, Isaac struggles to process his own massive strategic failure. Breaking her silence, Kara calmly admits that she actually knew about the hazardous shortcut all along. Whirling around in shock, EMI furiously demands to know why the Saintess kept such crucial information hidden. Calling the magic user an idiot, Kara bluntly questions why they would ever purposely drag themselves through a deadly forest. Panic rising in her voice, EMI screams that winning this match is the only way they can maintain their prestigious S-rank status. Gesturing desperately toward Locke, EMI tries to make Kara understand the terrifying gravity of their situation. Driven to the edge, EMI shrieks at Kara, demanding to know if she even cares about beating their former teammate. Letting out a long, heavy sigh, Kara stares blankly at her hysterical companion. Completely destroying the party's morale, Kara points out that EMI is literally the only person left who still cares about winning. Utterly stunned by the betrayal, EMI freezes as the devastating realization completely washes over her. Silence falls over the crumbling S-rank party as their unified front officially shatters into pieces. Humiliated and defeated, the group stands paralyzed under the crushing weight of their own incompetence. Trembling with uncontrollable rage, Isaac grinds his teeth hard enough to crack them. Rubbing salt in the wound, Locke casually thanks the gladiator for conveniently taking care of the goblin threat. Explaining the reality of the quest, he notes that Tsushino Village desperately needed help but lacked the funds to hire the guild or the country. Connecting the dots, Locke deduces the guild purposely assigned this specific request to quietly aid the impoverished villagers. Flashing a knowing smile, the beast tamer revels in the absolute perfection of his plan. Detailing his flawless strategy, Locke reveals he sent Shannon to harvest wyvern claws and scales near their nests on the very first day. Delivering the final blow, Locke admits he completely manipulated Isaac's party into doing all the heavy lifting with the goblins. Realizing he was played like an absolute fool, a trembling Isaac curses Locke for using him. Losing the last shred of his composure, the gladiator erupts into an agonizing, profanity-laced scream. Cutting through the chaos, a booming, authoritative voice commands them to stop immediately. Stepping firmly into the clearing, the imposing figure of the guildmaster arrives to halt the confrontation. Acknowledging the authority figure, Locke respectfully greets Titus as he takes control of the scene. Wasting no time, Titus announces that Kid has fully confessed to everything, including his corrupt collusion with Isaac. Glaring sternly at the disgraced gladiator, Titus firmly declares that this pathetic charade is finally over. Locking eyes with the ruined adventurer, the guild master calls out Isaac by name to seal his fate. Sweating profusely, Isaac shrinks back in terror as his entire world instantly collapses around him. Stripped of his pride and his rank, the former leader stares at the ground in absolute defeat. Gasping for air, Isaac mutters a final, breathless curse as his grand ambitions completely disintegrate. The scene fades on the definitive victory of the beast tamer, leaving his treacherous former friends broken in the dust. Following the intense confrontation, the tense matter was finally settled completely. Immediately after the dust settled, Isaac and his disgraced party were ruthlessly interrogated by the authorities. The guilty adventurers sat in grim silence before being handed their harsh, inescapable punishments. Acknowledging that EMI and Kara only abandoned their teammate because a terrifying Fenrir threatened their lives, the guild officially downgraded them to rank C. Following the complete dismissal of their S-ranked party, Kara and EMI desperately asked Locke to form a new team with them. Looking at his former comrades' shocked faces, Locke politely but firmly declined their desperate offer. Sometime later, the two girls chose to believe in each other and formed a brand new party together. Meanwhile, an intense investigation into Kid's past crimes began, resulting in a prison sentence that might still increase. Isaac barely avoided becoming a slave, but he was ruthlessly forced to work in a mine for half a year and restart his career at Ranky. Standing alone with his thoughts, Locke silently reflected on his own future path. Breaking the quiet moment, a companion gently approached and asked the tamer what he was thinking about. Brushing off the deep concern, Locke casually mentioned that he was just thinking about his childhood friends. A quiet moment of reflection stretched peacefully between the two companions. Locke continued to gaze thoughtfully into the distance as he processed his swirling emotions. Sighing softly, he admitted the painful truth that despite growing up entirely together, they truly knew absolutely nothing about each other. Staring into the distance, Locke acknowledged that there was a massive amount of personal reflection he needed to do. He quietly reasoned that if things like that happened to his childhood friends, getting along with his monstrous familiars would be even harder. The peaceful silence of the wilderness surrounded the thoughtful tamer as he gathered his resolve. Rustling the nearby leaves as he shifted his stance, Locke firmly decided to fully accept his past failures. Staring ahead with burning determination, he swore to believe in his new friends and use his immense power entirely for their sake. Listening intently to the heartfelt vow, his companion murmured a soft sound of absolute understanding. Looking directly at the giant Fenrir, Locke warmly smiled and declared that he would be completely under Lucky's care. The legendary beast stared back with profound, unwavering loyalty shining in his wild eyes. Barking a confident agreement, Lucky happily told Locke to just leave absolutely everything to him. A heartwarming sense of peace finally washed over the newly solidified duo. The tranquil moment continued as the pair silently reaffirmed their unbreakable bond. Suddenly, Shannon's cheerful voice echoed across the field as she brightly announced that their meal was finally ready. Thrilled by the promise of fresh cabbage rolls, Locke happily shouted that he was coming, realizing that they had successfully settled at least one massive problem. A strange, ominous shape silently floated in the dark skies far above their peaceful sanctuary. Gazing at the heavens, Locke remained completely ignorant of the fact that he would soon be involved in a terrifying future matter. Unbeknownst to the happy tamer, that catastrophic matter would violently concern the entire royal capital. Deafening screams fill the royal capital as terrifying ogres unexpectedly rampage through the city streets. A massive ogre violently smashes its colossal fist into the ground to cause a devastating impact. A battered victim slumps completely lifeless to the ruined pavement. Panicking entirely, an adventurer realizes that the relentless ogres will quickly obliterate the entire capital if left unchecked. A towering ogre unleashes a blood-curdling roar that fiercely echoes across the chaotic battlefield. Desperate for survival, one adventurer nervously suggests they only need to hold their ground until the official knights finally arrive. Angrily rebuking the coward, another warrior quickly points out that the knights will simply steal all their hard-earned achievements. While they argue, a massive ogre suddenly lunges menacingly toward their highly distracted position. The terrified adventurers freeze in absolute horror as the towering beast ruthlessly closes the distance. The monstrous creature violently winds up a devastating punch meant to crush them straight into the dirt. Suddenly, a blinding blur of motion violently intercepts the lethal attack just before it lands. Overjoyed by the miraculous rescue, an adventurer happily screams Locke's name as the tamer makes his dramatic entrance. Landing smoothly, Locke calmly apologizes for his delay and explains that some minor errands held him up. Immensely relieved, the battered adventurers beg him to fight hard and immediately leave the rest of the grueling battle to him. Flashing a highly confident smile, Locke firmly promises to handle the terrifying situation completely. Emboldened by his sudden arrival, the rallied adventurers boldly declare that it is finally time to counterattack. A furious ogre wildly charges through the thick dust, determined to crush the newly inspired resistance. Preparing to intercept, a brave mage swiftly raises her staff to channel a devastating defensive spell. EMI unleashes a blazing flame spear that brutally pierces the charging monster's thick hide. Maintaining her combat stance, she quickly warns Locke not to lower his guard amidst the violent chaos. Smiling warmly at his former teammate, Locke sincerely thanks EMI for the timely magical cover. Turning back to his own squad, Locke firmly asks Potra to take over the battlefield command while she eagerly accepts. Puffing out her chest, the Ant Queen proudly boasts that tactical leadership is her absolute forte. She rapidly divides the squad into highly efficient teams, assigning Gargoyle to Group E while ordering Shannon to fight directly alongside her. Channeling a brilliant surge of energy, Locke aggressively casts a powerful spell across his entire squad. He announces that he just applied auxiliary magic to massively boost their base power, triggering ecstatic cheers from his loyal familiars. Thrilled by the overwhelming magical surge, the entire squad violently launches into a highly coordinated offensive. Moving with blinding speed, Shannon expertly swishes her blade and unleashes a devastating, sweeping slash. Massive explosions and brutal slashes rip mercilessly through the ogre ranks as the familiars absolutely dominate the field. Another deafening blast completely obliterates an ogre with terrifying, overwhelming force. A cornered ogre snarls fiercely, desperately attempting to hold its ground against the relentless onslaught. A singular, devastating strike violently crushes the towering monster straight into the shattered pavement. The heavily battered beast groans in pure agony as its massive body completely collapses in defeat. Scoffing at the effortless victory, Lucky arrogantly complains that taking them down in one blow is incredibly boring and barely counts as a warm-up. Locke gently chides his giant wolf, noting that rank A ogres only seem weak because Lucky's natural strength is completely absurd. Scanning the broader battlefield, Locke proudly notes that Potra is flawlessly managing the skirmish while effectively coordinating with the local adventurers. He enthusiastically praises the Ant Queen's natural leadership skills, acknowledging that she and Shannon make a terrifyingly efficient combat duo. Nearby, a terrified civilian screams in absolute horror as a deadly threat rapidly approaches. An ogre stomps heavily toward the defenseless victim, aggressively raising its massive weapon for the brutal kill. Reacting with lightning speed, an adventurer violently blasts the monster backward with a rapid-fire magic wind bullet. The fierce battle against the monstrous ogres rages on as the familiars continue their relentless assault. Gargoyle screams in utter frustration, realizing his heavy physical attacks aren't working against the massive beast at all. Watching the intense struggle, Locke suddenly remembers that Gargoyle's true immense power is still completely sealed and cannot be unlocked alone. Seizing the critical moment, Locke swiftly commands Lucky to rush over and provide immediate combat support for their struggling stone companion. A deafening thump violently shakes the ground as the massive ogre is brutally slammed into the cracked pavement. The surrounding adventurers erupt into victorious cheers as they successfully bring down the very last ogre in the ruined plaza. Immense relief washes over the battered warriors as they gratefully praise Locke's party for stepping in to save their lives. Catching his breath, an exhausted adventurer notes that 10 ogres appearing inside the royal capital simultaneously is an absolutely unheard of disaster. Deep unease settles over the survivors as they nervously wonder what sinister force could have possibly caused such a terrifying raid. A warm, soothing light suddenly bathes the injured fighters as a powerful healing spell washes away their gruesome wounds. Completely rejuvenated, the highly grateful adventurers excitedly thank the kind saintess for her miraculous medical intervention. Kara beams brightly, flashing a radiant and angelic smile as she gracefully accepts their heartfelt appreciation. Shattering the holy illusion entirely, she aggressively demands they buy her brand new clothes to prove their supposed gratitude. Her former teammates sweat drop at her shameless extortion while she coldly reminds the crowd that she never forgets a medical debt. The heavy, rhythmic thundering of armored horse hooves violently interrupts the battlefield's brief moment of peace. An intimidating squadron of heavily armed Imperial Knights abruptly charges directly into the center of the ruined plaza. Marcus, captain of the 101 Imperial Knights, arrogantly thanks the exhausted adventurers for their minor cooperation in the so-called exploration. The bewildered adventurers repeat the word in sheer disbelief, deeply insulted by his incredibly dismissive phrasing. Marcus coldly announces that his knights will be immediately confiscating all the valuable ogre corpses for further official inspection. Bitter curses ripple through the tired crowd as the captain ruthlessly declares that he will accept absolutely no complaints regarding the seizure. The arrogant knights immediately fan out, completely ignoring the adventurers as they secure the massive monster carcasses. Tensions violently escalate as the exhausted adventurers glare absolute daggers at the royal forces blatantly stealing their hard-earned loot. Furious at the blatant robbery, a high-ranking guild official violently bursts into the plaza to demand an immediate explanation from Marcus. The enraged official aggressively accuses the knights of shamelessly stealing the exact monsters that the adventurers just risked their lives to kill. Dismissing the righteous anger, Marcus smugly repeats that the unprecedented ogre invasion strictly requires a full, unhindered imperial investigation. The smug captain condescendingly reminds the raging adventurers that they will eventually receive a standard payout for their minor assistance. Outraged by the insultingly low compensation, the guild official screams that the officially offered amount is completely unacceptable. Marcus coldly retorts that this is a royal operation rather than a normal market trade, making the meager monetary compensation legally binding. Grabbing the knight's armor in pure fury, the official violently points out that the imperial forces only showed up after the adventurers had already risked their lives. Glaring down with absolute menace, Marcus rests his heavy hand on his sword and dangerously asks if the official is trying to pick a fight with a royal knight. The furious official scoffs in sheer disbelief, completely refusing to back down from the heavily armed captain's lethal threat. A sharp, echoing clap violently cuts through the tense air as another figure confidently steps in to forcefully de-escalate the explosive situation. Locke steps directly between the arguing men, firmly declaring that he and the vice-captain will be taking over the hostile negotiations. Snapped completely out of his blind rage, the guild official sheepishly apologizes for letting his quick temper get the better of him. Marcus crosses his heavy arms and lets out a deeply annoyed hum, silently judging the tamer's sudden and bold interruption. The tense, potentially lethal standoff slowly dissipates as Locke masterfully steers the volatile conversation away from absolute bloodshed. Watching from the bruised sidelines, an exhausted adventurer bitterly mutters about how completely awful the Imperial Knight's behavior truly was. Another fighter grimly agrees, fiercely warning that if this blatant oppression continues, every single adventurer will completely abandon the country. They solemnly reflect on the undeniable fact that adventurers act as a crucial line of national defense by raiding dungeons and hunting deadly monsters. Acknowledging that their collected dungeon artifacts directly increase the nation's strength and heavily reduce civilian casualties, the fighters bitterly realize the knight's arrogance threatens everyone's future. Slamming his fist in sheer frustration, Titrus furiously shouts that the stupid bastard failed to understand a single thing and that there were hidden reasons for his massive outburst. Startled by the sudden eruption of rage, Locke silently notes that it is incredibly rare to see the usually composed guild official get so deeply emotional. Calming down slightly, Titrus bitterly admits that he and Marcus have always shared an absolutely rotten, highly antagonistic relationship. Pushing his personal grievances aside, the official shifts his focus entirely back to business and firmly tells Locke that he has an urgent request for him. Titrus explains that highly valuable combustible stones are being frequently stolen across the royal capital, but a complete lack of eyewitnesses has severely crippled the investigation. Leaning forward with absolute trust, the official formally asks Locke to personally take over and thoroughly reinvestigate the baffling string of thefts. Crossing his arms in quiet contemplation, Locke absorbs the heavy responsibility of taking on a formal imperial investigation. Assuring the tamer of his absolute faith, Titrus promises guaranteed payment for his efforts alongside a massive bonus if he manages to successfully apprehend the elusive perpetrator. Nodding his head in firm agreement, Locke confidently accepts the highly challenging assignment and vows to uncover the hidden truth. A loud, highly embarrassing rumble suddenly echoes through the quiet room as someone's stomach violently demands immediate food. Blushing fiercely out of pure embarrassment, Shannon tightly grips her stomach and sheepishly apologizes for aggressively interrupting the serious meeting. Stepping out into the bustling city streets, the hungry group eagerly settles down to feast on some fresh, savory street food. Chewing enthusiastically, Potra beams brightly up at Locke and happily praises the incredibly delicious meat skewer. Locke warmly explains that the cheap, melt-in-your-mouth street food is actually a famous royal capital specialty known as skewered Kronto wild boar. Lowering her head in lingering shame, Shannon sincerely apologizes for rudely interrupting his highly important guild meeting earlier. Smiling gently at his distressed companion, Locke waves off her apology and reassuringly admits that he was getting incredibly hungry as well. Deeply moved by his boundless kindness and absolute understanding, Shannon blushes and softly thanks him. Wiping his mouth with a highly satisfied sigh, Locke announces that it is finally time to get moving now that they have thoroughly filled their empty bellies. Leading his loyal squad through the busy capital, the tamer stops confidently in front of a heavily stocked weaponry store. Pushing open the heavy wooden doors, the group steps into the dimly lit shop completely filled with gleaming armor and deadly blades. The burly shop owner immediately recognizes his regular customer, enthusiastically greeting Locke and asking if he needs a brand new fitting. Offering a polite and respectful nod, Locke cheerfully wishes Matteo a good afternoon. Leaning heavily against the wooden counter, the blacksmith mentions hearing all the wild rumors regarding Locke's treacherous former party. Chuckling darkly, Matteo notes that those arrogant fools constantly belittled Locke's invaluable support magic and fully deserved to finally taste their own bitter medicine. Unfazed by the brutal gossip, Locke simply asks the skilled merchant if he knows anything about his legendary Divine Guardian equipment. Proudly declaring his vast expertise as a weapon shop owner, Mateo laughs and bluntly reveals that Locke's old gear was never actually S-class equipment in the first place. Shifting the conversation back to profitable business, the curious blacksmith asks what exactly brings the famous tamer into his shop today. Gesturing proudly toward his loyal familiars, Locke firmly states that he is looking to purchase highly suitable combat equipment for his young team. The burly shop owner's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as he finally takes a much closer look at the bizarre group of monsters. Marveling at the little girl's royal crown, Mateo instantly recognizes her as an incredibly rare orange ant queen before pointing out the towering veteran gargoyle. Shaking his head in pure disbelief at the terrifyingly powerful squad, Mateo mutters that Locke continues to be completely and wonderfully atypical. Generously waving his massive hand across the heavily stocked shop, the blacksmith invites them to try on absolutely anything they want as Locke gratefully thanks him. Chaos instantly erupts in the store as the eager familiars excitedly swing heavy blades and violently test out various lethal weapons. Posing proudly with their newly selected gear, the fully armed squad brightly announces that everyone has finally made their ultimate decision. Scanning their chosen weapons, Locke arches an eyebrow and cautiously asks if Shannon and Gargoyle are truly satisfied with their current selections. Shannon firmly insists she prefers the absolute familiarity of her current blade, while Gargoyle smoothly explains that his bare hands are perfectly fine since magic remains his primary attack. Turning his full attention to the tiny ant queen, Locke curiously asks if Potra is definitively settling on a magical staff instead of a melee weapon. Gripping the staff tightly, Potra flashes a radiant smile and proudly declares that she wants to learn magic so she can heroically help people just like her papa. Deeply touched by her absolute innocence, Locke internally questions if the tiny monster is actually capable of wielding complex spells. Staring up with blazing, unshakable determination, the little ant queen fiercely clutches her new magical staff as she mentally prepares for her brand new path. Locke encourages the eager little ant, noting that she possesses real magic power and can absolutely try training with them. Bursting with pure excitement, Potra enthusiastically agrees to the brand new magical challenge. Observing her natural leadership, Locke realizes that auxiliary magic will perfectly complement her commanding skills, prompting warm praise from Shannon. Stepping toward the exit, Locke officially wraps up his purchases and respectfully thanks the blacksmith for his generous assistance. The heavy shop door swings open with a cheerful chime as a new group of customers steps inside. Brushing past the tamer's group, one of the imposing newcomers offers a highly casual, dismissive apology. Glancing around the packed store, the arrogant stranger loudly complains that the weapon shop is entirely too crowded today. A sudden, violent jolt of shock violently interrupts the peaceful atmosphere as an unexpected strike lands. The tiny ant queen is brutally kicked aside, tumbling violently across the wooden floor before slumping heavily into a heap. Frantically rushing to her side, a deeply panicked Shannon drops to her knees and desperately checks if Potra is severely injured. Glaring down in absolute disgust, the cruel newcomer sneers that the monsters are a pathetic eyesore and questions why they are even allowed inside. Boiling with sudden rage, Locke fiercely confronts the arrogant attacker and aggressively demands to know why he launched such a vicious, unprovoked assault. The heavily armed stranger coldly looks down on the group, harshly warning the mere beast tamer not to bring women and filthy monsters into his presence. An arrogant voice loudly demands to know if the group recognizes who they are dealing with. Someone immediately rushes to Patra's side, frantically asking if the young girl is hurt anywhere. Patra cheerfully reassures her companions that she is completely unharmed. Relieved, her friend notes that the supposed surprise attack was poorly timed and incredibly easy to defend against. Sighing in relief, they praise Patra's impressive durability as being fitting for an A-rank monster. Furious at being ignored, the attacker yells again and demands their undivided attention. Unfazed, the group dryly asks if he is merely a ruffian or some pervert who enjoys kicking young girls. The attacker glares down at them, muttering a silent curse at the filthy peasants. Scoffing dismissively, he decides to proudly announce his own identity since they are too ignorant to know it. The arrogant knight boasts that his name is Missile, a high-class noble and the future leader of the Knight's Order. The party remains entirely unimpressed, prompting Missile to threaten them with the full wrath of the knightly order. Ignoring the empty threats entirely, the defender fiercely demands that Missile apologize to Patra immediately. Missile groans in frustration, momentarily rendered speechless by their absolute lack of fear. Pivoting his anger, Missile orders the nearby elf to put the cocky beastman in his place. He attempts to leverage the elf's long lifespan, assuming she possesses the wisdom to fear crossing the knights. The elf's expression instantly darkens, taking immediate and dangerous offense to his poorly chosen phrasing. Oblivious to his mistake, Missile doubles down by mockingly calling her a washed-up old hag. Ignoring his insults toward her, the elf fiercely declares that her real anger stems from him insulting Locke. A blade is swiftly drawn, the sharp ring of steel cutting through the tense air. Leveling her weapon, she coldly promises to beat some basic manners into the ignorant pest. Missile bristles at the disrespect, stepping forward aggressively to meet her deadly challenge. He sneers that she will regret her actions, but the sound of heavy approaching footsteps suddenly interrupts him. Missile freezes mid-threat, a look of confusion crossing his previously arrogant face. Turning around in shock, Missile realizes his superior officer has suddenly arrived on the scene. The once proud noble immediately grovels, stuttering out a pathetic apology to his stern commander. The composed commander approaches the group, stating that Missile has already confessed to the situation. Bowing respectfully, the commander offers a sincere apology on behalf of the entire Order of the Knights. Patra cheerfully accepts the apology, playfully noting that the kick was far too weak to actually hurt her. Seeing Patra unharmed and content, Locke reluctantly agrees to let the incident slide this once. The commander sighs wearily, offering Locke a personal apology for the unnecessary trouble. Surprised by the familiar greeting, Locke asks how the knight commander knows his name. The commander explains that only a complete idiot like Missile would fail to recognize the capital's S-rank adventurer. Shifting to business, the commander asks Locke if he has made any progress on his current investigation. An ally politely chimes in, asking the commander for details regarding the frequency of the combustible stone thefts. The commander reveals that thefts occur weekly, noting that yet another stone went missing just today. Digging deeper into the mystery, Locke asks if the knights have deduced the unknown culprit's ultimate goal. Admitting their ignorance, the commander reveals that a massive quantity of stones was previously stolen directly from their own storehouse. The commander earnestly asks Locke to report any new leads, and Locke firmly agrees to help. With the matter settled, the commander declares that it is time for the knights to return to their headquarters. The knights quietly depart from the area, leaving the adventurers to reflect on the ongoing investigation. Locke reflects on his recent encounter, admitting he was genuinely surprised by the knight commander's polite demeanor. He confesses that he had fully expected the leader of the knights to be a much more menacing and aggressive figure. Locke notes that if they had not been warned by Titus, he would have easily believed the commander was a genuinely good person. Shifting focus back to their quest, Locke asks Matteo to lead them to the exact location where the combustible stones were stolen. Matteo nods in agreement and immediately guides the group deeper into the building. They arrive in a cluttered storeroom filled with various tools, hanging weapons, and heavy workbenches. Surveying the scene, Locke observes that one of the missing stones was originally sitting completely exposed on a wooden work table. Noting the room's two separate entrances, Locke deduces that a thief could easily slip inside without the store owner ever noticing. He questions why a thief would only steal a single stone when grabbing the expensive weaponry would be far more profitable. Puzzled by the culprit's bizarre motive, Locke asks Matteo where he stores the rest of his combustible stones. Matteo points to a tightly locked chest in the corner, confirming that none of the stones secured inside have been touched. Frustrated by the lack of clear clues, Locke admits he cannot formulate any solid theories with their current information. Seeking an alternative method, Locke politely asks Matteo for permission to summon a rather large familiar into the room. With the shopkeeper's blessing, Locke raises his hand and calls upon his familiar named Lucky to come out. A massive, majestic wolf bursts forth into the cramped room in a blinding flash of magical light. Squished uncomfortably against the walls, the giant beast grumbles about being summoned into such a ridiculously tiny space. Locke scratches his head and awkwardly apologizes to his partner for the terrible conditions. Matteo stares in absolute awe, realizing the magnificent creature is none other than the legendary beast Fenrir. Ignoring the shopkeeper's utter shock, the massive wolf politely introduces himself. Getting straight to business, Locke asks Lucky if he can track the elusive thief by their lingering scent. Sniffing the air carefully, Lucky whines that the room's overwhelming mixture of smells makes isolating a single scent impossible. Drooping his large ears, the great beast apologizes to his master for failing to be of any help. Locke gently reassures his crestfallen familiar, thanking him for making the effort anyway. Astonished by the beast's magical retreat, Matteo marvels at Locke's ability to store familiars inside a simple bracelet. The shopkeeper becomes unexpectedly emotional, openly praising how skillfully Locke handles his magical items. Mateo fondly recalls to the group that Locke used to be an incredibly clumsy fellow when they first met. As Mateo excitedly begins to share an embarrassing story from the past, Locke frantically tries to silence him. Mateo laughs off his mistake while Patra playfully pouts over missing the juicy details of Locke's past. Shifting his attention, Mateo formally apologizes to Patra for the trouble caused by the arrogant knight earlier. Wanting to make proper amends, he announces his intention to give the young girl a special gift. He presents a beautifully crafted mithril breastplate, praising its lightweight design and incredible durability. The adventurers gasp in sheer shock at the casual mention of the legendary and incredibly rare metal. An ally points out that usually only royalty and elite nobility possess the wealth required to own mithril equipment. Patra nervously tries to decline the priceless treasure, but Mateo insists while recalling a specific past customer. He explains that the armor was originally commissioned for a noble child who tragically fell ill and can no longer wear it. Heartbroken by the thought of destroying his own masterpiece, Mateo admits the noble family left the disposal entirely up to him. He earnestly begs the adventurers to put the armor to good use, noting that he has already been fully paid for the labor. Moved by the blacksmith's passion and tragic story, Patra stares at the armor with quiet determination. Patra graciously accepts the gift, prompting a delighted Mateo to ask them to return in a few days for custom adjustments. The very next day, a massive armored boar violently stomps its way through the dense wilderness. A swift, brutal slash cuts through the air as a massive enemy drops to the ground in an instant. Watching in utter disbelief, bystanders gasp at the single-hit takedown of the Great Bear, a notoriously tough B-rank monster. Without hesitation, another devastating slash violently pierces through the battlefield. The relentless assault continues as the creatures unleash a chaotic flurry of crushing whacks and heavy bangs. Dust and debris kick up violently as the ferocious combat rages on without a single moment of pause. Observing the sheer destruction, Locke marvels at the creatures' incredible adaptability, noting they have already mastered their new weapons in just a single day. He reflects on his previous assumption that they only fought bare-handed, completely stunned by the massive boost their combat abilities received from wielding weapons. Smiling with genuine pride, he admits that he is incredibly excited to witness their continued growth from this point forward. A bright notification screen boldly declares the subjugation complete, prompting Locke to confidently wrap up the mission. He casually explains that this quest was merely a test for their new gear, praising the squad for clearing it without breaking a sweat. Breaking the post-battle silence, one of the small creatures named B gently tugs on Locke's clothing. Kneeling down with genuine concern, Locke asks B if something is wrong or if it sustained any injuries during the fight. The small creature immediately shakes its head side to side, vigorously dismissing any worries about being hurt. Staring up at him with wide, affectionate eyes, B softly calls out to him as its papa. Understanding the sweet gesture, Locke smiles warmly and begins to gently pat the small creature on the head. Continuing his affectionate head pats, Locke softly praises B for being absolutely amazing on the battlefield. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupts from the creature as it lets out a joyful cry under his touch. Locke stares in wide-eyed shock as the radiant, sparkling glow spreads rapidly, illuminating the little warriors one by one. The warm, magical light continues to pop across the group as they happily bask in his undivided affection. Chuckling at the adorable spectacle, Locke notes that they all look incredibly satisfied with the hard-earned praise. Just as the sweet moment settles, Locke's attention is abruptly snatched by a sudden, unexpected notification popping into his vision. The system shockingly announces the imminent birth of the sacred beast Wyvern, presenting him with the sudden choice of befriending it. Joyous chirps fill the air as the group excitedly celebrates the newly hatched eggs. Locke gently praises the mother bird for her hard work as the newborn wyverns chirp eagerly. Surprised by how quickly they hatched, Locke warmly thanks the sky bird for incubating the eggs so carefully. However, the massive wolf Lucky stares in shock at the cracked shells, clearly bewildered by the sudden arrival. A system notification suddenly chimes in, announcing that Locke has befriended the holy wyverns and can now upgrade 3 facilities within his dimension. A vast dimensional menu materializes before him, offering expansions for various terrains ranging from mountains to hot springs. Weighing his options, Locke ultimately decides to unlock the hot springs, a banana tree, and a brand new mine. The pocket dimension immediately rumbles as the landscape shifts to construct the newly selected upgrades. A beautiful, steaming hot spring manifests atop an elevated mound, looking incredibly relaxing. Locke realizes that with the new mine, he might finally be able to forge custom weapons and armor directly within the mini-monster garden. He marvels at the garden's rapid development, noting they can even harvest fresh bananas now. Satisfied with the dimensional upgrades, Locke suggests returning to the guild to report their successful boar subjugation quest. The group begins making their way through the rustling brush of the darkening forest. Planning their evening, Locke excitedly promises to cook a huge boar feast after selling the leftover meat at the market. He suddenly halts mid-sentence while discussing what to do with the harvested fur and tusks. Patra pauses beside him, curiously asking what caught his attention. Locke narrows his eyes, peering intently through the dense tree-line. The shadowy forest ahead is eerily quiet, cast in the dying light of dusk. An ominous, spectral ball of fire suddenly materializes, floating silently through the graveyard. Thrilled by the creepy phenomenon, Patra eagerly suggests they go investigate the potential ghost. Locke turns to grab his familiar, only to find the massive wolf cowering fearfully. The usually brave Fenrir shrinks back in absolute terror, refusing to approach the ghostly light. Disappointment washes over Patra as the mysterious fireball abruptly vanishes into thin air. Suddenly, Shannon tightly grips Locke's clothing, trembling from head to toe. Locke looks down at the terrified elf, gently calling out her name. Averting her eyes, Shannon apologetically confesses that she is deeply terrified of ghosts. Locke offers her an understanding smile, realizing the spectral encounter truly spooked her. He gently pats her head, offering a warm and comforting touch. Reassuring Shannon that she is perfectly safe with them, Locke gently offers her the option to retreat into the monster garden if it becomes too much. Deeply relieved by his kindness, Shannon smiles brightly and thanks him. Locke's attention is suddenly drawn back to the weathered gravestone they were standing near. He brushes away the dirt, revealing a worn inscription that marks the resting place of the great sage Demort. Astonished, Shannon recognizes the name immediately, confirming they have stumbled upon a legendary figure's grave. She explains that Demort possessed incredible wisdom and single-handedly spurred the country's rapid development. Shannon recounts how the great sage bravely infiltrated the demon lord's castle alone to forge the very peace treaty they enjoy today. Humbled by the grand history, Locke quietly marvels at the legendary hero's staggering achievements. Shrugging off the historical weight, Locke pragmatically notes that legends are often exaggerated and the truth remains a mystery. With the sun rapidly setting, Locke refocuses the group and leads them back toward the Adventurers Guild. They push open the heavy doors, stepping back into the bustling atmosphere of the guild hall. Their peaceful return is instantly shattered by an angry adventurer fiercely arguing about a disputed quest. A guild receptionist politely explains to a frustrated customer that the primary problem lies in his specific quest details. She calmly clarifies that she cannot guarantee any adventurer will willingly accept the job for the meager reward currently being offered. Hearing the loud commotion, Locke approaches the front desk and asks his friend what is going on. Missile immediately shoves a piece of paper directly into Locke's face, aggressively demanding that the beast tamer accept his quest. Locke stares down at the crumpled paper in total confusion, questioning the nature of this sudden assignment. The requested task involves heading down into the city's underbelly to clean and investigate the sewers where used combustible stones were recently discovered. Locke's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he realizes the total reward for the dangerous job is a pathetic 30 gold coins. An ally furiously snaps at Missile, pointing out that such a low payout practically turns the quest into mandatory volunteer work. Missile arrogantly brushes off their valid complaints, declaring that peasants should feel deeply honored to accept a quest from the future Holy Knight commander. He continues his haughty rant, insisting that the Adventurers Guild basically exists merely to handle the Knight Order's miscellaneous errands anyway. Completely losing his temper, the entitled noble fiercely insults the receptionist by loudly calling her a useless and ugly woman. A dark, terrifying aura suddenly erupts from the receptionist as her previously polite demeanor instantly vanishes. Staring menacing daggers at Missile, she coldly dares the arrogant noble to repeat his foolish insult regarding her appearance. Overwhelming killing intent radiates from her heavily shadowed face, instantly terrifying the once arrogant knight into absolute silence. Shifting seamlessly back into her cheerful customer service persona, she flashes a bright but terrifyingly fake smile at the trembling man. Regaining her flawless composure, she politely informs him that she will post the heavily disputed quest on the public bulletin board for now. Sweating profusely and visibly shaken by her dark aura, Missile stammers out a weak agreement before hastily retreating. An ally gently approaches the receptionist, earnestly asking if she is all right after dealing with such a profoundly terrible person. The receptionist sighs heavily, noting that continuing to quarrel with the noble would have only caused unnecessary trouble for everyone else in the guild. Her expression suddenly darkens once more as her thoughts pivot toward a much more pressing matter. Chuckling menacingly to herself in the shadows, she vows to make him pay dearly for daring to insult both her and her beloved guild. Sometime later, Locke's party stands before a large, grated sewer pipe to begin their grim investigation of the underground tunnels. The dark, damp sewer tunnel stretches out ominously before them, echoing constantly with the sickening sound of dripping sludge. Wading carefully through the foul-smelling water, Locke notes that the used combustible stones supposedly flow directly into this specific area. Approaching a small pile of discarded gray rocks, Locke confirms that they have finally located the mysterious remnants. Holding a dull, magically depleted stone in his hand, Locke admits that this small pile simply is not enough to gather any solid clues. Shannon eagerly volunteers to search deeper into the tunnel, hoping to find any other discarded rocks they might have missed in the dark. Locke immediately warns the eager elf to be careful, pointing out that the damp stone floor is incredibly slick and dangerous. Brushing off his genuine concern, Shannon confidently assures him that she will be perfectly fine on her own. To arrogantly prove her point, she gracefully spins on her heel, boasting loudly about her absolute perfect sense of balance. Her foot suddenly loses all traction on the slick stone, sending her pitching wildly backward with a terrified gasp. Locke lunges forward instantly, completely abandoning his investigation to catch the falling elf before she cracks her head. He skillfully hooks his strong arm around her waist, catching her securely just mere inches before she hits the unforgiving floor. Pulling her gently upright, Locke chides her softly, noting that while confidence is a good trait, overconfidence often leads to serious danger. Blushing fiercely with overwhelming embarrassment, Shannon quietly stammers out a pathetic apology for her clumsy mistake. Her heart races wildly as she realizes just how incredibly close Locke's handsome face is to hers in the dim sewer light. Locke suddenly calls out her name softly, his intense gaze locking firmly onto hers as the atmosphere shifts. Shannon stares back in stunned silence, completely captivated and blushing heavily as the thick romantic tension rapidly spikes. The tender moment is instantly shattered when Patra loudly interrupts, bluntly declaring that it is time to leave the stinky sewer behind. Standing safely outside under the cool night sky, Shannon touches her chest, quietly wondering about the strange new romantic feelings fluttering in her heart. Suddenly remembering something incredibly important, Locke turns back toward the group with a raised finger and a bright smile. Completely oblivious to the lingering romantic tension, he casually invites the flustered women to join him for a relaxing soak in his newly constructed hot springs. Marveling at the newly hatched wyverns, the group watches in amazement as the young creatures manage to fly a few meters into the air. OPI proudly explains that he and the sky bird taught the rapidly growing wyverns how to take flight. Turning toward their stone companion, Patra curiously asks Gargoyle if he is capable of flying as well. Gargoyle proudly flexes his stony wings, slightly offended as he points out that they aren't just for decoration. Intrigued by the sudden boast, Locke listens as Gargoyle confidently claims he can carry both of them on his back. Locke immediately takes him up on the generous offer, asking the creature to fly them around the outskirts of the capital. Turning toward Shannon, Locke casually invites the elf to join them on their impromptu night flight. Completely lost in a romantic daydream about joining Locke in the hot springs, Shannon blushes fiercely as her heart races out of control. Locke softly calls out her name, snapping the flustered elf out of her vivid romantic fantasies. Panicking slightly, Shannon loudly agrees to come along as Locke enthusiastically signals their departure. With a powerful flap of his heavy wings, Gargoyle launches effortlessly into the dark night sky. High above the ground, Patra praises Gargoyle's incredible strength while the modest creature downplays the impressive feat. Locke glances back to check on Shannon, asking if she is doing all right during the high-altitude ride. A breathtaking view of the glowing capital city stretches out expansively beneath the soaring group. Patra stares in pure awe, beautifully comparing the sprawling city lights to a shimmering carpet. Agreeing with her poetic sentiment, Locke casually suggests that they should bring the rest of their friends up to see this view someday. Looking down at their steadfast mount, Locke offers Gargoyle a sincere thank you for providing the wonderful experience. Gargoyle smiles warmly, expressing his immense joy at being useful to the team despite his lack of combat ability. Locke kindly reassures his winged companion, insisting that there is absolutely no need for him to worry about fighting. He praises Gargoyle's fantastic flying skills, reminding the creature that his help with daily chores like cooking and laundry is already invaluable. Deeply moved by his master's genuine appreciation, Gargoyle tears up and offers his heartfelt thanks. Staring thoughtfully at the winged creature, Locke gently mentions that he might try to undo Gargoyle's magical seal in the future. Gargoyle politely declines the generous offer, fearing that breaking the ancient seal might completely erase his current personality. Accepting his decision without hesitation, Locke warmly suggests they just enjoy flying together once the wyverns grow a bit bigger. Locke begins to muse about the future, wishing he could find a flying familiar massive enough to carry the giant wolf Lucky. Gargoyle immediately perks up, excitedly revealing that he actually knows a specific monster perfectly suited for that exact job. He explains that his best friend, the mighty griffin, is incredibly large and easily capable of carrying a heavy passenger like Lucky. Beaming with pride, Gargoyle confidently assures Locke that his best friend would be more than happy to assist them. Thrilled by the new lead, Locke excitedly declares that they will visit the griffin as soon as they finish their current quest. Realizing it is getting late, Locke finally suggests that they wrap up their scenic flight and head back down to the ground. Warm steam rises gracefully from the bubbling hot springs as the group prepares for a much-needed soak. Patra excitedly announces their arrival at the beautiful, elevated bathing pools. The familiars immediately dive in with joyful laughter, splashing playfully in the rippling water. Staring out at the scenic landscape, Patra loudly marvels at the breathtaking view from the steaming bath. Shannon sits in rigid silence, her romantic delusions completely shattered as she realizes Locke had actually invited everyone to join them. Noticing her suddenly stiff posture, Locke turns to the elf and innocently asks if something is bothering her. Blushing furiously, Shannon hastily dismisses his concern and pretends that absolutely nothing is wrong. The cheerful familiars continue to bubble and splash around, fully enjoying their well-deserved downtime. A collective sigh of relief echoes through the air as everyone soaks in the wonderfully warm, relaxing water. The serene water gently swishes around them, bringing a perfectly peaceful end to their long and eventful day. Patra sighs in deep relaxation, declaring that the hot springs feel way too good. Locke glances over with a curious hum, recalling that Patra previously hated taking baths. Patra explains that she dislikes being scrubbed but loves the wide, deep hot springs where she can fully submerge her entire body. Looking genuinely grateful, Patra adds that she can only enjoy this luxury because Locke saved her from the dungeon. Blushing slightly under the warm water, Patra softly thanks Locke for everything he has done for her. Locke stares in brief, stunned silence as the tender moment lingers between them in the rising steam. Locke gently splashes some water and smiles warmly, insisting that he is the one who should be thankful since he nearly died in the Dungeon of Flames. Small, playful ripples echo through the bath as the two share a quietly comfortable moment in the water. The thick, warm steam rolls peacefully across the surface of the secluded hot spring. The tranquility shatters as a familiar joyfully shouts a warning before belly flopping into the water with a massive splash. The very next day, Patra proudly strikes a dynamic pose to show off her perfectly fitted new armor. Locke smiles approvingly at the gleaming gear, confirming that the new equipment looks absolutely perfect on her. Patra bows politely to Mateo, expressing her deep gratitude for the blacksmith's incredible craftsmanship. Mateo cheerfully presents another set of custom armor, revealing that he took the liberty of forging tiny gear for the ant familiars as well. Locke and Patra stare in utter shock, profusely apologizing that the blacksmith went through so much extra trouble for them. Brushing off their concern, Mateo happily admits that he rarely gets the chance to craft children's armor and simply did it for fun. The little ants cheer wildly as Mateo insists they take the gear without worrying, noting it hardly used any materials anyway. Refusing to let the hard work go unpaid, Locke firmly places a large stack of gold coins on the counter. Mateo immediately tries to decline the payment, but Locke insists that the money is merely an expression of his deep gratitude. Locke kindly suggests that if Mateo refuses the money, he should use it to secretly fund equipment for any penniless adventurers or aspiring kids who visit his shop. Mateo scratches his head with a gentle smile, playfully noting that Locke seems to be the one constantly worrying about him. Locke bursts into bright laughter, explaining that the gold is just leftover severance pay from when he recently quit a so-called S-rank party. Touched by Locke's generosity, Mateo graciously accepts the gold and promises to keep it safely stored away for a worthy cause. A loud set of frantic, approaching footsteps suddenly shatters the warm and peaceful atmosphere. Another shop worker bursts through the doorway in a complete panic, desperately screaming for Locke to come quickly. Locke's expression instantly hardens into a serious scowl as he turns his attention toward the distressed man. The terrified worker points frantically toward the back room, screaming that the combustible stones were just stolen right under their noses. Reporting that a mysterious blue light just vanished out the window, Locke immediately summons Lucky and orders the wolf to track the scent. Cramped uncomfortably in the tiny room, the massive wolf sniffs the air and confidently confirms the thief's scent is still fresh enough to follow. Preparing for a high-speed chase, Locke orders his other familiars to stand by inside the mini-monster garden and promises to summon them when needed. Springing into action, the group dashes furiously through the dark environment. Pushing their speed to the limit, they continue sprinting relentlessly toward their target. Sprinting rapidly, they wonder who in the world could have pulled off the theft without anyone noticing. Their footsteps echo sharply as they rush forward without hesitation. An ominous atmosphere settles over the area as they arrive at a dark and foreboding location. Halting abruptly, they stare ahead in disbelief as they realize exactly where the chase has led them. Standing before the weathered monument, they confirm it is the ancient tomb of Demort. Locke turns to his familiar to verify if they are absolutely sure the trail leads exactly to this spot. The massive wolf confidently confirms that the lingering scent abruptly ends directly at the back of the tomb. Inspecting the grave carefully, Locke notes that nothing on the structure looks remotely suspicious. He mutters under his breath, wondering if the combustible stone could have actually been stolen by a ghostly entity. Distracted by sudden chirping, Locke looks up and asks the sky bird what has caught its attention. Observing the bird's discovery, he recognizes the strange plant as a magical flower of exorcism. A blinding magical light suddenly erupts intensely from the mysterious area. The ground rumbles violently with a heavy thud as a massive hidden mechanism activates. The dust clears to dramatically reveal a secret stone staircase leading straight down into the earth. Breaking the tense silence, a strange voice suddenly announces its presence by smoothly calling out to a VIP. The bizarre monologue continues with a frantic rhythm, demanding collaboration while hyping a brand new invention. Questioning if the madness will ever stop, the unseen voice casually admits its own complete ignorance. The absurd rap concludes with wild boasts of lighting up stages, completely shattering the serious atmosphere as an unexpected joke. Marveling at the hidden entrance, an adventurer admits they have never seen an illusion spell this powerful before. Staring at the narrow opening, the massive wolf realizes he cannot fit inside and wonders what they should do. The dark, cramped staircase plunges deep into the earth, confirming the extremely tight squeeze. Stepping forward decisively, Locke states that he will enter the dark passage entirely alone for now. Refusing to let him go by himself, Shannon insists she will squeeze inside while instructing Lucky to wait and listen for her call. Nodding in agreement, Locke quietly thanks her for bravely joining him. Descending into the pitch-black corridor, Locke successfully casts a shining light spell to illuminate their path. A deeply ominous atmosphere heavily blankets the eerie underground tunnel as they venture further. Peering nervously into the gloom, Shannon wonders aloud if the stolen combustible stones could truly be hidden down here. The heavy, oppressive air thickens significantly as the duo steps out of the tunnel and into a massive underground chamber. Staring around in sheer awe, Locke admits he never expected to find such an expansive space hidden directly beneath a grave. A mysterious voice suddenly rings out from the shadows, smoothly remarking on the incredibly rare arrival of guests. A terrifying skeletal figure draped in dark robes emerges from the darkness, prompting Locke to gasp in shock at the sight of a lich. The undead entity calmly praises them, noting they must be incredibly skilled magic users to have successfully uncovered this hidden sanctuary. Drawing his sword in a flash of steel, Locke demands to know her identity, but the lich cryptically hints that she is the only being who could exist beneath her own grave. Locke's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as his mind races to process the horrifying implication. Still gripping his weapon tightly, Locke asks in sheer shock if the undead monster standing before them is truly the legendary Demort. The lich simply smiles her skeletal grin, calmly asking what the adventurer intends to do if she is indeed the legendary sage. Shannon trembles in pure disbelief, wondering how it could even be possible for the great Demort to become a corrupted lich. Suddenly, a tiny but furious voice unexpectedly yells at Locke to back off. A small pixie aggressively flutters into view, demanding that Locke put away his weapon and stop threatening Demortzama. The tiny fairy threatens to violently burn Locke into a fiery, juicy liquid if he dares to pick a fight with her master. Demort gently tells the pixie named Lala that she has said enough, dryly noting that her fiery threat made absolutely no sense. Crossing her tiny arms with a proud scoff, Lala haughtily boasts that Locke is lucky to escape her devastating wrath today. With the tension slightly diffused, Demort turns her glowing eyes back to Locke and silently prompts him to explain his presence. The undead sage calmly asks the adventurer exactly why he has come to her hidden tomb. Slightly lowering his weapon, Locke explains that they are actively investigating the repeated occurrences of stolen combustible stones. Staring directly at the fiercely sweating pixie, Locke notes that they simply followed the thief's scent right to this spot. Demort immediately turns to Lala and directly asks if the tiny pixie is responsible, causing the fairy to visibly gulp in fear. Bursting into tears, Lala frantically bows and apologizes to her master. She tearfully confesses that she was forced to steal them because she couldn't find any combustible stones inside the dungeon. Sighing in exasperation, Demort scolds the pixie while reminding Lala that she explicitly told her not to cause trouble for others. Lala fiercely protests through her tears, crying out that without the stones, Demort will suffer a terrible fate. Fully sheathing his sword with a sharp clack, Locke asks the undead sage if there is a deeper reason behind the desperate thefts. Waving the concern off casually, Demort insists that the situation really isn't a big deal. The Lich bluntly reveals that without the combustible stones to sustain her, her life will simply burn out and she will die. Staring thoughtfully upward, Demort absent-mindedly wonders just how much time has passed since the old days. In a sudden flashback to her living days, Demort aggressively chugs heavily from a massive jug of alcohol. Slamming the empty jug down, the legendary Great Sage drunkenly demands more sake, revealing her true historical nature as a massive heavy drinker. Slumping heavily onto the table, a defeated drinking companion groans that he cannot drink another drop while an intoxicated Demort playfully clutches his head. Standing victorious, the Great Sage Demort taunted her fallen opponent for being unable to handle her raw power. The defeated demon lord groaned in pain as Demort confidently confirmed his true identity. Claiming her undeniable victory, she firmly demanded that he uphold his solemn promise to end the war. The imposing demon lord lay crushed beneath the overwhelming weight of his humiliating defeat. Clicking his tongue in deep frustration, the monster admitted that his people never actually wanted to start a conflict. He bitterly explained that greedy humans had destroyed the forests, forcing the starving demons to reclaim land just to survive. Sobbing pitifully, he confessed that the demon race simply had no idea how to cultivate their own food. Surprised by this tragic revelation, Demort casually offered to teach the monstrous army how to farm. The demon lord's eyes widened in sheer shock as she promised to share her agricultural knowledge if it meant stopping the bloodshed. Under the Great Sage's expert guidance, lush fields of crops rapidly began to flourish across the barren demon lands. The once starving demon realm was quickly blessed with an absolute abundance of nourishing food. With their bellies finally full, the monster's violent aggression melted away into deep and lasting contentment. Thanks to this miraculous agricultural revolution, the bitter war between humans and demons finally came to a peaceful end. Returning to her laboratory, Demort dedicated the rest of her life to solving global food shortages. During this golden era of peace, the legendary sage decided to take on a promising young apprentice. The new apprentice, a young woman named Lydia, was widely known for her kind heart and constant radiant smile. Although Lydia lacked magical talent, her incredible charisma easily won the deep trust of everyone around her. Demort, who often needed alcohol just to speak freely, deeply admired her apprentice's natural social grace. One day in the laboratory, Demort proudly announced a brilliant breakthrough that would drastically accelerate crop growth. Lydia excitedly congratulated her brilliant master on the monumental agricultural discovery. The young apprentice noted that producing more food with less labor would quickly solve the world's remaining hunger crises. Shifting the topic, Lydia eagerly suggested they finally resume Demort's forbidden research into the undead. She chillingly reasoned that creating an undead workforce could provide semi-permanent, tireless labor for their farms. As Lydia enthusiastically argued that the undead requires zero food, Demort sternly cut her off. Glaring sharply at her apprentice, Demort firmly reiterated her absolute refusal to continue the dark magic research. The great sage admitted that she had once extensively studied the undead and nearly perfected the forbidden art. However, she gravely warned that the terrifying project must remain permanently unfinished at all costs. Demort explained that such theoretical necromancy could easily be exploited by evil men to create unstoppable military forces. She desperately tried to make Lydia understand that weaponizing the undead would permanently shatter the world's delicate peace. Staring back with hollow, ambitious eyes, Lydia coldly asked why upsetting the balance of power even mattered. Demort recoiled in absolute shock, deeply horrified by her apprentice's callous and dangerous mindset. Dismissing world hunger entirely, Lydia maniacally insisted they should focus on shocking the world with dark magic instead. The apprentice bitterly rejected their agricultural studies as trivial, confessing she only wanted to carve her name into history. Furious at this selfish betrayal of their peaceful mission, Demort furiously ordered Lydia to shut up. Trembling with toxic ambition, Lydia muttered that studying farming would never make her the #1 mage. A dark and irreconcilable rift instantly formed between the legendary sage and her power-hungry student. Shortly after their explosive argument, Lydia vanished without a trace, stealing all the forbidden undead research papers. Haunted by the catastrophic theft, Demort spent the rest of her mortal life desperately hunting down her rogue apprentice. Despite her immense magical power, the great sage tragically died before she could ever track Lydia down. Sitting in her undead form, Demort ominously revealed that her centuries-long search did not actually end with her physical death. The great sage Demort revealed that although she perished, she did not remain dead for good. Over the passing of many years, her lingering magic naturally began to mix with the magic contained deep within the soil. Emitting a sinister aura, she eventually resurrected herself as a skeletal lich made entirely of ancient bones. Adapting to her new undead state, she adjusted her dwindling magic to hollow out new rooms beneath her grave while casting a powerful illusion over the entrance. Using her own skeletal body as a morbid test subject, she immediately resumed her forbidden research on the undead. Fearing that Lydia might successfully complete the stolen research, Demort desperately resolved to create a powerful countermeasure. However, she groaned in pain as her physical limits quickly proved she could not sustain the research for very long. Slumping weakly, she realized that without a steady magic supply, she could not even support her own skeletal frame. Glancing around the barren room, she noted with despair that there were absolutely no magical stones left for her to extract energy from. Accepting her grim fate, the exhausted lich closed her eyes and quietly muttered that this was truly the end. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of magical light unexpectedly illuminated the dark and silent cavern. Staring into the glowing light, Demort was surprised to see a tiny pixie fluttering before her. The skeletal sage calmly broke the silence, offering a polite and casual greeting to the tiny intruder. The terrified pixie shrieked in absolute shock, flailing wildly as she realized the horrifying skeleton could actually speak. Nodding calmly, Demort confirmed her undead status and casually mentioned that the fairy was currently trespassing inside her personal grave. Embarrassed by her rude intrusion, the pixie immediately apologized for entering the tomb so suddenly. Demort graciously accepted the apology, noting that the pixie must have slipped through the air vent to become her very first guest. The great sage suddenly noticed something peculiar, staring intently at one of the pixie's damaged wings. Flinching defensively, the pixie angrily yelled that her bad, ugly wing had absolutely nothing to do with the skeleton. Demort tilted her skull in genuine confusion, wondering aloud why the fairy would ever consider her own wing to be ugly. The pixie sadly explained that her damaged wing ruined her ability to fly well, adding that everyone told her it was a shameful and ugly deformity. Listening quietly to the heartbreaking confession, Demort softly acknowledged the pixie's deep emotional pain. Gesturing to her own body, Demort gently pointed out that a simple torn wing was nothing compared to being a literal skeleton. She calmly reasoned that her own undead appearance was far more frightening and startling than anything the pixie was ashamed of. Pausing for a moment, the wise sage looked down at the tiny creature with a gentle, unseen smile. Demort softly admitted that she could not fly at all, noting how truly wonderful it would be to possess such a miraculous ability. Touched by the skeleton's unexpected kindness, the pixie wiped away her tears and looked up with wide, hopeful eyes. A bright, genuine smile finally broke across the tiny pixie's face as her deep-seated insecurities began to melt away. Introducing herself as Demort, the skeletal sage politely asked for her new companion's name. The cheerful fairy beamed brightly, proudly introducing herself as Lala the Pixie. Lala marveled at the shared name before shrieking in pure shock when Demort casually confirmed she was indeed the legendary Great Sage. Spending countless hours talking together in the dark tomb, the ancient lich and the tiny pixie became each other's very first friends. When Demort finally confessed her imminent death from magic depletion, Lala fiercely swore she would find a magic stone to save her beloved master. Returning to the present, Demort finished recounting the tragic history of how their unbreakable bond was formed. Concluding her long tale, the Lich solemnly explained that this desperate situation was exactly why the thefts had occurred. Stepping forward bravely, Demort falsely claimed to be the true thief and demanded that Locke punish only her. Lala frantically interrupted, bursting into tears as she begged the adventurer to punish her instead for stealing the stones. Demort gently hushed the crying pixie, insisting that she bore full responsibility since Lala was only obeying her strict orders. Desperate to save her master, Lala wildly lied about not knowing the skeletal hag, prompting Demort to furiously bicker with her. Dropping the argument, Demort softly begged Lala not to throw her life away for a corpse that was already fading. Lala stubbornly refused, crying out that she desperately wanted her very first friend to keep living. The two friends shared a deeply emotional moment, tearfully calling out each other's names in the dim light. Watching the heartbreaking scene, Locke grimly reflected that magic-related thefts usually resulted in a severe death penalty. Moved by their incredible kindness and willingness to bear the blame for one another, Locke desperately wondered if he could somehow help them. Seeking clarity, Locke firmly asked if the two of them were truly responsible for robbing both the shop and the Knight's Order. Lala looked incredibly confused, admitting to the shop theft but swearing she knew absolutely nothing about the Knight's missing stones. Locke's eyes widened in genuine surprise as he asked how they could be completely unaware of the massive robbery at the Knight's storehouse. Demort confirmed their innocence regarding the larger heist, noting that Lala had only ever brought back a single combustible stone. Processing the shocking revelation, Locke trailed off as he realized the tiny fairy could never have carried such a massive haul. A heavy realization suddenly hit the group, proving that an entirely different, unknown thief was responsible for the larger crimes. Before they could investigate further, a deafening explosion violently rocked the entire underground chamber. Startled by the massive blast, Shannon screamed in panic and frantically pointed toward the surface. Rushing to check the situation, Locke stared upward in pure horror as an ominous red glow filtered through the night sky. His blood ran cold as he realized the entire royal capital was currently engulfed in a massive, raging inferno. Locke urgently tells Lucky that they are heading back to the kingdom immediately. A sudden voice calls out from the darkness, halting their swift departure. Demort steps forward and sternly demands that they bring her along with them. Meanwhile in the kingdom, a terrified civilian screams in absolute panic as chaos erupts in the streets. Desperate guards frantically order the fleeing citizens to escape toward the western gate. A massive, horrifying undead monster suddenly looms over a paralyzed woman. A brave guard violently whacks the creature with his spear, cursing as he struggles to hold the front line. The monster easily deflects the desperate blow, sending the guard crashing heavily into the ground with a sickening thud. Exhausted and terrified, the fallen guard pants heavily as the relentless beast closes in for the kill. Just as the monster prepares to strike, a swift blade suddenly intercepts the deadly attack. Rika fiercely cuts the undead monster down while panicked citizens scream and scatter in the background. She smoothly readies her weapon, standing strong as an impenetrable barrier between the encroaching monsters and the helpless civilians. Checking on the fallen guard, she accepts his deep gratitude while maintaining her flawless combat stance. Rika grits her teeth, realizing how incredibly dire the situation is given the severe lack of available adventurers. Locke suddenly arrives on the chaotic scene, loudly calling out the receptionist's name. Deeply relieved by the familiar face, Rika warmly thanks Locke for rushing to their aid. Locke surveys the destruction and urgently demands to know what exactly is happening to the city. Rika explains that the massive horde of monsters kept by the Knight's Order suddenly turned into rampaging undead. Locke stares in sheer shock, repeating the horrifying revelation that the creatures have become undead. Rika notes that while adventurers are fighting back, they are struggling immensely because the undead can only be truly stopped by holy magic. She adds that their numbers are heavily depleted since many adventurers moved away when the Knight's Order began aggressively hoarding monster corpses. Although they have requested reinforcements from neighboring guilds, Rika warns that help will take considerable time to arrive. A terrified scream suddenly pierces the burning air, violently interrupting their critical tactical briefing. Apologizing abruptly, Rika charges back into the brutal fray while trusting Locke to handle the remaining threats. Locke watches her go, ominously muttering about the sudden and terrifying appearance of the undead army. Demort observes the destruction, realizing this chaotic power stems directly from her stolen research papers. Sensing the distinct magical energy wafting heavily through the air, the skeletal sage easily deduces the truth. Demort confidently declares that her former apprentice Lydia must be the mastermind behind this devastating attack. She realizes that Lydia managed to complete the forbidden undead research by using the stolen combustible stones as artificial power cores. Piecing everything together, Demort concludes that her rogue apprentice was the true culprit behind all the recent stone thefts. Springing into action, Locke summons all his familiars except the wyverns in a blinding flash of light, promising to explain the details later. He quickly commands the group to subjugate the monsters while protecting the citizens, assigning Patra to coordinate their movements. Locke suddenly spots a massive group of undead orcs charging aggressively toward their position. Before Locke can even react, Demort unleashes a devastating spell called the Castle of Hellfire, instantly incinerating the approaching horde. The skeletal sage calmly steps forward, announcing that she will personally assist in the battle. Sweating nervously at the sheer scale of her destructive magic, Locke awkwardly thanks her for the incredibly timely intervention. He quickly introduces Demort and Lala to his stunned familiars, assuring them that the terrifying undead sage is actually a friendly ally. Demort politely greets the assembled group, though her skeletal form remains deeply unsettling to look at. Slumping slightly, she casually mentions that she is on the verge of dying from magic depletion and desperately asks for any spare magic stones. Patra cheerfully pulls out a handful of glowing stones, noting with a smile that they have plenty more waiting safely back at home. Reaching into their reserves, the familiars quickly present bags full of glowing magic stones. Demort inspects the glowing haul, her skeletal jaw dropping in sheer amazement at the incredibly high quality of the magic crystals. Grasping the powerful stones, she confidently declares that with this much energy, she can cast a holy barrier over the entire kingdom to completely eradicate the undead. Shocked by the immense scale of the spell, Locke listens closely as the skeletal sage warns that she will need time to properly chant the incantation. Gripping his weapon tightly, Locke confidently rallies his team and promises to buy her all the time she needs. With a fierce battle cry, he orders everyone forward as the familiars charge bravely into the chaotic streets. The massive armored boar leads the brutal charge, violently crushing the undead under its heavy hooves. Moving with deadly precision, the tiny ant familiars slice ruthlessly through the monstrous horde. Blades flashing in the darkness, the coordinated insects effortlessly dismantle the advancing enemy frontline. Leaping gracefully through the air, Patra cheers in wild excitement as she smashes through her terrifying opponents. Watching the brutal counterattack, a panicked guard desperately warns the group that the undead will simply revive again. Defying the guard's grim warning, a defeated undead monster suddenly dissolves entirely into harmless glowing dust. The seasoned guard stares in absolute disbelief, shocked that the immortal creatures are actually vanishing for good. Locke watches the fading ashes in utter confusion, wondering why regular adventurers like Shannon were completely unable to finish them off. Realizing a crucial pattern, he notes that only his familiars seem capable of landing a truly permanent, fatal blow against the undead. A sudden realization hits him, prompting him to shout urgently at Shannon to make the other adventurers use their familiars in combat. He quickly theorizes that his unique beast-taming skill might secretly be imbuing all of his familiars' attacks with powerful holy properties. Grasping the brilliant strategy immediately, Shannon nods in absolute understanding and rushes off to spread the word. Seeing a genuine ray of hope pierce through the despair, Locke readies his weapon and pushes the front line forward. Under the familiar's relentless and wholly infused assault, the terrifying undead horde is steadily driven back. Brilliant flashes of purifying light erupt across the battlefield as Locke proudly notes they have successfully shaved down the enemy numbers. Believing victory is finally within reach, Locke urges his team to push just a little harder as the heavy sound of approaching hooves echoes through the street. Reinforcements finally arrive as the heavily armored Knights Order charges into the devastated city square on horseback. Spotting the arrogant knights, a battered adventurer angrily curses them for their inexcusable delay. Furious at their terrible response time, he furiously demands to know what took them so long while civilians were being slaughtered. Instead of answering, a deeply ominous and suffocating aura suddenly radiates from the silent cavalry. Recognizing the deadly shift in the atmosphere, Locke urgently yells for everyone to wait as the knights slowly draw their heavy bows. A massive, whistling volley of razor-sharp arrows is ruthlessly unleashed directly into the crowd of exhausted adventurers. Locke's eyes widen in sheer horror as the supposed reinforcements launch a devastating surprise attack. The deadly projectiles violently strike a massive surface, clattering harmlessly to the ground before they can draw blood. Standing tall and unwavering, the giant wolf Lucky acts as a massive living shield to perfectly block the treacherous volley. Knocking on the beast's magically hardened fur, Locke breathes a heavy sigh of relief and sincerely thanks his loyal partner. Unfazed by the heavy assault, the massive wolf casually dismisses the praise and remains locked onto the new threat. The furious adventurer screams desperately at the silent knights, reminding them that they are supposed to be allies. Peering from beneath a heavy iron helmet, a corrupted knight coldly reveals a pair of glowing, blood-red eyes. A terrifyingly menacing aura aggressively pours off the corrupted knights as they blindly prepare their next lethal volley. Completely consumed by madness, the commanding knight points a gauntlet finger and violently orders the slaughter of everyone ahead. Confused by the sudden betrayal, one of the tiny ant familiars looks up and innocently asks Locke for new orders. Refusing to butcher the brainwashed humans, Locke firmly orders his familiars to hold back and simply knock the knights out. As the chaotic melee resumes, a mysterious voice softly begins to chant an ancient incantation to summon the wind spirits. A massive gust of magic called Galestorm is suddenly unleashed across the battlefield. The powerful wind violently blasts through the group of corrupted knights. As the dust settles and the bodies hit the ground, Shannon wonders aloud if their desperate attack actually worked. The ominous silhouettes of the fallen knights slowly begin to rise back to their feet. Locke grits his teeth as he realizes the enemies can still stand up. A sharp ring of steel cuts the air as a corrupted knight quickly draws his blade. Locke curses under his breath as the knight suddenly lunges forward with incredible speed. Patra rapidly intercepts the deadly strike by blocking the heavy sword with her bare hands. Locke thanks Patra for the save while she gently warns him not to let his guard down. A loud groan echoes out as one of the tiny ant familiars aggressively readies its weapons for a counterattack. A knight rubs his bruised head in pure frustration, angrily yelling at the stupid ant for hurting him. Locke stares at the complaining knight in utter disbelief. Annoyed by the hesitation, the knight snaps back that he obviously knows who they are and isn't an idiot. Locke exchanges a deeply confused glance with Patra, noting that the atmosphere has suddenly become very weird. Realizing the knight's eyes look completely normal again, Locke wonders if they accidentally broke the terrible brainwashing. He quickly deduces that while magic completely failed, raw blunt force somehow knocked the sense back into the corrupted men. Springing into action, Locke loudly orders everyone to just start hitting the knights with physical attacks. He excitedly explains that physical blows might successfully force the rest of the order to regain their consciousness. The familiars nod in absolute understanding and immediately charge back into the chaotic fray. A newly awakened knight looks around in sheer confusion, desperately asking what is going on. Locke quickly briefs him, explaining that an undead army attacked the capital before someone brainwashed the knights. The knight processes the shocking information, realizing the undead must have manipulated their minds. Locke firmly tells the knight to leave the battlefield to them and focus on helping the civilians evacuate. Refusing to retreat, the knight angrily tells Locke not to be stupid. Revealing himself to be the arrogant missile, he proudly declares that a true knight's absolute duty is to fight and protect the people. He glares fiercely at the encroaching undead horde, vowing vengeance against the monsters who injured his kingdom's citizens. Drawing his blade with renewed fury, Missile promises they will all feel his overwhelming wrath. Locke frantically yells for him to wait, warning the foolish knight that he cannot take them all on alone. Ignoring the warning, Missile arrogantly bypasses the small fry and charges directly toward the strongest-looking monster. With a powerful leap, Missile brings his sword down in a heavy slash against the massive ogre. Landing gracefully, Missile smirks with absolute confidence as he waits for the beast to fall. The towering undead ogre slowly turns its head, glaring down at him with glowing, terrifying eyes. Before Missile can react, the monstrous beast violently swats him away with a devastating backhand. The knight goes flying through the air, his sword clattering uselessly against the stone pavement. Missile crashes heavily onto his back, coughing up blood as his vision violently spins. He stares up at the looming shadow of the enraged ogre, realizing he has made a fatal mistake. The massive beast raises its heavy fists, preparing to crush the helpless knight directly into the ground. A sudden blur of motion intercepts the brutal attack right before it can completely obliterate Missile. Patra stands fiercely between the fallen knight and the towering ogre, effortlessly catching the monster's colossal strike. Missile stares up in absolute shock at the young girl who just saved his life. Without looking back, Patra coldly orders the weakling to run away before he gets himself killed. Humiliated and trembling with fear, Missile grits his teeth in utter frustration. Locke screams out Patra's name as the battle suddenly takes a terrifying turn. He realizes with horror that even as an A-rank monster, surviving 2 direct punches from an enraged ogre will be far too much for her to handle. The undead ogre pulls back its massive arm, winding up for a second, devastating blow. Locke fiercely swings his blade, desperately trying to carve a path through the dense crowd of lesser monsters. He frantically pushes forward, knowing he absolutely must reach Patra before the ogre strikes again. The massive fist violently collides with Patra, sending a sickening shockwave across the battlefield. Locke's eyes widen in sheer horror as the unthinkable unfolds right in front of him. He screams out in absolute despair as Patra is brutally launched into the air by the monstrous impact. The merciless ogre follows through with its devastating strike, leaving Patra's ultimate fate terrifyingly unknown. A terrifying silence deeply blankets the chaotic battlefield as the dust refuses to settle. Locke's mind violently shatters as he screams out in pure, agonizing denial. The absolute horror of the devastating blow heavily crushes his spirit. Time seemingly freezes as he stares hopelessly into the settling debris. Warm, nostalgic memories of a cheerful voice welcoming him home suddenly flood his dark consciousness. The sweet, innocent voice weakly calls out for her beloved papa. Snapping back to brutal reality, Locke desperately screams Patra's name in unadulterated terror. A heavy, suffocating tension tightly grips the air before a sudden movement shatters the stillness. The deafening sound of massive, leathery wings furiously beating against the wind echoes from above. A massive, majestic shadow rapidly descends from the smoky skies. Dust violently kicks up as the powerful flying creature fully reveals itself to the stunned battlefield. A familiar voice fiercely yells at Locke to get a grip, loudly assuring him that Patra is completely unharmed. Still paralyzed by lingering trauma, Locke weakly gasps as he struggles to process the miraculous survival. Apologizing profusely for scaring him, Patra tearfully admits she truly believed she was going to die. Staring in absolute disbelief, Locke stammers in shock as he wonders how she possibly survived the monstrous impact. Sliding safely to the ground, Patra happily reveals that one of the brave wyverns swooped in to catch her. Locke looks up in sheer awe, completely stunned by the massive beast hovering before them. He loudly questions when the once tiny, fragile wyverns managed to grow so incredibly large. Realizing dragons grow astonishingly fast, he marvels at the beast and wonders if its rapid maturation stems from holy beastification. Snapping out of his daze, Locke softly smiles and sincerely thanks the proud creature for its timely rescue. An ally urgently interrupts the heartwarming reunion, reminding Locke of the raging war zone surrounding them. Mentally slapping himself, Locke hastily apologizes for foolishly dropping his guard during an active battle. Reaching swiftly into his supplies, Locke pulls out a glowing healing potion and firmly orders Patra to drink it. Patra eagerly gulps down the magical liquid, letting the soothing energy wash over her battered body. Bursting with renewed vitality, she cheerfully flexes her arms and loudly thanks him as her mobility completely returns. Pivoting back to the fight, Locke confidently issues a bold command for all his familiars to mount the massive wyverns. The tiny, fearless ant warriors eagerly scramble onto the backs of their new draconic steeds. Watching the adorable cavalry saddle up, Patra joyfully marvels at how they look exactly like tiny dragon knights. Pointing his blade toward the enemy, Locke furiously commands his newly formed aerial squad to obliterate the remaining undead. As the wyverns fiercely take flight, Locke grimly mutters that it is finally time to deal with the corrupted knights. A sudden, lethal presence violently triggers Locke's sharpened combat instincts. He barely raises his weapon in time as a blindingly fast ambush strikes from the shadows. Sparks violently erupt across the dark battlefield as Locke desperately blocks a devastating sword strike. Grunting in intense pain, he struggles to hold his ground against the overwhelming physical strength of his attacker. The corrupted knight commander maliciously sneers, coldly asking Locke if he actually plans on interfering. The arrogant leader ruthlessly reveals his grand scheme to eliminate Titus and slaughter every single adventurer in the guild. Glaring down with glowing eyes, he promises Locke that getting in the way will result in his immediate execution. Buckling under the crushing pressure, Locke curses the commander's monstrous strength and admits he never expected a direct confrontation. The corrupt leader violently shatters Locke's desperate defense with a single brutal blow. Screaming in pure agony, Locke is viciously launched backward as Patra frantically cries out his name. A terrifying silence deeply blankets the chaotic battlefield as the dust refuses to settle. Locke's mind violently shatters as he screams out in pure, agonizing denial. The absolute horror of the devastating blow heavily crushes his spirit. Time seemingly freezes as he stares hopelessly into the settling debris. Warm, nostalgic memories of a cheerful voice welcoming him home suddenly flood his dark consciousness. The sweet, innocent voice weakly calls out for her beloved papa. Snapping back to brutal reality, Locke desperately screams Patra's name in unadulterated terror. A heavy, suffocating tension tightly grips the air before a sudden movement shatters the stillness. The deafening sound of massive, leathery wings furiously beating against the wind echoes from above. A massive, majestic shadow rapidly descends from the smoky skies. Dust violently kicks up as the powerful flying creature fully reveals itself to the stunned battlefield. A familiar voice fiercely yells at Locke to get a grip, loudly assuring him that Patra is completely unharmed. Still paralyzed by lingering trauma, Locke weakly gasps as he struggles to process the miraculous survival. Apologizing profusely for scaring him, Patra tearfully admits she truly believed she was going to die. Staring in absolute disbelief, Locke stammers in shock as he wonders how she possibly survived the monstrous impact. Sliding safely to the ground, Patra happily reveals that one of the brave wyverns swooped in to catch her. Locke looks up in sheer awe, completely stunned by the massive beast hovering before them. He loudly questions when the once tiny, fragile wyverns managed to grow so incredibly large. Realizing dragons grow astonishingly fast, he marvels at the beast and wonders if its rapid maturation stems from holy beastification. Snapping out of his daze, Locke softly smiles and sincerely thanks the proud creature for its timely rescue. An ally urgently interrupts the heartwarming reunion, reminding Locke of the raging war zone surrounding them. Mentally slapping himself, Locke hastily apologizes for foolishly dropping his guard during an active battle. Reaching swiftly into his supplies, Locke pulls out a glowing healing potion and firmly orders Patra to drink it. Patra eagerly gulps down the magical liquid, letting the soothing energy wash over her battered body. Bursting with renewed vitality, she cheerfully flexes her arms and loudly thanks him as her mobility completely returns. Pivoting back to the fight, Locke confidently issues a bold command for all his familiars to mount the massive wyverns. The tiny, fearless ant warriors eagerly scramble onto the backs of their new draconic steeds. Watching the adorable cavalry saddle up, Patra joyfully marvels at how they look exactly like tiny dragon knights. Pointing his blade toward the enemy, Locke furiously commands his newly formed aerial squad to obliterate the remaining undead. As the wyverns fiercely take flight, Locke grimly mutters that it is finally time to deal with the corrupted knights. A sudden, lethal presence violently triggers Locke's sharpened combat instincts. He barely raises his weapon in time as a blindingly fast ambush strikes from the shadows. Sparks violently erupt across the dark battlefield as Locke desperately blocks a devastating sword strike. Grunting in intense pain, he struggles to hold his ground against the overwhelming physical strength of his attacker. The corrupted knight commander maliciously sneers, coldly asking Locke if he actually plans on interfering. The arrogant leader ruthlessly reveals his grand scheme to eliminate Titus and slaughter every single adventurer in the guild. Glaring down with glowing eyes, he promises Locke that getting in the way will result in his immediate execution. Buckling under the crushing pressure, Locke curses the commander's monstrous strength and admits he never expected a direct confrontation. The corrupt leader violently shatters Locke's desperate defense with a single brutal blow. Screaming in pure agony, Locke is viciously launched backward as Patra frantically cries out his name. Laughing maniacally, the corrupted figure demands that her victims die and cry out in agonizing pain. Locke grinds his teeth in deep frustration as he stares down the deranged person standing before them. Assuming most of her victims are already dead due to the obscured vision, the entity cheerfully bids them adieu and promises to see them soon. The terrifying magical projection suddenly distorts and abruptly vanishes into thin air. Staring at the empty space in sheer disbelief, Locke mutters in complete confusion at the bizarre retreat. Quickly regaining his tactical focus, he surveys the area and wonders where Lydia's actual physical body could be hiding. He urgently asks Lucky to track her down, but the massive wolf apologizes and admits he cannot find her without a solid scent trail. While Locke furiously ponders their next move, a loud voice suddenly announces a grand arrival onto the chaotic battlefield. Striking a dramatic battle pose, the newcomer fiercely challenges the enemy and vows to annihilate any undead that dare approach. The enthusiastic warrior instantly freezes in awkward dismay upon realizing that all the undead have already been completely taken care of. The weary adventurers simply stare blankly at the late arrival's completely unnecessary display of bravado. An incredibly heavy and awkward silence completely blankets the ruined city square. The newcomer groans in deep humiliation as the highly embarrassing reality of the situation fully sets in. Shattering the tense atmosphere, Demort playfully chimes in and cheerfully requests a tall glass of beer. The late arrival nervously stammers out an apology while awkwardly trying to recover from the massive tactical blunder. Ignoring the comedic interruption entirely, Locke pivots back to business and firmly asks if anyone knows exactly where they can find Lydia. Demort pauses thoughtfully, her skeletal features shifting as she carefully processes the critical question. Confidently confirming that she knows the secret location, the undead sage commands the party to follow her lead. The group immediately springs back into action, sprinting swiftly across the devastated kingdom to hunt down their target. Gazing off into the dark distance, Locke finally realizes that Lydia is actively hiding inside an observational watchtower located just outside the city limits. Locke stares intensely at the dark tower, confirming that their target is finally within reach. Preparing for the infiltration, Locke commands everyone except Shannon and Patra to stand by in the monster garden. With a swift nod, his familiars eagerly obey the tactical command. Wasting no time, the trio charges silently toward the imposing structure. Demort suddenly halts their advance, pointing out that the obvious door is a complete fake. Stepping forward, the skeletal sage raises her hand to dispel the hidden magical barrier. The stone wall ripples and violently dissolves away to reveal the true path forward. Locke realizes that the real entrance was cleverly disguised with powerful illusion magic all along. Drawing his blade, he confidently orders the group to step inside the shadowy tower. The party cautiously descends into the pitch-black corridor, their senses heightened for an ambush. Shannon violently gags and covers her mouth as a revolting, rotting stench suddenly fills the air. Demort grimly notes that while Lydia has unnaturally survived for over a century, her physical body must be horrifyingly decayed. They carefully navigate through a dark corridor littered with vile, twisted remnants. A sinister silhouette suddenly emerges from the suffocating darkness ahead. The corrupted mage steps fully into the light, her decaying form radiating an overwhelming malice. Sneering at the intruders, Lydia admits she never actually expected them to make it this far. Genuinely puzzled, she wonders how they managed to slip past her massive undead army. Locke boldly declares that they defeated every single monster and completely broke the knight's brainwashing. Lydia laughs condescendingly, brushing off his massive victory as a pathetic adventurer's joke. Locke glares daggers at the decaying witch, coldly assuring her that he is dead serious. Stepping out from the shadows, Demort offers her former apprentice a chilling, casual greeting. Lydia narrows her corrupted eyes, completely failing to recognize the skeletal figure standing before her. The arrogant mage scoffs, haughtily claiming she has absolutely no memory of ever creating such a lich. Deciding to skip the pleasantries, Demort violently unleashes her signature Castle of Hellfire spell to forcefully jog the girl's memory. Lydia gasps in sheer terror as the overwhelming heat of true ancient magic rapidly engulfs the room. Panicking wildly, Lydia hastily summons the roar of the water dragon to desperately counter the raging inferno. Panting heavily from the immense magical exertion, Lydia stares through the thick steam in absolute shock. The horrifying truth finally shatters her arrogance as she screams out her master's name. The great sage stands completely unfazed, her skeletal grin glowing menacingly through the dispersing smoke. Trembling with toxic ambition, Lydia wildly accuses her master of becoming an undead purely to ruin her grand legacy. Demort sighs in deep disappointment, pitying her apprentice for wasting such incredible potential on petty arrogance. Furious at the condescending lecture, Lydia violently screams for the old sage to shut her mouth. Vowing to prove her superiority, Lydia ruthlessly unleashes a devastating dark magic attack. Mocking her foolish apprentice, Demort effortlessly casts the exact same high-tier dark spell to intercept the blast. The two apocalyptic spells violently collide in midair, tearing the very fabric of the room apart. Locke shields his eyes from the blinding shockwave, stunned that the two undead mages are currently fighting at a dead tie. Demort chuckles softly, genuinely praising her apprentice for leveling up her magical output over the century. Panting through her decayed teeth, Lydia arrogantly boasts about the decades of grueling training she endured. A deafening silence briefly falls over the chaotic chamber as the two mages prepare their next devastating strikes. Locke suddenly turns his head in alarm as he realizes Patra has inexplicably vanished from his side. A mysterious figure calls out to catch their opponent's attention. A sudden, violent attack launches out of nowhere. Caught off guard, the victim screams out in intense pain. Frustrated by the overwhelming odds, the injured fighter angrily complains about having to fight everyone alone. The battlefield shifts as a new combatant prepares to strike. A sharp gasp rings out as the terrifying battle continues. Watching from afar, an ally notes this is the angriest they have ever seen her since Patra nearly died. Determined to turn the tide, the cornered enemy prepares a desperate counterattack. Summoning her dark powers, the villain casts a massive shadow illusion spell. Laughing maniacally, she taunts her opponents to guess which of the numerous illusions is her real body. A brutal strike instantly smashes into the true caster. Shocked and reeling, the villain realizes her advanced illusion magic completely failed to fool her opponent. The attacker bluntly mocks her, explaining that the actual body smelled so terrible it was ridiculously easy to find. The villain stumbles backward, utterly humiliated by the brutal insult. Stepping forward, Patra firmly declares that if she died, her beloved Papa would be devastated. Eyes burning with resolve, Patra aggressively swears she will never allow anyone to make her Papa sad. The villain stammers in utter confusion at the young girl's bizarre but fierce motivation. An ally quietly murmurs Patra's name, deeply moved by her pure determination. A blur of motion sweeps across the battlefield as the combatants reposition. The tension reaches a breaking point as the two sides prepare to clash again. An older master steps into the fray, politely asking to take over the intense battle. She calmly states her absolute need to take responsibility and personally deal with her rogue disciple. Nodding respectfully, the previous fighter agrees and steps back. Confronting Lydia, the ancient master solemnly declares that they have lived far too long and must finally end things. A blinding aura of immense magical energy surges around the elder. Trembling in sheer terror, Lydia realizes her master is impossibly summoning holy magic. Lydia screams frantically, demanding to know if her master is trying to commit suicide. A bystander gasps in horror as the terrifying reality of the spell sets in. Panic erupts as someone explains that casting holy magic will completely obliterate the undead caster. The master peacefully accepts this fate, noting it is the only way to destroy all the undead together. A desperate ally screams for Demort to stop, sprinting forward in a vain attempt to save her. Smiling with pure joy, Demort whispers how happy she is to have met them as the spell fully ignites. A colossal pillar of divine light violently engulfs the entire battlefield. A harrowing scream echoes through the blinding flash of holy magic. Collapsing in agony, Lydia groans in disbelief that such powerful holy magic was cast entirely without a chant. The devastating holy blast clears, leaving destruction in its wake. A comrade solemnly apologizes to Demort, mourning that she did not have to sacrifice herself for someone as vile as Lydia. Battered and cursing, Lydia realizes she drastically underestimated fighting such a high-level magic user. Furious that she missed her perfect chance to destroy Demort, Lydia prepares to flee. Escaping into the shadows, Lydia aggressively vows to return with even greater power and demands they look forward to it. Examining the aftermath of the intense battle, the group stares at the remnants of their defeated foe. Realizing the truth, Demort solemnly notes that the defeated enemy was merely a decoy rather than her real body. An ally firmly agrees, stating that there was absolutely no reason for Demort to sacrifice herself over a mere fake. Admitting her foolish mistake, Demort confesses that her emotions clouded her judgment and thanks her savior for intervening. Sprinting across the shattered battlefield, Lala cries out Demort's name in sheer desperation. Throwing her arms around her master, the tearful pixie expresses profound relief that Demort did not vanish. Demort gently calls out the distressed pixie's name, deeply moved by her pure devotion. Offering a soft apology, the Dark Queen expresses regret for causing her dear companions so much worry. Shattering the heartwarming moment, Demort solemnly declares that they must part ways very soon. Explaining their grim reality, she notes that their magic stones are completely depleted and the stolen ones cannot be used. Accepting her fading existence, the Queen of Darkness bids her final goodbye to the heartbroken pixie. Refusing to accept this tragic fate, Lala desperately suggests they could survive by sharing Locke's magical resources. Shaking her head, Demort gently insists that they cannot burden Locke with their problems any longer. Tears streaming down her face, the distressed pixie stubbornly stammers in frantic protest. A heavy silence falls over the group as the crushing weight of their inevitable separation sets in. Breaking the despairing tension, Locke suddenly steps forward and offers to make Demort his familiar. Demort stares at him in stunned disbelief, entirely caught off guard by the unexpected proposal. Locke smoothly explains that becoming his familiar would grant her unlimited access to all the magic stones she needs. Reminding her of unfinished business, Locke points out that she still has a critical score to settle with the treacherous Lydia. Staring at her savior in awe, Demort quietly murmurs his name as she processes the life-saving offer. Seeking absolute confirmation, she cautiously asks if he truly wants to forge a bond with someone from the dark race. Locke confidently agrees, but warns her that his mastery of holy magic presents a severe complication. Detailing the grave risks, he explains that his holy energy could trigger adverse effects or even completely obliterate her. Meeting her gaze seriously, Locke asks if she is truly willing to endure such a terrifying gamble. Demort silently processes the monumental risk, weighing her fading existence against the perilous contract. Fueled by a fierce determination to survive, she resolutely declares she will accept any outcome. Watching in tense anticipation, Lala quietly whispers her master's name as the pact begins. A system interface suddenly materializes, asking Locke if he wishes to befriend Licht, the Queen of Darkness. The magical prompt hesitates for a moment, issuing a crucial warning about the impending contract. The system clarifies that because of her dark heritage, forming the bond will severely weaken her dark magic. Relieved by the notification, Locke reassures her that she will only lose some power rather than being completely erased. Finding the terms more than acceptable, Demort smiles and formally places her trust in him. Nodding in agreement, Locke officially accepts the sacred familiar contract. A radiant burst of magical energy cascades over Demort as the holy beastification process begins. The system joyfully announces that the Queen of Darkness has become a friend and grants Locke a monster garden upgrade. A sprawling menu of environmental expansions appears, offering choices ranging from serene ponds to massive mountains. Desiring a steady supply of salt, Locke selects the small sea expansion to enhance his magical sanctuary. Rejoicing over Demort's survival, a companion wonders aloud what will happen to the ecstatic pixie. The system helpfully chimes in, explaining that because Lala was already Demort's familiar, she is automatically included in the pact. Amused by the responsive interface, Locke smiles and acknowledges the convenient chain of familiar bonds. Overflowing with immense gratitude, Demort offers her sincere thanks to the man who saved them. Bowing respectfully, the newly formed familiar formally asks Locke to take good care of her moving forward. Locke returns her respectful gesture with a warm, welcoming smile. Cementing their new alliance, Locke cheerfully expresses his own pleasure at finally working together. The entire newly expanded party stands united, ready to face the challenges ahead. Taking charge, Locke orders his monstrous companions to help rebuild the ruined town while he reports to the guild. Arriving at his destination, Locke is suddenly intercepted by an enthusiastic Rika. Excusing her sudden intrusion, Rika quickly maneuvers closer to the surprised adventurer. A swift motion flashes through the area as an unexpected commotion abruptly unfolds. Completely bewildered by the sudden chaos, Locke nervously asks what is going on. The scene opens silently, focusing on the immediate aftermath of the recent chaos. Arriving at the scene, an observer wonders if something happened as they notice everyone is sitting down unusually quietly. Confused by the bizarre atmosphere, the observer calls out to Rika and asks exactly what is going on. A heavy silence falls as several figures are seen bowing deeply on the ground in total submission. Rika calls out to Locke, urgently requesting that he wait a moment as he approaches. Stepping forward, she apologizes for pulling Locke away when he is already so incredibly busy. A solemn figure remains kneeling in absolute submission, softly acknowledging the tense situation. Keeping his head bowed low to the floor, Marcus offers his deepest and most sincere apologies. The disgraced knight apologizes from the bottom of his heart, freely admitting that his sheer incompetence nearly got Locke killed. Unbothered by the past, Locke calmly asks Marcus to lift his head and assures him that everything is fine now. Seeking clarity on the bizarre events, Locke questions what truly happened and asks if the entire Knight's Order was actually brainwashed. Marcus grimaces and apologizes once more, confessing that he has absolutely no memory of what actually took place. Trying to piece the missing timeline together, Marcus theorizes that the entire ordeal began when he met a woman named Lydia 6 months ago. The mere mention of Lydia's name hangs heavily in the air as the group listens intently. Marcus recalls that the mysterious woman suddenly appeared all alone while he was out on a remote training exercise. Despite it being their very first encounter, he remembers feeling a bizarre sense of deep familiarity with her. Realizing the cunning trap, Marcus suspects that the lingering sweet aroma he smelled was actually a powerful drug or mind-altering spell. He explains how Lydia summoned the entire order and inexplicably convinced them that adventurers were evil obstacles, manipulating them into gathering monster corpses to supposedly develop the country. Completely under her supernatural control, the knights forcefully seized monster corpses and were on the verge of violently banishing all adventurers from the country. Overwhelmed with immense guilt, Marcus extends his deepest apologies to Titus and every other adventurer for his order's hostile actions. Titus stares down at the kneeling knight commander with a stern and unreadable expression. Breaking the heavy silence, Titus expresses sheer disbelief that a man as notoriously prideful as Marcus would ever lower his head to him. Marcus briefly lifts his gaze, silently accepting the seasoned adventurer's harsh but entirely justified judgment. Standing up from his seat, Titus firmly declares that he will officially accept the knight's sincere apology. Deeply relieved by the unexpected forgiveness, Marcus closes his eyes and whispers a heartfelt thanks. Titus strides forward with renewed purpose, actively choosing to put the bitter rivalry behind them. Offering an olive branch, Titus promises to appease the angry adventurers and urges Marcus to work together to rebuild the ruined city. Moved by the sudden solidarity, Marcus rises to his feet to accept the monumental new alliance. Shaking hands firmly, both leaders look forward to their new partnership, finally uniting the knights and the adventurers. The narrator notes that the guild has actively searched for Lydia, but she remains incredibly elusive and impossible to track down. Although Marcus must eventually face punishment for the disastrous incident, the king has temporarily delayed his sentencing to prioritize the city's immediate reconstruction. Just as the political dust seems to settle, a messenger bursts into the room shouting about terrible news regarding one more person. The panicked messenger reveals that Kid, the disgraced former hero, has completely vanished from his confinement. Shocked by the massive security failure, the group learns that Kid managed to slip away completely unnoticed during the chaotic undead attack. A dark suspicion hangs in the air as they wonder if Kid's sudden escape was merely an accident or part of a much larger, sinister plot. One peaceful month later, the tension has finally faded as the group enjoys a much-needed coastal vacation. Arriving at a stunning beach landscape, the companions cheer excitedly as they gaze out at the vast, sparkling ocean. Splashing happily in the gentle waves, the girls marvel at the breathtaking beauty of the endless blue water. Watching his beloved companions enjoy themselves, Locke smiles warmly and agrees that the pristine view is indeed beautiful. The serene ocean waves gently crash against the shore, marking the peaceful and triumphant end of a long, harrowing journey. Noticing her quiet demeanor, Locke asks his companion what is wrong, prompting her to brush it off as nothing. He observes that she has become noticeably more cheerful since their very first encounter. Blushing slightly, she admits that her newfound happiness is entirely thanks to Locke. Staring intently at him, she offers a heartfelt thanks for saving her life. A heavy, romantic tension fills the air as her heart beats rapidly in her chest. Flustered by the sudden intimacy, Locke nervously laughs and breaks the awkward silence. An unexpected voice suddenly interrupts the tender moment, loudly demanding to know why they have come to the sea today. Locke explains that everyone has been working tirelessly on the city's reconstruction, so he planned this beach trip as a much-needed change of pace. Smiling broadly, he declares that they can all finally relax and enjoy a massive barbecue together. Tilting her head in utter confusion, the girl questions what a barbecue actually is. Locke cheerfully explains that it is a cooking style where they grill meat and vegetables outdoors, inviting everyone to dig in. Patra enthusiastically stuffs her face with food, happily chewing while wondering if they will always stay together like this. Pushing the heavy thoughts aside for now, Locke urges his ravenous friends to simply eat until their stomachs are completely full. A majestic bird suddenly swoops down from the bright, cloudless sky. Flapping its massive wings, the winged creature gracefully descends toward the sandy beach. The bird lands softly near Locke, waiting patiently for his attention. Realizing his oversight, Locke casually notes that he still has not given his new familiar a proper name. The bird stares up at him with expectant, unblinking eyes. Stroking his chin in deep thought, Locke ponders what the perfect moniker should be. Snapping his fingers, he jokingly suggests naming the noble bird Yakitori. As the bird immediately reacts with indignant squawks, Locke apologizes and blames the barbecue setting for the terrible joke. Regaining his composure, Locke hums quietly as he tries to brainstorm a much better idea. He continues rattling off various other chicken dishes like liver, gizzard, and minced meat, completely ignoring the bird's mounting frustration. Finally shifting gears, Locke asks how the name seal sounds to the frantic creature. Instantly pacified, the bird chirps happily and enthusiastically accepts the elegant new name. Chuckling at the creature's obvious disdain for food names, Locke officially dubs the bird seal. A beautiful woman approaches Locke mid-chew, complimenting the incredibly soft and delicious meat. Caught completely off guard by the stranger, Locke blankly asks who she is. Smirking at his confusion, the woman confidently reveals her true identity as the undead Queen of Darkness. She explains that she used her magic stones to cast an illusion of a human form, believing it would be much more pleasing to the eye while relaxing in public. Locke nods in understanding, fascinated by her advanced and practical application of illusion magic. Suddenly realizing a massive logical flaw, he questions how a skeleton coated in an illusion can actually eat and digest physical food. Annoyed by his technical questions, she sharply tells him to read the room and stop worrying about the finer details. Changing the subject, she practically swoons over the incredibly delicious barbecue sauce. Locke proudly reveals that it is his special homemade recipe, carefully crafted from a delicate mix of onions, ginger, and apples. Overjoyed by the culinary masterpiece, she dramatically declares how incredibly glad she is to have met him. Leaning in close, she aggressively demands that he bring her even more delicious food in the future. Sweating nervously from her intense culinary demands, Locke turns back to the grill to finally grab a bite for himself. Gentle waves wash calmly against the pristine shoreline as the chaotic group enjoys their coastal feast. Gazing out at the serene horizon, Locke smiles peacefully, fully embracing the hard-earned tranquility. A serene view of the gentle ocean waves sets a tranquil atmosphere for the day's coastal activities. The group enjoys their relaxing time together, soaking in the beautiful seaside landscape. A companion curiously approaches Locke and loudly asks what exactly he is doing by the water. Locke calmly explains the basic mechanics of fishing, detailing how a hooked string with bait easily lures in a catch. Intrigued by the fascinating concept, the girl enthusiastically decides to try it herself and simply dunks her tail into the ocean. Observing her completely unorthodox method, Locke bluntly points out that her tail completely lacks any actual bait. Chuckling confidently, she boasts that her incredibly attractive tail needs no bait, leaving Locke utterly speechless. The two wait patiently in comfortable silence as the makeshift tail lure softly bobs in the sparkling water. Gentle ocean waves continue to rhythmically crash against the pristine shoreline. Taking in the breathtaking seaside scenery, someone peacefully remarks on how absolutely perfect the weather feels today. They happily agree that taking a quiet moment to just sit back and completely relax is truly a wonderful feeling. Locke murmurs his quiet agreement, fully embracing the hard-earned serenity of their peaceful vacation. Reflecting on their harrowing journey, they solemnly acknowledge just how precious these fleeting moments of peace really are. Suddenly, a violent tug completely shatters the calm as something aggressively latches onto the submerged tail. Thrilled by the intense resistance, the girl excitedly shouts to Locke that she actually caught a massive bite. Springing into immediate action, Locke urgently yells for her to yank the mysterious catch out of the water. With a mighty heave, she violently pulls her tail upward and successfully launches her prize high into the air. Everyone freezes in stunned disbelief as they finally get a clear look at the bizarre silhouette. A remarkably fluffy, aquatic entity sails through the air and lands heavily on the sandy shore. Shocked by the absurd discovery, they stare wide-eyed and scream in unison, loudly questioning if the fluffy creature is actually a mermaid. Staring in sheer disbelief, the group wonders what exactly they are looking at. A radiant light bursts forth as the strange, fluffy creature makes its dazzling appearance. Marveling at the absurdly soft being, they question if this bizarre entity is actually a mermaid. Unsure of how to handle the situation, someone awkwardly asks what they should do next. Deeming the giggling creature too dangerous, Locke simply orders them to throw her back into the ocean. Heeding his command, the group immediately prepares to toss the strange intruder back into the sea. The creature suddenly thrashes about with incredible vigor, causing the girls to shriek as they struggle to handle its intense fluffiness. Annoyed by the delay, Locke strictly reiterates his command to just get rid of it while the girls continue to swoon over the fluff. With a synchronized heave, they forcefully launch the struggling mermaid back towards the water. The fluffy creature sails high through the sky, completing a massive arc over the sandy beach. A colossal splash erupts as the mermaid crashes violently into the ocean depths. Staring at the settling ripples, Locke mutters in utter bewilderment about the bizarre encounter. A familiar voice suddenly calls out his name from behind. When asked about the loud noise, Locke quickly dismisses it and claims absolutely nothing happened. However, a sudden chill runs down their spines as an ominous presence immediately resurfaces. Shattering the momentary peace, the mermaid aggressively bursts out of the water while obsessively chanting about fluff. Panting heavily with deranged excitement, the creature charges forward with unsettling speed. The rest of the group confirms with absolute horror that the terrifying stalker is indeed the mermaid. Frustrated by her relentless persistence, someone angrily vows not to hold back against the aquatic pest. Panicking at the threat of violence, the mermaid desperately screams for them to wait. Throwing her hands up defensively, she frantically insists that she is not a suspicious person. Immediately contradicting herself, she starts panting heavily again and drooling over her desperate desire to touch the fluff. Disgusted by her incredibly creepy behavior, an ally violently smacks the mermaid away without a second thought. Watching the mermaid tumble across the sand, the group unanimously agrees that she is terrifyingly suspicious. Refusing to give up, the resilient mermaid slowly begins to crawl her way back toward them. Terrified screams erupt once more as the obsessed mermaid relentlessly slithers forward while chanting for fluff. Completely overwhelmed by the creeping horror, the girls frantically cry out for Locke to save them. Stepping confidently in front of the panicked group, Locke firmly declares that he will handle this. He swiftly draws his weapon, leveling a deadly glare right at the creeping mermaid. Halting her advance, Locke coldly offers her a choice between leaving quietly or being instantly turned into fried fish. Sneering with indignation, the mermaid accuses the cruel land dwellers of violently keeping her away from the fluff. Refusing to back down, she angrily vows to respond to their hostility with overwhelming force. Throwing her arms toward the ocean, she aggressively summons the legendary Leviathan to her side. The ocean violently erupts as a colossal, shadowy behemoth begins to breach the surface. Towering over the beach, the gigantic sea monster fully reveals its awe-inspiring form. Staring up in sheer terror, the group recognizes the beast as the absolute most powerful creature in the ocean. Basking in their fear, the mermaid proudly boasts that this is the undisputed king of the sea. Pointing triumphantly at Locke, she orders the mighty beast to unleash its devastating power. Instead of attacking, the terrifying beast politely bows its massive head and nervously introduces itself. Utterly baffled by the monster's incredible manners, Locke politely returns the greeting while the mermaid watches in shock. Furious about losing her fluffy prize, the mermaid violently demands the Sea King fight, confusing everyone around her. The gentle Sea King suggests reasoning with them, but the obsessed mermaid stubbornly insists that talking is impossible. She wildly claims land dwellers only forge friendships through violent brawls, leaving the group utterly bewildered by her twisted logic. Pushing the hesitant king to attack, she imagines trading cheerful blows like rivals to secure her fluffy reward. Yielding to her relentless peer pressure, the reluctant Leviathan agrees to demonstrate a tiny fraction of his immense power. Gathering his vast aquatic energy, the colossal beast prepares to unleash a supposedly gentle warning shot at the tense group. With a thunderous roar, Leviathan aggressively summons a massive, swirling tempest that threatens to engulf the entire battlefield. Bracing against the overwhelming aquatic tempest, the horrified group realizes this magic rivals the legendary Fenrir's absolute strength. Standing unfazed before the absolute destruction, Demort smirks confidently and calls the beast's overwhelming display quite interesting. Rising to the challenge, the undead queen fiercely steps forward and vows to show the sea monster her terrifying power. Shattering her human disguise with a dramatic shout, Demort aggressively releases her illusion magic to reveal her undead form. Chanting an ominous incantation, the skeletal queen violently commands ancient spirits to gather around her decaying, necrotic frame. The terrifying transformation catches Leviathan completely off guard, while the mermaid screams in pure terror at the gruesome monster. Bursting into tears, the supposedly mighty Sea King wails about his fear of monsters and completely abandons the frantic mermaid. Completely abandoning his majestic pride, the colossal leviathan frantically retreats into the safety of the ocean depths with a pathetic yelp. The furious mermaid accuses de Mort of exploiting the king's secret phobia, prompting a dark smirk from the victorious queen. Defeated and totally humiliated, the pouting mermaid drops to her knees and reluctantly admits her absolute loss. Desperately pivoting her strategy, the mermaid suddenly asks to be friends, but her opponents immediately reject the pathetic offer. Shocked by the cold rejection, the mermaid frantically argues they must be friends after fighting, leaving her completely devastated. Breaking down into desperate tears, the mermaid wails that her total failure ruins her chance to save her village. Pausing their brutal rejection, the suspicious group stares at the weeping mermaid and questions what she means by a village. Sniffling pitifully, she notes their powerful monstrous companions and gazes up at the group with desperate hope. Throwing her pride away, she violently begs the powerful group to rescue her doomed underwater home. Completely baffled by her sudden shift in tone, Locke calmly asks what kind of help her village actually needs. Struggling to form a coherent thought, the frantic mermaid stammers awkwardly as she hopelessly attempts to explain the dire situation. She wildly describes scary fishmen appearing with massive smashes, leaving the group utterly confused by her ridiculous sound effects. Groaning in immense frustration, the flustered mermaid nervously paces, completely failing to convey the actual severity of the ocean crisis. Peeking out from the ocean waves, the cowardly leviathan timidly offers to explain the grim situation on her behalf. Clearing his massive throat, the giant sea beast calmly begins to recount the tragic tale of the ocean depths. He reveals that vicious fishmen brutally ambushed a peaceful mermaid village at the ocean bottom 3 days ago. Leviathan explains that mermaids have prominent human traits, making them a completely different species from fishmen. He notes that the two races never had any hostile relations before this incident. Enjoying peace for a century, the inexperienced mermaids were easily captured during a surprise attack. Leviathan shamefully admits his poor combat skills while a flashback shows fishmen threatening hostages. Because May was away during the ambush, she survived and sought the land dwellers for help. Taking in the tragic backstory, Locke crosses his arms and quietly processes the dire situation. Lowering his massive form humbly, the Sea King earnestly begs for their assistance. Raising a practical concern, Locke points out that fighting underwater is impossible without breathing. Wiping her tears with renewed hope, the desperate mermaid urges them not to worry. Reaching into her belongings, May reveals a special flora known as airgrass. She explains this bizarre plant grants temporary underwater breathing and neutralizes water pressure. The group learns this magical plant only grows within the hidden mermaid village. Pleading for their strength, May promises an unlimited supply of airgrass for their help. Despite the generous reward, Locke hesitates to throw his beloved companions into mortal danger. Stepping forward bravely, Patra enthusiastically urges her papa to save the helpless victims. The rest of the party immediately rallies behind her, cheerfully declaring their readiness to fight. Deeply moved by their unwavering courage, Locke stares silently at his determined friends. Yielding to their collective bravery, he smiles and officially accepts the dangerous aquatic mission. Overjoyed by their acceptance, May beams brightly and profusely thanks them for their kindness. However, her gratitude rapidly dissolves into a deranged look of pure anticipation. Drooling with obsession, she aggressively declares that it is finally time for an all-you-can fluffy buffet. Launching herself forward, she ruthlessly tackles the fluffy creature with terrifying intensity. The entire group stares in stunned silence at the mermaid's sudden transformation into a fanatic. Locke dryly concludes how this chaotic chain of events led them to accept the quest. Consuming the mysterious airgrass, the group marvels at their sudden ability to breathe deep underwater. Despite the magical oxygen, a party member notes that moving quickly through the heavy water remains a difficult task. Locke grimly agrees, suggesting that engaging in actual combat under these conditions might be entirely impossible. The group struggles against the oppressive water pressure as they try to forcefully advance. Someone lets out a groan of intense frustration as the sluggish aquatic environment completely restricts their movements. Mocking their clumsy surface dweller efforts, the mermaid effortlessly glides through the water with a cheerful laugh. Adapting quickly to the ocean depths, the wyverns expertly use their massive wings to swim forward. Gargoyle Quinn brilliantly utilizes powerful wind magic to rapidly propel himself through the heavy currents. Observing his familiar's clever technique, Locke realizes he might be able to use a similar magical method to boost his mobility. Nearby, Lucky the ant desperately thrashes all her legs in a frantic, uncoordinated struggle. Paddling furiously without making any actual progress, the panicked ant realizes she completely lacks the ability to swim. Watching his companion sink, Locke notes that this deep-sea environment is simply too much for Lucky to handle. Taking immediate command of the situation, Locke orders everyone except Gargoyle-kun to retreat into the safety of the monster garden. Pointing toward a dark, imposing abyss, the mermaid explains that the cavern leads directly into her hidden village. Challenging the remaining land dwellers to keep up, she aggressively dives straight into the pitch-black cave. Locke and his remaining companions swim rapidly through the twisting, claustrophobic underwater tunnel. A faint aquatic light finally breaks through the darkness as they rapidly approach the cavern's exit. The group pauses in sheer awe at the breathtaking sight of the sprawling underwater settlement. Staring at the majestic architecture, Locke murmurs in total disbelief that they have actually reached the mermaid village. The proud mermaid explains that a massive field of special magic keeps the entire settlement perfectly hidden from the surface world. She smugly tells them to feel honored, boasting that no human has set foot in her ancient home for centuries. Locke suddenly tenses up, his sharp combat senses catching a dangerous movement in the nearby water. He violently yanks the mermaid into hiding and shushes her, prompting her to angrily demand what he is doing. A menacing, amphibious creature armed with a heavy spear slowly swims into view. Peeking out from their cover, Locke asks if the creature is a fishman, which the frightened mermaid immediately confirms. She whispers that the hostile guard is likely just out on a routine patrol of the village perimeter. Recalling her desperate escape, she explains that the captive mermaids are probably being held inside the queen's central castle. Locke asks if they should attack the guards head-on, but she strongly suggests using a stealthy alleyway to infiltrate the castle instead. Agreeing to the covert tactical plan, Locke turns around and asks May to lead the way through the shadows. Locke blinks in sheer confusion as he realizes the stubborn mermaid has completely vanished from her hiding spot. Marching boldly out into the open, May loudly challenges the stunned fishman and demands he release the hostages at once. Pounding her chest, she proudly declares that she and her allies have violently exchanged fists with the mighty Locke. Completely ignoring her bizarre boast, the ruthless fishman immediately levels his spear and prepares a deadly strike. May waves her hands in total panic, yelling at the approaching enemy to wait because she is still talking. The fishman aggressively charges forward with deadly intent, entirely uninterested in her foolish diplomatic attempts. Watching the disaster unfold from the shadows, an exasperated Locke furiously questions what the hell May is doing. May stubbornly yells back that she absolutely refuses to become a coward who relies on dishonorable sneak attacks. Gritting his teeth, Locke realizes they have zero time to deal with her foolish pride as the enemy rapidly closes in. The vicious fishman violently thrusts his jagged spear directly at the defenseless mermaid's face. A panicked ally screams Locke's name as he frantically surges forward to intercept the fatal aquatic blow. Realizing they have been discovered, the group decides their only option is to aggressively break through the enemy lines. The hostile fishman immediately lunges forward with a devastating aquatic strike. Startled by the creature's incredible speed, Locke struggles to react to the sudden assault. Thrashing against the heavy water pressure, he grimly realizes he cannot swim fast enough to keep up with the enemy. Seeing his master struggle, Gargoyle-kun urgently commands Locke to grab onto him for support. Utilizing his powerful magic, Gargoyle-kun unleashes a massive wind burst to rapidly propel them through the water. Closing the distance instantly, Locke fiercely commands his ally to strike while the enemy is vulnerable. A brutal, coordinated attack slams directly into the fishman's heavily scaled body. Watching the heavy impact, the breathless group desperately wonders if their powerful counterattack was enough to finish the beast. A guttural roar echoes through the water as the fishman violently shrugs off the devastating blow. Shock ripples through the party as they realize their strongest combined assault had absolutely no effect on the monster. Locke narrows his eyes, carefully observing the creature's strange reaction to the physical impact. Analyzing the dire situation, he deduces that the attack did inflict damage, but something else is keeping the enemy fighting. Without warning, the relentless fishman violently readies its spear for another lethal thrust. The massive weapon tears through the water with terrifying force as it aims directly for Locke. Calculating the trajectory perfectly, Locke calmly orders his mount to shift exactly 50 centimeters to the right. Following the precise command, Gargoyle-kun swiftly dodges out of the lethal strike zone. The deadly spear completely misses its mark, slicing harmlessly through the empty ocean currents. Locke flawlessly anticipates the beast's follow-up attack, maneuvering his team with incredible precision. Maintaining his absolute tactical control, Locke calmly orders the next evasive maneuver to perfectly avoid the relentless combo. Utterly baffled by the effortless dodging, May watches in awe and wonders how Locke is predicting every single movement. Locke smirks confidently, explaining that the mindless fishman has been repeating the exact same attack pattern since the battle began. Pointing out its dead eyes, Locke theorizes that the guard is likely brainwashed just like the corrupted knights they faced before. Though unsure of the mastermind's true identity, Locke notes that the mind control severely limits the enemy's precision. Taking advantage of this fatal flaw, Locke confidently declares that they can easily counter the predictable assault. Barking out a final evasive command, Locke orders his mount to aggressively reposition 3 meters diagonally. The swift movement perfectly aligns them for a decisive counterattack against the overextended beast. Seizing the perfect opening, Locke urgently commands Sand to use her tentacles to violently bind the vulnerable enemy. A flurry of massive tentacles aggressively shoots forward through the dark water. The desperate fishman struggles violently, but the sheer number of binding limbs completely overwhelms its defenses. Successfully subduing the guard, Locke notes that the completely brainwashed creature is entirely incapable of speech. A companion grimly recalls that the mermaids used to speak normally before this horrific tragedy struck. Staring at the mindless prisoner, the group angrily wonders who could commit such a twisted atrocity. Pushing their rising fury aside, Locke strictly commands the team to hurry and rescue the remaining hostages. Navigating through the shadows, the unified team rapidly advances toward the heavily guarded castle. Reaching their target zone unnoticed, someone whispers in immense relief at their stealthy success. Proud of their infiltration, Sand notes with a smug chuckle that they successfully neutralized all the lookouts. The quiet triumph is violently interrupted as a furious May screams at Sand for inexplicably tying her up along with the enemies. Sand bluntly replies that letting the hot-headed mermaid roam free would have ruined the entire stealth operation. The comical bickering abruptly halts when a bewildered captive voice quietly calls out May's name from the darkness. A captive mermaid's name is frantically called out as the group discovers Madeline hidden in the darkness. Rushing forward, her friends express immense relief that she is completely unharmed. Overwhelmed with profound emotion, Madeline sheds tears of pure joy at the sight of her heroic rescuers. A single glowing tear falls gracefully from her eye into the water. As the teardrop descends, it miraculously crystallizes into a solid, shimmering gem. Marveling at the gem, a companion explains that mermaids with immense magic produce these precious pearl tears when experiencing strong emotions. Turning her attention to her savior, Madeline politely confirms Locke's identity. She formally introduces herself as a privileged servant to the Mermaid Queen. Bowing respectfully, Madeline offers her deepest and most sincere gratitude for their heroic intervention. Brushing off the thanks, Locke refocuses the group by pointing out that they still haven't rescued everyone. Madeline grimly confirms that while they were left in this detention facility, the Queen and many others were dragged away to the Fishman's village. Hearing the dire news, the party instantly resolves to rush to the enemy settlement and save the rest of the captives. Before they can sprint off, Madeline urgently asks them to wait for just a moment. She extends both hands forward, offering a handful of glowing, crystallized gems to the party. Startled by the beautiful offering, someone notes that these are the exact same pearl tears they witnessed earlier. Madeline warmly insists that the precious pearls are a collective gift of gratitude from all the freed captives. Holding the gems out, she makes one final, desperate plea for them to rescue the remaining mermaids. Locke accepts the heartfelt request without hesitation and firmly vows to finish the job. The scene shifts aggressively to the heavily fortified Fishman village deep within the ocean trenches. A massive, intimidating horde of armed fishmen fiercely patrols the murky waters. Observing from the shadows, the group notes with sheer dread that the enemy forces are overwhelmingly massive. Peering through the kelp, Locke suddenly spots something entirely out of place in the aquatic settlement. He stares in utter disbelief at a sunken human ship resting suspiciously inside the fishman's territory. A uniquely dressed, authoritative fishman stands near the mysterious vessel while barking harsh orders. Surprised by the creature's vocal abilities, Locke correctly deduces that this articulate monster must be the enemy leader. A companion frantically points toward a smaller boat attached to the ship, alerting Locke to a horrifying sight. Locke's eyes widen in sheer horror as the terrifying reality of the situation finally clicks into place. Staring at the sinister transaction, the group gasps as they realize the true, dark purpose behind the kidnappings. Seething with intense rage, Locke realizes the fishmen are actually trafficking the captured mermaids to surface dwellers. The scene opens with a tense silence as the group observes the enemy's stronghold from afar. The sound of rushing water fills the air as the ocean currents begin to shift around the massive vessel. Spotting the sudden movement, a party member frantically alerts Locke that the human ship is already departing. Desperate to save the captives, an ally aggressively declares they must rush forward and intercept the vessel immediately. Locke swiftly raises his hand and commands them to wait a second before doing anything reckless. Explaining his tactical reasoning, Locke notes that tracking the ship back to its secret base will allow them to rescue any other missing mermaids in one decisive strike. Turning to his avian familiar, Locke calls out to Seal and places his trust in the swift creature. He explicitly orders Seal to follow the departing ship from the sky and locate the enemy's hidden base. Without a moment of hesitation, the loyal bird takes flight and silently pursues the vessel through the dark waters. Refocusing on their immediate surroundings, Locke states they must figure out how to liberate the remaining mermaids locked inside the fishmen village. Stepping forward with absolute resolve, Madeline humbly requests that her people be allowed to take down the village guards. She explains that despite being caught completely off guard during the last ambush, the mermaids have been intensely training themselves for this exact moment. Desperate to reclaim their honor, she insists that they must handle this dangerous task themselves to solve their own internal crisis. Locke bluntly rejects the proposal, pointing out that there are simply far too many fishmen for the mermaids to fight alone. An ally suddenly interjects, confidently telling Locke and the mermaids to leave the heavy lifting to them. Thrashing excitedly, the confident companion reveals that they devised a brilliant new strategy while waiting back in the monster garden. Overflowing with battle-hungry anticipation, they aggressively declare how eager they are to finally test this new tactic in actual combat. Reassuring the skeptical group, the duo promises that everything will be fine while Locke cautiously wonders if their plan will cause a massive commotion. Pushing his doubts aside, Locke smiles slightly and decides to fully entrust the vanguard assault to his powerful companions. Staring in sheer disbelief, Madeline nervously asks if those two small girls will truly be alright fighting an entire army by themselves. Locke easily dismisses her worries, calmly admitting that the two girls are actually far stronger than he is. Madeline's jaw drops in complete shock as she struggles to comprehend how anyone could surpass Locke's immense strength. Gazing at the approaching duo, the bewildered mermaid softly questions who these terrifying girls truly are. Shouting with absolute enthusiasm, the magical duo eagerly charges straight toward the heavily guarded enemy encampment. The battlefield remains momentarily quiet before the explosive ambush begins. Bursting into the open, the girls loudly command the attention of the surrounding fishmen and demand they witness their combined magical power. A massive surge of raw magical energy furiously erupts around the two casters as they synchronize their elemental spells. With a thunderous scream, they violently unleash the spell and command the magical barrier to expand outward. The ocean violently trembles as an incomprehensible force surges directly through the center of the aquatic village. The sheer pressure of the expanding spell forcibly repels all the surrounding water with terrifying speed. A bewildered fishman stares blankly at the chaotic phenomenon unfolding right before his very eyes. The entire ocean is literally split in half, leaving a massive, dry crater directly in the middle of the sea. Stripped of their aquatic environment, the helpless fishmen immediately collapse to the dry seabed and flop around in total panic. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Locke orders his team to capture the immobilized enemies while their movements are completely restricted. Locke suddenly sweat drops and realizes his tactical error as he watches the allied mermaids helplessly flopping around on the dry ground just like the fishmen. Quickly amending his orders, Locke commands only those who can actually walk on land to proceed with capturing the downed enemies. Responding to his command, the massive wyverns and other land-capable familiars aggressively swoop down upon the helpless fishmen. Staring at the impossible sight of a split ocean, a terrified enemy violently screams in utter confusion. The enemy leader collapses to his knees, utterly paralyzed by the impossible devastation surrounding him. Surrounded by Locke's ferocious familiars, the panicked fishman desperately demands to know what the hell is going on. Recognizing the fishman's ability to speak, the group realizes they are dealing with an intelligent enemy. A hero aggressively points at the speaking fishman, identifying him as the ringleader and demanding the immediate release of the captive mermaids. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the confused leader fiercely declares that he will never hand his valuable captives over to them. Raising his weapon high, the desperate ringleader begins gathering a dark, crackling magical energy. He commands his aquatic brethren to release their dormant power and completely eliminate the invading enemies. Dark magic violently surges through the fishmen as their bodies undergo a horrifying, muscular transformation. Watching the unnatural growth, the heroes realize that the enemy forces have just had their physical powers massively amplified. A massive, mutated fishman aggressively lunges forward, aiming a devastating strike directly at the heroes. The brute's attack slices cleanly through empty air as the agile heroes effortlessly evade the heavy blow. The heroes calmly note that while the monsters gained immense strength, their severely reduced speed makes them completely harmless. Realizing his amplified soldiers are failing miserably, the furious leader violently curses at the pathetic display. Refusing to accept defeat, he extends his hand and violently demands that his minions surrender all their magic and strength to him. Swirling streams of dark energy violently rip away from the minions and funnel directly into the leader's glowing magical orb. Glowing with absorbed power, the leader arrogantly boasts that even his speed has now increased exponentially. Demanding they stop looking down on him, he wildly claims absolute invincibility as long as he holds his precious magical orb. Staring at the terrifying concentration of power, one of the heroes nervously questions what that mysterious orb actually is. The maniacal fishman readies a devastating attack, swearing that they will now taste the absolute power of his artifact. Without warning, a tiny, lightning-fast blur of motion completely snatches the glowing artifact directly out of the leader's grip. The bewildered leader freezes in utter shock, staring blankly at his suddenly empty hand. A pathetic gasp escapes his lips as the horrifying realization of his stolen power finally begins to set in. Patra descends gracefully from the sky, happily presenting the stolen orb to her beloved papa. She giggles proudly at her successful heist while the dog familiar affectionately barks in absolute approval. Stripped of his invincibility, the terrified leader violently waves his arms and desperately begs them to give the orb back. Ignoring the frantic fishman, Locke carefully examines the swirling magical artifact resting in his hand. Locke narrows his eyes, grimly noting that the artifact emanates a sinister magic terrifyingly similar to Lydia's unique aura. Stepping closer, the undead queen casually deduces that Lydia likely constructed the orb using stolen data from her own ancient research. Locke hands the dangerous artifact over to the queen, asking her to investigate it fully, which she accepts with absolute confidence. Completely ignored by the tacticians, the pathetic leader continues wailing that he absolutely cannot survive without his precious orb. San brutally restrains the whining fishman, letting out an exasperated sigh as the noisy nuisance is finally silenced. A sudden, sharp cracking noise violently echoes through the chaotic battlefield, signaling a dangerous new complication. Pedro stares blankly in shock at the shattered remains of his magical artifact. Collapsing in despair, he wails agonizingly over the total destruction of his precious magic orb. He violently turns around to glare at the person who shattered his power. The culprit awkwardly suggests finding a new orb, prompting Pedro to furiously scream at her. Taking control of the interrogation, Locke calmly asks if the captive fishman is named Pedro. Locke demands to know why Pedro controlled the fishmen and viciously attacked the mermaids. Trembling with shame, Pedro confesses he did it to finally prove his own worth. Delving into his past, Pedro reveals he was constantly ostracized by his powerful shark tribe. He explains that shark tribe members measure their innate magical power by dorsal fin size. Shedding pitiful tears, Pedro admits his tiny fin made him a constant target for mockery. 10 days ago, the grieving outcast lost his home and gazed sadly at the moon. Suddenly, a strange woman and a mysterious businessman approached the weeping outcast. Promising to help him prove his worth, they gifted him the devastatingly powerful magic orb. Locke instantly deduces the strange woman was Lydia working alongside a corrupt businessman. Pedro explains the orb allowed him to easily brainwash sleeping fishmen into absolute obedience. Intoxicated by authority, he eagerly used the sinister artifact to control his former tormentors. Furious, Madeline aggressively asks why he attacked the mermaids if his vendetta was with sharks. Pedro reveals he was strictly ordered to capture the mermaid village for the businessmen. Madeline fiercely condemns his incredible selfishness and total lack of empathy for the innocent victims. Sobbing uncontrollably, Pedro frantically apologizes while stubbornly trying to justify his horrific crimes. Clinging to his shattered pride, he cries out that he absolutely had to prove himself. Ignoring his pathetic tears, Locke coldly demands to know where the captive mermaids were taken. Hesitating slightly, Pedro admits they were likely transported directly to Brandon City. Processing the crucial intel, the heroes realize their next major destination is crystal clear. Turning back, Locke solemnly asks Demort if she can still analyze the shattered magic orb. Examining the broken fragments, Demort confidently confirms she can uncover its secrets over time. Sympathizing with his suffering, Demort sternly warns Pedro that stolen power will only destroy him. She claims everyone will forget who broke the orb, making Pedro scream furiously at her gaslighting. Terrified by her blatant lies, the hysterical fishman wildly questions who this terrifying woman is. Leaving the wailing captive behind, the unified group sets their sights on Brandon City. Arriving at the bustling settlement, Locke realizes the missing mermaids are hidden somewhere within the town. To avoid causing a massive ruckus, Madeline states that any mermaids unable to transform will remain safely behind in the sea. Locke watches in mild surprise as some of the aquatic beings flawlessly transform their bodies into human forms. The mermaids explain that they occasionally assume human shapes to shop in town while wearing special quick-drying clothes. They reveal that they fund their surface expeditions by scavenging valuable treasures from sunken ships ruined by violent storms and pirate raids. A familiar, cheerful chirp fills the air as the avian familiar seal gracefully descends from the sky. Welcoming his loyal bird back, Locke urgently asks if she successfully located the enemy's secret hideout. Receiving a positive confirmation from his scout, Locke eagerly commands the remaining group to move out. Following Seal's precise guidance, the group quietly navigates through the winding city streets toward the marked location. Stopping before a suspicious, unassuming building, Locke quietly asks if this is the correct target location. Scanning the perimeter with narrowed eyes, Locke notes with deep suspicion that there are absolutely no guards posted outside. Ordering his companions to stand by and remain hidden, Locke decides to quickly infiltrate the suspicious building completely alone. Slipping inside with ease, Locke discovers the door was left completely unlocked and quietly mocks the enemy's incredibly sloppy security. A heavy, menacing aura fills the dark corridor as Locke carefully descends deeper into the sinister underground facility. He suddenly steps into a massive, eerie laboratory filled with glowing containment tubes and bizarre experiments. A horrifying, muffled noise draws his attention to the grotesque biological entities floating inside the massive fluid tanks. Staring at the abominations in utter disbelief, Locke mutters a quiet curse and questions what these twisted monstrosities actually are. He grimly notes that no matter what species these creatures originally were, their grotesque, mutated appearances are completely unnatural. Scanning the room for clues, Locke's eyes quickly fixate on a massive, highly complex magic circle etched deeply into the stone floor. Recognizing the forbidden, dark runes, he realizes with pure horror that this is a highly illegal synthetic magic circle. Putting the grim clues together, Locke correctly concludes he has stumbled into a repulsive underground facility dedicated to illegal monster research. Pushing further into the dark laboratory, Locke finally spots the captive mermaids huddled helplessly inside a heavily reinforced glass cell. Rushing immediately to the glass, Locke bangs on the surface and tries to reassure the terrified hostages that he has come to rescue them. The mermaids stare back in total confusion, prompting Locke to realize the incredibly thick glass completely blocks all sound. Shifting his focus to the door, Locke closely examines the heavy, magically reinforced locking mechanism securing the cell. Frustrated by the powerful magical wards, Locke quickly realizes he cannot force the heavy door open without the proper physical key. A deep, incredibly imposing voice suddenly echoes through the dark laboratory, calling out directly to the human intruder. Emerging slightly from the shadows, the mysterious captive ominously offers to reveal the exact location of the required cell key. When Locke fiercely demands his identity, the imposing captive proudly introduces himself as Drackle, the royal grandson of the dragon god leader. Drackle grimly explains that he was cowardly ambushed in his sleep during a solo journey and simply woke up trapped inside this dark facility. Striking a desperate tactical bargain, the dragon boldly offers to trade the key's hidden location in exchange for his own immediate freedom. Knowing time is critically short, Locke pushes his doubts aside and firmly agrees to the dragon's sudden alliance. However, Locke strictly prioritizes his original mission and bluntly declares that he must rescue the captive mermaids first. Successfully overriding the magically sealed door, Locke steps inside the cell and warmly reassures the hostages that Sand sent him to help. The relieved mermaids tearfully thank their savior, but Locke immediately gets to business and urgently asks if every missing captive is present. A devastated mermaid grimly shakes her head and reveals that their beloved queen is still missing. She frantically explains that the royal queen was already dragged away to be violently sold at a sinister underground auction. Locke silently curses the massive complication, fully aware that the security guarding the assembly hall auction will be incredibly stringent. Pivoting his tactical strategy, Locke strictly orders any mermaid capable of human transformation to escape the facility immediately. Bowing their heads in deep apology, the tragic captives reveal that absolutely none of them possess the magic required to transform into humans. Shouting for immediate backup, Locke urgently commands Shannon and Gargoyle Kuan to come and help him. Honoring their tactical agreement, the newly freed dragon fiercely steps forward just as promised. Scoffing with absolute confidence, the powerful warrior casually readies himself for the upcoming fight. Grateful for his sudden freedom, the dragon formally asks for his savior's name, prompting Locke to introduce himself. Bowing his head respectfully, the proud dragon solemnly vows to repay this massive debt in due time. Hearing the commotion, the other imprisoned monsters frantically rattle their cages and beg the heroes to free them too. Staring at the captive fishmen in total confusion, Locke bluntly asks why they are locked up here instead of being mind-controlled. The captive fishmen explain that their naturally strong magic completely protected them from Pedro's sinister mind control. Sobbing pathetically, they reveal they were ruthlessly sold off to corrupt merchants and desperately plead for salvation. Locke frees the remaining monsters on the strict condition that they never fight the mermaids again, successfully gathering the newly liberated allies together. Assessing their successful jailbreak, Locke grimly notes that the mermaid queen is now the only captive left to find. Sniffing the damp air, Lucky easily picks up the royal scent, prompting Locke to ask if the giant ant can track her down. Declaring that he and Lucky will track the scent alone, Locke is suddenly interrupted by a desperate shout. Bursting out from the group, May aggressively steps forward and fiercely demands to join the rescue team. Struggling with her overwhelming emotions, the frantic mermaid accidentally reveals that the missing queen is actually her mother. The rest of the group stares in absolute shock, wildly repeating the word as the massive familial revelation sinks in. Stepping in to clear the confusion, a companion casually explains that the hot-headed May is actually a royal princess. Blushing furiously from the sudden exposure, May loudly changes the subject and violently demands to help save her mother. Locke sternly agrees to let her tag along, strictly warning the stubborn princess that she must absolutely follow his every command. Planning for the worst-case scenario, Locke orders Madeline to prepare their scavenged treasure so they can simply buy the queen back. Madeline bows respectfully, silently confirming that she will gather the necessary funds without a single moment of hesitation. Following the ant's precise tracking, the rescue team finally arrives at a heavily guarded building where the royal scent violently spikes. Scanning the perimeter, Locke quietly notes that they have not yet entered the actual assembly hall where the underground auction takes place. Prioritizing absolute stealth, Locke firmly orders his companions to wait outside while he infiltrates the building completely alone. Throwing a massive tantrum, the frantic princess stubbornly protests and demands to charge into the building right alongside him. Quickly shutting down her reckless plan, Locke offers a brief apology while physically blocking her dangerous path. Staring directly into her tearful eyes, Locke solemnly vows that he will definitely bring her beloved mother back safely. Projecting absolute confidence, Locke calmly orders the princess to just leave the dangerous rescue operation entirely to him. Yielding to his unwavering resolve, May tearfully begs him to save her mother, to which Locke offers a comforting nod. Turning his back on the group, Locke strides confidently toward the sinister auction house with absolute determination. The imposing facade of the criminal establishment looms ominously in the dark shadows of the corrupt city. Pushing past the heavy doors, Locke casually strolls right into the dangerous enemy stronghold as a sleazy receptionist welcomes him. Instantly disgusted by an incredible stench, Locke bluntly asks the receptionist if this is the place that sells special monsters. Digging through his nose with absolute apathy, the sleazy merchant smirks and notes that his new customer is surprisingly well-informed. Leaning aggressively over the counter, the greedy merchant closely inspects Locke to visually gauge his actual purchasing power. Chuckling darkly, The corrupt merchant realizes Locke is a serious buyer who fully understands how the black market operates. Gesturing toward a hidden back room, the merchant instructs his wealthy new client to follow him into the shadows. Boasting about his horrific inventory of subhumans and fused mutants, the dealer casually asks what kind of monster Locke truly desires. Leaning in close, the sleazy dealer excitedly brags about a ridiculously rare creature they just acquired yesterday, though he admits it isn't for sale. Locke narrows his eyes, silently suspecting that this highly guarded, exceptionally rare creature must be the captive mermaid queen. A chilling voice suddenly echoes through the dark corridor, aggressively ordering the two men to freeze right where they stand. Stepping out from the shadows, an eccentric figure begins sniffing the stale air with bizarre, almost animalistic intensity. The unsettling newcomer paces around the tense hallway, violently questioning the source of an incredibly strange odor. The corrupt merchant flinches violently, sweating profusely as the terrifying new arrival completely shatters the calm atmosphere. Inhaling deeply, the strange man wildly points out that something in the immediate vicinity smells absolutely hilarious. Trying desperately to defuse the rising tension, the terrified merchant forces an awkward smile and nervously agrees with the eccentric intruder. Completely ignoring the sweating dealer, the bizarre figure sharply points a trembling finger right past him. The eerie stranger locks his piercing gaze directly onto Locke, singling out the disguised adventurer with absolute certainty. Declaring that a bizarre scent is emanating directly from Locke, the intruder instantly shatters the infiltration mission, leaving Locke to curse his rapidly failing cover. The eccentric stranger suddenly corners Locke, aggressively demanding to know if he is acquainted with a woman named Lydia. Feigning complete ignorance, Locke casually asks who she is talking about. The suspicious woman leans in uncomfortably close, sharply questioning if he truly has no idea. Locke maintains his composure, firmly denying any knowledge of the mysterious woman. Still unconvinced, the strange interrogator presses him one last time to confirm his total ignorance. A tense, heavy silence fills the air as the strange woman carefully studies his unbothered expression. Finally backing off, the woman scoffs and turns away, murmuring a cryptic suspicion under her breath. She mutters that she can distinctively smell the lingering scent of Lydia's unique magic radiating directly from his body. Shrugging off the tense encounter, she casually apologizes for the sudden interruption and begins to walk away. Confused by the bizarre confrontation, Locke turns to the merchant and asks about the strange woman's identity. The merchant reveals that her name is Riza the Sorcerer, a fellow employee who crafts complex magic tools. Locke narrows his eyes, silently resolving to remain highly cautious around anyone connected to Lydia. Leading him deeper into the underground facility, the sleazy merchant smirks and asks if Locke is surprised by their grand inventory. A breathtakingly beautiful figure floats gracefully inside a massive aquatic containment tank. The greedy merchant proudly introduces his ultimate prize, boasting that they have secured a mermaid queen for the first time in auction history. The captive royal gazes out from her watery prison with a serene but deeply sorrowful expression. Staring at the majestic captive, Locke instantly realizes that this beautiful prisoner is May's beloved mother. Chuckling darkly, the merchant disgustingly comments on the captive queen's incredibly enchanting figure. He praises the royal's unparalleled beauty, noting that she stands a cut above even the most gorgeous mermaids. Cutting straight to business, Locke firmly asks exactly how much gold it would take to purchase her outright. Stroking his chin in thought, the greedy dealer casually estimates her astronomical price at around 300 million gold. Startled by the sheer absurdity of the cost, Locke visibly recoils at the massive number. The merchant justifies the staggering price by explaining that capturing combat-capable mermaids is an incredibly difficult feat. He warns that even with limitless funds, purchasing her might be impossible because a notorious buyer named Grise has already claimed her. Unfamiliar with the name, Locke questions who this major competitor actually is. The dealer explains that Grise is the idiotic son of the town's ruling merchant, notorious for throwing massive fortunes at whatever catches his eye. Disgustingly, the merchant notes that Grise will inevitably grow bored of the queen and casually throw her away like all his other discarded women. Locke clenches his fists, silently seething with pure rage over the spoiled noble's absolute cruelty. Misinterpreting Locke's silence, the merchant strongly advises him to simply give up on winning the royal captive. He pragmatically suggests waiting to bid on the third mermaid offered, as the astronomical prices will drastically drop by then. Leaning in eagerly, the greedy merchant asks if Locke still intends to participate in the upcoming slave auction. Locke firmly confirms his participation, leaving the merchant thoroughly impressed by his sheer financial confidence. Chuckling with greed, the dealer happily reveals that the grand auction begins in exactly 6 days at 1800 hours. The merchant promises to speak with his associate Dob to ensure Locke receives exclusive access to the high-stakes event. Returning to the surface, Locke is immediately greeted by his anxious companions waiting outside the facility. May frantically begs for an update on her mother, to which Locke calmly reassures her that the queen is currently safe. However, he grimly delivers the crushing news that the royal captive is scheduled to be auctioned off in exactly 6 days. Panicking, May aggressively declares they must launch an immediate rescue mission, but Locke strictly commands her to wait. He explains that the sinister shop is heavily guarded by powerful defensive magic, making a brute force extraction completely impossible. Formulating a massive tactical plan, Locke confidently states that they must find a clever method to peacefully liberate every single captive simultaneously. Locke decides to consult the guards about the illegal slave trade and monster fusion. Approaching the station, Locke pauses as a familiar commotion grabs his attention. Peeking around the corner, he is shocked to spot the dragon Drackle in custody. The proud dragon fiercely glares at the armed guards surrounding him. Locke silently wonders how the powerful demi-human managed to get captured again. Drackle aggressively asks why the guards ignore the warehouses filled with enslaved demi-humans. Furious, the dragon accuses them of dismissing his reports simply because he is a demi-human. A guard violently snaps at the captive, ordering him to shut his mouth immediately. The angry guard aggressively steps forward to physically intimidate the protesting dragon. Vehemently denying racism, the guard insists Drackle's demi-human status has nothing to do with it. Defending the warehouse owner, the guard claims no one would believe lies about the esteemed Chad. The blinded guard praises Chad as a wonderful philanthropist who established city rehabilitation centers. Enraged by the guard's twisted logic, Drackle violently roars for him to shut up. Eavesdropping from the shadows, Locke grimly confirms Chad is behind the illegal slave trade. Drackle fiercely accuses the corrupt guards of taking bribes to sabotage any investigation. Losing his temper, the captain strikes the dragon and warns the subhuman against insulting them. The furious captain orders his men to drag Drackle back for severe punishment. The heavily armed guards aggressively march the bound dragon away into the dark stronghold. Watching the grim scene, Locke realizes the entire city guard is conspiring with Chad. Locke mentally thanks Drackle for the intel and silently vows to rescue him soon. Knowing he cannot fight the entire corrupt city alone, Locke sneaks away to regroup. Returning to the safe house, Locke briefs his companions on the town's horrifying corruption. Absorbing the report, a companion notes that the sinister Chad holds the city hostage. Locke strictly points out that without absolute conclusive evidence, they cannot corner the mastermind. Assessing options, Madeline admits that outbidding the wealthy Grise might be completely impossible. Refusing to yield, Locke confidently orders the team to gather more intel on both targets. The unified team quickly splits up to aggressively scour the city for actionable information. Gathering intel from local merchants, the heroes piece together the grim reality of the ruling class. Regrouping later, Locke confirms that the esteemed Chad is the exact slaver from the ship. Frustrated, a companion reveals every citizen blindly praises Chad as a wonderful savior. Conversely, the locals violently despise Grise, branding him as the absolute worst idiot son. They explain Grise viciously kidnaps women and secretly builds a monstrous private army. Disgusted by the depravity, Locke mutters a curse and questions what kind of monster he is. Locke grimly concludes that Grise will be an incredibly dangerous wild card during the auction. A thunderous, embarrassing growl violently shatters the tense strategic meeting. Lucky the wolf whines pitifully, boldly declaring his absolute starvation to the entire group. A companion tries to encourage the hungry wolf, only for her own stomach to violently rumble. Blushing furiously, she stammers an apology and desperately denies her own obvious hunger. Laughing off the tension, Locke cheerfully declares that it is finally time for lunch. The ecstatic group steps out, happily debating what delicious meal they should eat. A wealthy, arrogant figure suddenly blocks their path in the bustling street. The arrogant stranger halts Locke, sneering while eyeing Lucky with intense greed. Declaring the wolf interesting, the noble demands Locke sell the creature for massive gold. Locke levels a cold glare, firmly stating his beloved companion is absolutely not for sale. The street falls dead silent as the two engage in a fierce, hostile stare-down. Smirking with absolute arrogance, the wealthy noble pulls out a heavy bag of gold. He violently hurls the massive bag of coins directly at Locke's feet. The noble orders Locke to take the gold, boasting it is 20 times market value. The heavy pouch rests pitifully on the cobblestone, completely ignored by the insulted adventurer. Furious at the disrespect, Locke aggressively yells he will never sell Lucky for any price. The noble dramatically brushes his hair back, expressing disbelief that any fool would disrespect him. Basking in his ego, the man proudly introduces himself as Grise, the richest merchant's son. Grise arrogantly demands Locke pick up the gold, while Locke groans at the spoiled noble. The tense standoff reaches a boiling point as the notorious Grise glares down the adventurer. The tense standoff continues as the entitled noble glares fiercely at the defiant adventurer. Refusing to back down, Locke firmly states that Lucky is a living companion rather than a mere object to be bought. Smirking arrogantly, Grise demands the wolf's sale while boasting that absolutely nothing in this town is beyond his immense wealth. Snapping his fingers, the spoiled noble aggressively orders his flunky to educate the ignorant peasant about their absolute authority. The loyal henchman steps forward and proudly proclaims that every single person and object in the city belongs solely to his master. Raising his voice, the servant fiercely declares that whatever the young lord desires will instantly become his property. Basking in his own terrifying ego, the narcissistic noble aggressively shouts his own name to rile up his loyal followers. A massive chorus erupts as his brainwashed entourage violently chants his name over and over again. The fanatic crowd breaks into thunderous applause, cheering wildly for their wealthy master. Deafening ovations echo through the bustling streets as the arrogant lord absolutely revels in the blind adoration. Cutting the celebration short, Grise turns his greedy gaze back to Locke and strictly repeats his demand to purchase the wolf. Annoyed by the adventurer's relentless defiance, the wealthy merchant sighs heavily and prepares to forcefully reiterate his absolute power. A deafening, monstrous roar violently shatters the conversation as Lucky aggressively commands the arrogant noble to shut his mouth. Baring his razor-sharp fangs, the furious wolf growls menacingly and warns the terrified crowd to listen closely. Glaring with intense predatory intent, the majestic beast firmly asserts his own identity and terrifying presence. Snarling fiercely, Lucky violently declares that Locke is his one and absolute master in this entire world. Releasing a devastating aura, the wolf viciously mocks the pathetic noble for daring to boss around a vastly superior creature. A terrifying wave of raw, monstrous magical pressure violently explodes outward from the enraged beast. Completely overwhelmed by the crushing energy, the arrogant noble's entourage immediately collapses to the cobblestone streets. The weaker men faint instantly under the sheer weight of the wolf's predatory intimidation. Standing completely unfazed amidst his fallen men, Grise smirks wildly and praises the beast's incredible loyalty. Obsessed with the creature's sheer power, the manic noble throws his arms wide and desperately begs the wolf to join his ranks. Pivoting back to Locke, the desperate billionaire aggressively offers a limitless blank check in exchange for the majestic creature. Staring in sheer disbelief, Locke realizes that this supposedly spoiled brat effortlessly withstood Lucky's overwhelming magical pressure. Quickly calculating a new tactical angle, Locke smirks faintly and agrees to negotiate with the wealthy eccentric. Refusing to sell his companion, Locke instead offers to sell the highly classified information regarding where he originally discovered the beast. The arrogant noble tilts his head in utter confusion at the unexpected counteroffer. Laying his true trap, Locke boldly demands the captive mermaid queen in direct exchange for the invaluable tracking intel. Caught completely off guard by the astronomical demand, the wealthy merchant stares blankly at the brazen drifter. Quickly recovering his haughty composure, Grise strictly rejects the trade and refuses to hand over his prized auction target. Sneering with dark greed, the noble firmly states that mermaids hold a far greater market value than a single wolf. A sinister shadow falls over his face as he hints that the captive mermaids are critically essential to his grand master plan. Locke narrows his eyes suspiciously, silently questioning what kind of dark conspiracy this wealthy maniac is brewing. Dismissing the peasant entirely, Grise coldly states that his grand ambitions are completely irrelevant to a lowly drifter. Pausing to admire Locke's unwavering defiance, the noble admits he is deeply amused by anyone brave enough to stand against him. Intrigued by the fearless adventurer, Grise aggressively orders Locke to accompany him to a secondary location. Turning his back with absolute arrogance, the noble commands the heroes to follow his lead deeper into the dark city. The eccentric billionaire strides confidently down the bustling street while leaving his unconscious henchman completely behind. Suddenly, a massive, explosive impact violently shatters the tense atmosphere of the commercial district. A colossal cloud of smoke and debris aggressively erupts as total chaos instantly descends upon the surprised group. Locke notes the opulent mansion's massive size as Lucky casually strolls inside. Grise smugly boasts that a lowly peasant like Locke could never afford such a place. Pointing to a blindingly shiny bronze statue, Grise brags the replica cost 1 billion gold. Gesturing to an even larger statue, the arrogant noble proudly declares it costs 2 billion. Locke's eyes widen in sheer surprise as he spots rare white wolves in the courtyard. Locke recalls these majestic creatures became extremely rare after being overhunted for their beautiful fur. Taking in the exotic menagerie, Locke realizes the rumors about Grise hoarding monsters are true. Ushering his guests forward, Grise leads them directly into a lavishly decorated dining room. The heroes stare in absolute shock as a massive, luxurious feast is dramatically unveiled. A towering spread of piping hot, gourmet food completely covers the luxurious dining table. A companion drools in absolute awe at the incredible culinary masterpiece laid out before them. Grise casually announces that they will discuss their important business over a proper lunch. Mocking their peasant diets, the arrogant noble orders them to thoroughly savor the high-class feast. While Grise laughs maniacally, Locke suspiciously wonders if this lavish meal is actually a trap. Ignoring all tactical caution, Locke's ravenous companions immediately dig into the food with absolute delight. Panicking at their sheer recklessness, Locke frantically tries to stop them before they consume poison. Chewing happily, a companion reassures Locke that she smells absolutely no trace of foul play. Locke sighs heavily, reluctantly apologizing for his paranoia while his friends aggressively munch away. Grise proudly confirms the food is safe, declaring he would never stoop to cowardly tactics. Brimming with confidence, the noble boasts his immense wealth obtains everything without resorting to tricks. His loyal sycophants immediately burst into deafening cheers, wildly praising his absolute greatness. Sweating profusely from the relentless ego-stroking, Locke mentally complains about this incredibly exhausting ordeal. With stomachs finally satisfied, Grise claps his hands and declares it is time for business. Assuring absolute privacy, the merchant notes he took all necessary precautions against potential eavesdroppers. Pushing the conversation forward, Grise demands Locke reveal Lucky's origins before explaining his own plans. Locke nods calmly, firmly agreeing to honor his end of the tense information exchange. He reveals Lucky was the 10th floor boss in the Dungeon of Flames of Destruction. He adds a crucial caveat, admitting he doesn't know if another boss will ever respawn. Startled, Grise notes that specific dungeon is a terrifying, unconquered ruin recommended for S-class adventurers. Locke compliments the noble's surprisingly sharp knowledge regarding the region's most dangerous local dungeons. Smirking proudly, Grise explains that a wealthy merchant's son naturally receives constant, valuable intelligence. Satisfying his end of the deal, Grise prompts Locke to ask about the captive mermaids. Grise casually reveals that he plans to use the aquatic captives for specialized combat training. Clarifying his motive, he explains there is a terrifying rumor about an impending fishman attack. Locke repeats the claim in mild surprise, trying to connect the invasion to the captives. Grise details how Chad accurately predicted the attack using a highly advanced disaster forecasting device. Knowing mermaids excel underwater, Grise intended to use them to rigorously train his private troops. He confidently believed this specialized training would drastically minimize the town's impending aquatic invasion casualties. Locke stares at the surprisingly noble ambition, completely caught off guard by Grise's protective nature. Shattering the heroic facade, Grise darkly suspects Chad is fabricating disasters to sell his device. Shocked by the revelation, Locke realizes that such a massive plan was secretly in progress all along. Changing the subject, Locke leans in to ask a crucial question. He aggressively questions if Grise is aware that Chad is secretly involved in illicit trades and horrific chimera experiments. Grise admits he has heard similar rumors but lacks hard proof, noting that Chad handles his dark business discreetly. He explains that Chad immediately established free food and healing stations upon arriving, effortlessly gaining the absolute trust of the townsfolk. A heavy door clicks open as Grise laments that the corrupted guards and lack of solid evidence leave their hands completely tied. Grise clicks his tongue in deep frustration. Seething with rage, he curses the wandering slave traders for acting high and mighty in his own territory. Grise firmly declares that they need to gather concrete proof as soon as possible. Shifting the mood, Locke remarks that the noble is totally different from the terrible rumors floating around town. He admits expecting a loaded, snotty brat, but pleasantly realizes that Grise is actually quite clever. Grise smirks and insists he is still just a loaded, snotty brat, urging Locke to continue thinking of him that way. He slyly adds that maintaining his foolish reputation will make their future negotiations much easier. Dropping the playful act, Locke shifts back to a serious tone. Locke firmly asks if Grise would be willing to help corner Chad if he manages to secure the necessary evidence. Grise confidently agrees, noting that he is hoping for that exact outcome as well. Catching his attention, Locke suddenly throws in one more major request. He boldly demands that if Grise wins the auction for the Mermaid Queen, he must pass her over to him. Caught completely off guard, Grise stares at Locke in stunned disbelief. Locke smoothly offers to provide several highly skilled instructors for Grise's underwater training instead of just one. Confident in his forces, Locke promises he can deliver these elite instructors right this instant. Smirking slightly, Locke directly challenges the noble to accept his lucrative counteroffer. Grise narrows his eyes, carefully weighing the bold proposition in total silence. Breaking the tension, a sly smile slowly spreads across the wealthy merchant's face. Grise steps forward and casually verifies Locke's name to seal the arrangement. Greatly amused by the audacity, Grise declares that Locke has his full attention and officially accepts the deal. The powerful noble reaches out, declaring it a pleasure to work with him. The narrative triumphantly notes the acquisition of another highly reassuring and powerful ally. Returning the gesture, Locke cements their new alliance as the two unlikely partners officially begin working together to take down Chad. Ocean waves crash as Locke approaches Demort, asking what she discovered about the mysterious orbs. Exhausted, Demort dramatically claims she sacrificed her sleep and worked herself to death investigating them. Dropping the jokes, her expression darkens as she admits finding something highly problematic. She reveals that the orb is not just for mind control, but actually functions as a massive mana-gathering device. Startled by the revelation, Locke questions the true purpose of such a dangerous device. Demort grimly explains that the gathered mana is likely meant to resurrect a world-destroying demon from ancient times. The sheer weight of the word demon hangs heavily in the air as the terrifying reality sets in. Combining insights from past documents, she notes that the magical power required for such a feat exists far beyond human realms. Locke's eyes widen as he realizes they might be talking about the dreaded original demon. Demort confirms his suspicion, recalling that Shannon is currently suffering under that exact same demonic curse. She adds that there is a high probability the mana within the orbs belongs directly to that ancient entity. Sweating nervously, Locke wonders who could possibly be insane enough to attempt the demon's resurrection. Demort clarifies that this is merely a speculative possibility based on her current findings. However, she warns that if her speculation is correct and the legends hold true, the world will plunge into absolute turmoil. Urging immediate action, she states they must hunt down the orb's creator to prevent the catastrophic resurrection. Locke repeats her words, his mind racing to identify the mysterious mastermind behind the dangerous artifacts. Piecing the clues together, Locke deduces that Liza, the magic toolmaker working at Chad's shop, is their prime suspect. Understanding the grave stakes, Locke tasks Demort with continuing her research on the demon while the waves crash around them. In the days leading up to the auction, Locke dedicates his time to thoroughly gathering information on Chad's demon-related affairs. On the day before the auction, a massive crowd lines up for Chad's public soup kitchen. The bustling town square overflows with desperate citizens eagerly receiving their free meals. A grateful citizen bows deeply, profusely thanking Chad for his incredible generosity. Smiling warmly, Chad kindly accepts their thanks while maintaining his perfect philanthropic facade. A pristine white building stands out in the town, serving as a beacon of hope for the sick. A receptionist directs the crowded waiting room, announcing the services of the free healing station. Dozens of injured and sick townspeople wait patiently for their turn to be magically healed. A worried young boy comforts his ailing sibling, promising that their turn to be healed is coming soon. Coughing weakly, the sibling begs her brother to stop crying, bravely insisting she will be fine. As the next patient is called, the relieved brother prepares to carry his sibling forward for treatment. Watching from the shadows, Locke's companion notes how effortlessly Chad has the entire town wrapped around his finger. Locke nods in grim agreement, observing the blinding loyalty Chad has purchased with his supposed charity. The companion sighs, remarking that Chad would be the perfect citizen if he weren't secretly involved in such shady affairs. Suddenly, a loud commotion draws their attention toward a massive gathering of adventurers. Pushing through the hectic crowd, they spot an urgent new notice pinned directly to the guild board. The emergency quest warns all adventurers that fishmen might attack the town within the next few days, courtesy of Chad's prediction. Staring at the ominous warning, Locke realizes that Gry's intel about the impending aquatic invasion was completely accurate. The surrounding adventurers aggressively rally together, utterly confident in Chad's prediction and daring the fishmen to attack. Listening to their blind faith, Locke mutters Chad's name while questioning the true motives behind this convenient disaster forecast. The sound of frantic, high-pitched sobbing suddenly pierces through the bustling city noise. Locke turns sharply to find a distressed young child wailing loudly in the middle of the crowded street. Recognizing a familiar face, a companion points out the young boy standing nearby. Startled by the sudden attention, the young boy nervously wonders what is happening. His eyes widen in sheer terror as a massive, imposing wolf suddenly looms over him. The boy bursts into panicked tears while screaming for help, completely ignoring Lucky's annoyed clarification that he is not a dog. Desperate to defuse the situation, Locke apologizes to his familiar and quickly orders Lucky to retreat into the monster garden. Locke awkwardly attempts to soothe the wailing child by pointing out that the scary big dog has completely vanished. Sweating profusely, Locke realizes his clumsy comfort attempts only made the terrified child cry even harder. Stepping forward with a gentle smile, Shannon confidently asks Locke to leave the delicate situation entirely to her. She kneels down to comfort the weeping boy, gently asking him what happened while assuring him he is safe. Showering him with warm praise, Shannon tells the boy how incredibly brave he is for stopping his tears. Hearing a soft sniffle, she kindly asks the young boy if he is feeling hungry. She pulls out a sweet snack and cheerfully invites him to share the delicious cookies with her. The boy cautiously accepts the generous offering and begins to munch on the comforting treat. Chewing quietly, the young boy finally manages to whisper a soft word of gratitude. He finishes his snack in silence, letting the warm gesture calm his racing heart. Shaking his head, the boy clarifies that while he was hungry, that is not the real reason he is so upset. Tears well up in his eyes once more as he devastatingly reveals that his little sister has completely disappeared. Shannon's expression turns deadly serious as she gently presses the boy for more details about her sudden disappearance. He explains that his sister Nayuta injured her leg after a bad fall, prompting her to visit the local healer's tent. Leaving the line to fetch some food, he returned to the tent only to find her completely gone. Panic sets in as he reveals the tent staff claimed she already left, yet she is nowhere to be found in the massive crowds. Processing the grim timeline, Shannon pieces together the highly suspicious circumstances surrounding the missing girl. Offering a glimmer of hope, she reassures the boy that the scary big dog has an incredible nose and can definitely track Nayuta down. The boy's face lights up with sheer relief as he eagerly agrees to search for his sister alongside the massive beast. With perfect timing, the majestic wolf reappears from the monster garden, ready to assist. Shannon nervously bows her head, apologizing to Locke and Lucky for volunteering them without their prior permission. Locke easily brushes off the apology, while Lucky generously agrees to tolerate being called a dog just this once. Pointing down the bustling street, Locke officially commands his loyal familiar to begin the tracking mission. Lucky lowers his massive snout to the cobblestone, intensely sniffing the ground to lock onto the missing girl's faint scent. Catching the trail, the powerful beast violently kicks off the ground and launches himself forward. The young boy stares in absolute awe, loudly cheering that the amazing animal runs exactly like the wind. Chuckling softly to himself, the proud wolf finds the child's wind comparison incredibly flattering. Grinning wildly as he sprints, Lucky decides that he actually likes this energetic human pup. Watching them speed off, Locke turns to Shannon and highly compliments her remarkable ability to handle children. Shannon smiles wistfully, revealing that she used to look after a younger brother who was several years her junior. A shadow of bittersweet sorrow briefly crosses her face as she remembers her lost family. Shifting her focus back to the current crisis, she gently asks Rylan if his parents are currently around to help search. Rylan looks down at the ground, solemnly confirming that they no longer have parents. He grimly recounts how his brave father perished while defending their hometown from a sudden, vicious attack by a pack of white wolves. Horrified by her own question, Shannon immediately apologizes for carelessly forcing the young boy to revive such deeply painful memories. Rylan solemnly explains that they were traveling to their relatives in the capital when Nayuta tragically tripped and injured her leg. The group listens intently in heavy silence as the weeping boy recounts the desperate journey that led to his sister's disappearance. Suddenly catching a familiar scent, Lucky surges forward and rapidly leads the rescue party through the winding city streets. The massive wolf finally skids to a sudden halt, signaling to the heroes that they have successfully reached their destination. Locke raises his head, staring up at the imposing, heavily fortified walls of the massive estate standing before them. A wave of absolute dread washes over Locke as he realizes the trail leads directly to Chad Han's personal residence. A companion nervously questions the dark implications of this discovery, demanding to know what this terrifying truth actually means. Sniffing the air intently, Lucky confirms that Nayuta's scent is tragically mixed with the aroma of countless other children trapped inside. Locke deduces with pure disgust that Chad used his philanthropic healing stations as a front to secretly abduct vulnerable orphans. A hostile guard suddenly spots the intruders, aggressively raising his weapon and demanding to know their identities. Evading the charging guards, Locke urgently orders his team to retreat to Gry's estate so they can devise a proper rescue plan. Arriving at the opulent mansion, Gry's casually greets Locke and asks what the sudden commotion is all about. Wasting no time, Locke urgently asks the wealthy noble if he can look after the young boy for a little while. Promising to explain the dire situation later, Locke secures Gry's hesitant agreement to safely harbor the child. Before rushing back into danger, Locke tasks the resourceful merchant with investigating a crucial new lead. Preparing for the upcoming raid, Locke turns his attention back to the tearful young boy standing in the grand hall. Kneeling down to match his height, Locke sincerely apologizes for failing to rescue his little sister right away. He firmly promises that they will never give up and orders the boy to wait safely while they tear down Chad's operation. The young boy slowly repeats the promise, his wide eyes welling up with a profound, desperate hope. Wiping away his tears, the brave child laughs softly and notes that Nayuta always says the exact same thing. Bowing his head in deep gratitude, the boy pleads with Locke to take good care of his little sister. Locke nods with absolute resolve, cementing his silent vow to bring the missing children home safe. Elsewhere in the city, Locke approaches a suspicious storefront only to be told that Dob is currently unavailable. Smirking knowingly, Locke realizes the situation aligns perfectly with the tactical intel he was previously given. Smoothly shifting the conversation, Locke casually brings up Lydia's name to bait the cautious informant. The contact narrows her eyes, cautiously asking what the adventurer wants to know about the dark sorceress. Playing dumb, Locke mentions hearing a strange, highly specific rumor while wandering through the city streets. He casually drops a fabricated tip, claiming that the mysterious woman is currently hiding out on the western beach. Adding flavor to the lie, he claims she was severely injured right after the undead horde flooded the capital. The informant mutters to herself in realization, confirming her own suspicions regarding Lydia's distinct mana signature. Feigning innocence, Locke claims he just wanted to share the unconfirmed tip since she seemed to be searching for the sorceress. Telling her to pass his regards to Dob, Locke swiftly exits the tense conversation to let the trap spring. As the door slams shut, the manipulated informant quietly ponders the fake intel about Lydia's sudden vulnerability. Rejoining his allies in the shadows, Locke smirks and declares that they have successfully finished spreading the bait. He instructs the unified team to quickly exchange their gathered intelligence with Pedro and the mermaids before the assault. With the trap perfectly set, Locke fiercely commands his forces to commence the infiltration of Chad's manor and rescue the captive children.